Welcome everyone to the space. Just a second, as we are working out the technical difficulties of Periscope, as I bring people up, I see people who have requested, but it sometimes does not show up on the interface. It takes at least 30 seconds to load. So, yeah. There we go. Gary, on?
I am on, and I see Kurt Anderson here, who is one of the most eminent cultural critics in the world, also working on a science fiction book about AI, and I'm going to hope that he will join us at some point as a speaker.
Dude, that'd be perfect. Let me bring up a lot of people who are coming in. We can have Commander Grimes in it as well, so that's pretty cool. I'm not sure if Asia is coming as well. She should be here.
She's the one who made this happen, so I certainly hope so.
Indeed, yes.
I will ping her as well.
We never really get a break.
Adrian, I've got a...
We never really get a break off of OpenAI and Sam Altman's alternate dealings.
Seriously.
We don't get a break.
That was my thought.
When's the next 42 hour space? Like, even Robert was like, I sent him, was like, hey, OpenAI saga continues, just puts a laughing emoji there. It's like, wow, really? It happened again? Yes, it did.
We need an AI to keep
And
track
the
of all
post
these
that you
AI
put out
discussions.
this morning,
Yes, I think so, yeah. So that would just vanish. It's weird.
Adrian, did you take your post down from this morning?
It's either I took it down or it somehow just disappeared. I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes posts end up to be duplicated, and other times they just simply disappear. So, like, if you haven't reposted them, sometimes they literally disappear. I've seen this happen once. I had a post on, had bookmarked the post for some reason, and then I looked at the post and I was like, "Where is it on my timeline?" I was like, "It's still there, but where is it?" So let me repost it real quick, and then it appeared there, and I looked everywhere else on the timeline, and it didn't show up. I was like, okay, so that's a little weird.
Yeah, I quote reposted your post, and then I went through there and I just noticed that it's no longer available. My repost is, but that's the content of it is missing. And so I thought, oh, someone must have got to you and told you to take it down.
The advertisers got to me.
We have a farmer bro in the house. Maybe he will be on his best behavior and we will let him speak.
A farmer bro? Who's a farmer bro?
Martin Shkreli is here. I blocked him, but he's here anyway. Perhaps we can make nice.
Why don't you call me back?
He did have a very funny line about Mark Andreessen, and so maybe I will forgive him if I can reconstruct the line.
I'm like friendly with like technically everyone. So if you don't, it's like I don't know.
I don't know. I hear from people all the time that you blocked. God damn it, Adrian blocked me. I'm like, well, were you a dickhead?
Yeah, well, if I block you, I have a very good reason to do so. And if you'd like me to give you some reasons, I will not announce them publicly because they are so bad that it's against TOS for me to even speak about it. So, yeah, shame on you for even doing this. Shame on you for being a parasite. So sorry to say. It's like, excuse me. Oh. You're not. That's not going to happen. By the way, Bond, I shot your co-host.
Hey, everybody.
So, I love it. When the E/back comes in, that's when the fun begins.
Count you.
Isn't this the acceleration cult?
Yeah, there are two
Nobody
of
here
them.
used the word
One is
cult.
doing it for technology, and I do it for X. I don't care.
I'm a proud member.
Yes, we're the kinds of people that find them.
Love this cult.
Yeah,
It's the best cult.
Right. Well, in the spirit of community discourse, if I can figure out how to unblock this man, as long as he doesn't call me names again, I'm cool. Let's see.
yes.
All right, he's
So Martin,
unblocked.
you seem to be a very controversial character here. I see a lot of hesitancy in some of the actions that you take. Sometimes you don't even speak, which is kind of strange. So let's get to the bottom here. Why did you two block each other? What is the problem?
Oh,
Is there?
he called me words I won't repeat. It was an easy choice.
Ooh, okay. So
I have his
TRS
small
violations.
list of
Very cool.
words that cause instant blocking, and he found one of them, which I think was dickwad. You can raise your hand, Martin, if I remember correctly.
That's a nice one. Someone called me poopy head the other day. It's kind of nice.
Poopy head's not quite blocking territory,
Yeah,
you know.
that's
But it's a
stick your
judgment
head into
call.
something.
Everyone, for themselves. Anyway, I'm
Does it come with the
open to
poop emoji?
polite questions.
No, but the person. No. It just like there's told you so something. Stick your head into it. This was a person who told me about the free energy device. I do apologize
the
for any mental
potato
damages that I
machine.
may have caused as a result of my utterances that are quite. Yeah.
If you're gonna pitch a free energy device, you better not be boring.
The perpetual motion potato machine. I remember this.
I like potato guts too. We can fuel off starch and we run tea bag. We run planes off of tea bags. But if you want to look at the other way around, we run the tea bags off of planes.
Did he ever come back, by the way? He said he'd be back.
This is when I was in the middle of a quite like scintillating discussion about AI. I was like, oh, I really want to like talk about this AI thing right here, and I don't want to talk about a free energy device. I potentially do not want this. Yeah, so I'm still waiting for Asya to come in. Let's see.
Come on, we
Yeah.
can't have AI without free energy devices. You know how much energy the AI is going to take up. So that's clearly on topic. Clearly on
All right,
topic.
which one is? Let's have a poll
That
in
is
the
so
meeting.
good.
Show of hands. Which one is more likely to change the world? Q star or LK99's next successor? I'm going with neither myself. We'll have to have a few more iterations before we get a real.
Everyone's like, yeah, everyone's like so memey about Q stars. Like that. Oh, Q stars this thing. Also, by the way, Q is this guy. I'm like, those are two very separate things. One is like basically reinforcement learning, and the other one's a psyop.
And the other one,
they talk about this on Spaces. Like, oh yeah, by the way, this is probably like all government related and shit. And I'm like, yeah, like, no.
And the third one is dynamic pressure.
Yeah,
I hate to
we'll get
start
into
with
rocket later since you mentioned pressure.
Maybe we can get going. Hopefully she'll join soon.
Yes, please. So you have most of the information. Let's break it down. Where do we start? Let's recursively look at it. It's like, let's begin.
I think we should start by looking at the different theories that swirled around when the announcement came that Sam had been fired. And the way I see it, there were four theories. One theory was that Adam D'Angelo was working out of conflict of interest. That was a pretty popular one on X. He runs Poe. Another theory was that the board was cloddish. That was Kara Swisher's word and her theory. Another theory was that Helen Toner was a communist. I kid you not. I think it's ridiculous. And a fourth theory was the board said what it meant. We all know, or those of us who have worked in the tech industry know, that when these things happen, especially if they're in a startup as opposed to a publicly traded company, the startup is under no obligation to say everything that happened, and they're usually pretty taciturn. But here they gave a pretty clear signal, which is, I have it in front of me. He said, Mr. Altman's departure follows a deliberative review process by the board, which concludes that he was not consistently candid in his communications with the board. And I'll read that phrase again because it's the title of an essay I might or might not put out. Not consistently candid in his communications with the board, hindering its ability to exercise its responsibilities. The board no longer has confidence in the ability to continue leading OpenAI. I don't think anybody took that seriously. And I guess for me, the more that I've watched the little tea leaves on the wall, the more I've thought that that might actually be the actual theory, that they said what they meant. So I think we can quickly rule out the other theories. So D'Angelo's still on the board despite all of the chaos. If he really just made this up whole cloth, then when Sam was standing outside with his army of 750 people willing to quit, if it was just that, I think Adam would be gone. I just don't see how Adam would still be there if that was the real theory. And moreover, Altman kind of made nice with D'Angelo. They went out to dinner or something like that, and Altman posted about it. And he himself said, look, Adam and I talk about conflicts. Adam's always volunteered to leave if need be. Basically, I think that Sam exonerated Adam, and that should be the end of that one. In terms of the communist thing, I don't even think we need to talk about that. There's no evidence, and it was just made by a classic rhetorical technique, which is, I don't mean to say that my opponent is a communist, but, which is, of course, to say that I think my opponent's a communist. So I think that one's too ridiculous. Was the board cloddish? Yeah, in some ways. I don't think that they fully chessboarded out everything. I'm not sure that they thought they had any alternative. The haste with which they did it always made me feel like it must be some kind of desperation move on their part, that they felt like if we don't do this now, we can't do it. And for whatever reason, they thought that they needed to do it. And of course, the reason they gave was Sam's candor. And so that was one bit. And then, okay, but what is the evidence that Sam is, sorry, a couple other bits. So Sam actually left the board. Again, from the outside world, it looked like he had all the power, but he left the board, and so did his friend and co-founder, Greg Brockman. Again, if Sam had all the power, then why did that all go down? And then finally, Sam agreed to an internal investigation. It's still entirely possible that he did nothing wrong, and it was just a misunderstanding where it looked like he did something wrong. But what does not seem possible to me is that there's just nothing that looked wrong at all. It is not possible in my mind that it was just about Adam or any of these other theories. Like, something happened to make the board suspicious. Now, we all know that those kinds of things can happen when nothing really bad happened, but it seems to me that when all was said and done and talked through, even Sam was like, we need to clear this up. And so there was at least smoke, and whether there's fire remains open. Okay, so that's sort of stage one of my thinking. Stage two is there's this piece that Charles Duhigg wrote, and I will admit that I haven't read the whole thing, but somebody sent me a snippet that just really woke me up, and I'm going to read it. Some members of the OpenAI board had found Altman an unnervingly slippery operator. It was actually earlier, by the way, a Twitter thread that sort of sounded like that, but it felt like hearsay to me. But here's the New Yorker, where they fact check everything. I mean, like I did an interview with the New Yorker recently. I mean, I was just in a piece; it wasn't all me. But the fact checker checked every word that I said in that interview. So some members of the OpenAI board had found Altman an unnervingly slippery operator. New Yorker doesn't say that unless they have some kind of notes that allow them to be comfortable, because they have 100 years of reputation of not getting facts wrong. It's a very strong claim from them. It continues. For example, earlier this fall, he confronted one member, Helen Toner, a director of such and such center, the CSET, they call it at Georgetown, for co-writing a paper that seemingly criticized OpenAI for, quote, stoking the flames of AI hype. Now, again, we can assume this is probably true. There's independent confirmation that some of the tension was around Toner. Toner had defended herself, parentheses, though she later apologized to the board for not anticipating how the board might be perceived. Okay, so that's background. I'll assume it's true. Then it says Altman began approaching other board members individually about replacing her. Okay, fine, that's his right. Then he says, when these members compared notes about the conversation, some felt that Altman had misrepresented them. as supporting Toner's removal. That's really damning. That does sound like not consistently candid when members are comparing notes and feeling like they're hearing one story and it's not really true. And then it continues, and this must be a quote, right? Well, it's in quotes. He played them off against each other by lying about what other people thought. The person familiar with the board's discussion told me. Things like that have been happening for years, close quote. That's really a lot. And it's especially a lot when you think Sam has enormous power over the universe right now. And that's not an exaggeration, right? I mean, he has enormous power over the universe. You want someone empowered in that way to be somebody that you can trust, especially in a nonprofit that was designed and still says in its charter, and it's still getting nonprofit protection for some of its money. It says in that charter, we're here to help humanity. We're not here to make a buck. And here you have this guy who maybe you don't trust with all of this at stake. Like, that to me really matters. Okay, so that's part two. And then part three is something that I actually found. So somebody sends me a report saying OpenAI had had a deal. Turns out it's a letter of intent. It's not quite what I initially thought, but there was a letter of intent for $51 million worth of chips from OpenAI to buy from a company called Rain. And the interesting thing about that is that Rain is the first seed investor in Rain apparently was Sam Altman. So, some people might call that self-dealing. There's certainly a kind of conflict of interest. You'd like to know how that conflict of interest was dealt with and so forth. But it also really reminded me of something. You remember that I spoke in the Senate right next to Sam, and vice versa. He spoke in the Senate right next to me. And here's one little bit, and I have that in front of me too. So there was a little back and forth where Senator Kennedy offered Sam a job, which he graciously declined, and I'm glad that he did, which was to be, first regulator for the United States. And it was kind of funny. So then Senator Kennedy says, well, are there people that are out there that would be qualified, which I thought was the lowest moment in the proceedings, by the way, because it's regulatory capture. You don't ask the people who are regulated to recommend names. But Kennedy asked Sam for recommendations, and Sam says, we'd be happy to send you recommendations out there. I don't know what Sam was supposed to do to such a ridiculous question. I don't blame him for it. But then it goes on, and Senator Kennedy, and you have to kind of remember his Southern accent to really appreciate it, and I won't try to do it here, but he says, okay, you make a lot of money, do you? And Sam Altman says, I make no, and then he pauses, and he says, I get paid enough for health insurance. That's actually true in the nonprofit filings, depending on what you think health insurance costs, but it's like $50,000 or something like that. It's not an enormous amount of money. And then he says, I have no equity in OpenAI. Well, that's not really a full and complete answer to do you make a lot of money. The man is estimated to be worth $750 million. He's earned it. He's been a wonderful investor and mentor to many people. But he does actually make a lot of money. And I have no equity in OpenAI. Well, we swore to tell the whole truth. I checked that in the transcript as well. It wasn't just remembering from television. We really had to swear that and hold our right hands and stuff like that. And so he says, I have no equity in OpenAI. That's not really the whole truth. And then, and I was sparked by this thing about the $51 million, and I started being suspicious about it. They go on. Kennedy says, really? Yeah, that's interesting. You need a lawyer? And Sam's like, I need a what? You need a lawyer, an agent. And Sam says, I'm doing this because I love it. Well, nowhere in there does he say, but I think he should have said, well, but I have an indirect interest in OpenAI. And he does, because he has a piece of Y Combinator, and he was president of Y Combinator, so probably not a small piece, but I don't really know. And he has and Y Combinator has a piece in OpenAI. As far as I can tell, that was originally a nonprofit stake, but somehow got converted into a for-profit stake. I really don't know. I puzzled over this last night because I tweeted about it. It's like, I'm not really sure about this, but I'm conjecturing that he might actually have an indirect stake that he should have disclosed. And finally, while I'm scrambling, reading up like nonprofit filings, trying to figure this all out, somebody pointed me to something on OpenAI's own website, which says that he has a small indirect share. And so OpenAI's own website under structure actually reveals that, yes, Sam does have an indirect stake
It says it's small. My estimate is it's like tens of millions of dollars. If he had said that in the room, he would have gotten a different reaction. I think the reaction was amazement that he's doing this for free. And honestly, I don't think he's really doing it for the money per se. I think he's a man of very complex motivations. But he would have gotten different treatment in the room if he had said, yeah, and I have this small stake. It's probably worth like $50 million. Like, that's a very different answer from I have no equity in the company. And so that is now for me kind of a personal experience, since I was sitting next to him, of, oh, so this is what people mean by not consistently candid. And so at this point, I really think the board probably did in fact say what it meant. There are probably more than one issue if you take the New Yorker at its word. I still don't know what those issues are. I hope that the public will eventually get the results of this internal investigation. But at this point, I think we can rule out a lot of these other theories and accept that there is some candor issue here. And I think we have to think about what that means for us as a society if that person has that much power. Now I will stop. That was a long monologue.
We actually
So
have
one thing
okay.
I was just going to add really quick. I had a theory that the reason they doubted his candor and transparency was that the OpenAI had actually used Llama 2 and LangChain, and that's how they were able to produce agent GPTs, and that wasn't revealed to the board, or that there was an idea that they would have the models replaced by now, and they didn't, because they're very hard to train and expensive to train. And then now all of a sudden, and it kind of makes sense because
a couple of things, since there's a few different suggestions. One is it's totally fair game for OpenAI to use other people's stuff. It's not really fair game that they're open about their stuff, given that they say in their nonprofit filings that they would be. But that's a whole separate issue. If they want to use Llama, they're welcome to it.
Right.
You know, build the best technology they can. Ideally, the safest technology should be their first priority. But if they found somehow making use of Llama would be safer, that they'd be welcome to that. I don't think that the board would have any reasonable objection to that. In terms of the economics, I just don't hear it that way from what little I can glean. And, by any reasonable economic metric, Sam was doing a great job. And so I don't think the issue would be there. I mean, you could argue that so far there's not really profits. There's a lot more costs than maybe have been disclosed. They might actually still be running at a loss, but I don't think that the board really would have cared about that. Remember the overall structure, and I should have repeated it. The way that it was set up, and Elon Musk was involved at the time and so forth, was a nonprofit. It was not a for-profit. They only added the for-profit later, and the board only represents the nonprofit. You should think of the profit as just being instrumental to the goals that the nonprofit is set up to do. The nonprofit board really shouldn't care about the economics, except insofar as they're instrumental to achieving the goal of safe AI that's available for all and so forth. So I think, minor things around the edges, that this software was more expensive to run than that or whatever. Like, I just don't think that would have been the issues.
The only thing is, if you use Llama, you have to disclose it. Like, that's part of the terms of service, unless you're commercially licensing it. So I could see a board get really pissed off if that wasn't disclosed.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, if they got put in violation of something, then that would be a problem. Again, I don't know if that would live with Sam, but that because like he's not the CTO. I don't know if it is call, etc. But like, if they had reason to believe that he knew this and was holding out on it, and there was a problem, that would be a reasonable complaint. So maybe I should have let you spell that out more.
It's okay. That's my theory, though. I mean, it's a very powerful model. LangChain itself is very powerful. Agent models are very powerful. I mean, it effectively is the underpinnings of AGI potentially. So,
just as an aside in that whole deal, I guess technically gave a talk earlier today in Korea. I mean, it was like a pre-record for a cybersecurity conference. And I argued in that talk that AutoGPT was the worst idea of 2023. And I made that in a few different ways. So AutoGPT, for those who don't know, is basically a large language model calling other large language models. And if you've ever heard me speak about this stuff at all, you know that I think these things are deeply unreliable. They have hallucinations. They're unstable sort of one day to the next. So it's bad enough that you're daisy chaining a bunch of unreliable tools. What makes it even worse is that all of the proper sandboxing techniques that you would find, for example, in an iPhone app aren't there. So I've programmed iPhone apps just for fun, and you're very limited in what you can do. So you can't just access any file from any app and so forth. This is basically set up so anything can be accessed. And also, for security reasons, you want to air gap things and not have apps communicate with each other and stuff like that. But it turns out that you can use humans to bridge those air gaps. There's this famous thing where I think it was GPT-4 was trying, I don't want to really ascribe intention, but just for a shortcut, was trying to get somebody to do a CAPTCHA, and the person, a TaskRabbit person, TaskRabbit got suspicious and said, "Are you a machine?" And it says, "No, I'm just visually impaired." And so that's like crossing an air gap, getting a person to participate in something. So now imagine an army of these. They don't work very well right now, but an army of these chat GPTs and whatever, calling others, run by 14-year-olds whose prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed, like doing all kinds of mayhem. I just think it's a terrible idea at this stage in our AI development. But it's out there now, and right now it's entirely unregulated. And I predict that we will see some crazy malware attack in the next, 12 months or something as a result. I know Adrian wanted to talk before the first question jumped in, so maybe back to Adrian, and then we'll take other questions.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's really interesting. Although on the malware perspective, I mean, are you referring to AI-powered malware or AI-created malware, or both?
Both.
Both.
I mean,
well, that's just about as bad as a human really is. And I think even if AI has a few problems, then malware powered by AI is just basically a human, potentially with on a few drugs, sitting in front of a computer, operating the software. So I think it's just about as bad. Like now the problem is really just like replication. And I think like malware, outsourcing malware, you could go on a fucking like internet forum. Like anyone's been there, like the early days of their life. I'm pretty sure you've seen a few things. All those kids came from those days. All those hacks came from the kids who were in those forums. So like I think
a lot of other things is really about scale. So yes, you could do these kinds of things, but now you can do them more quickly and cheaper, and they don't have to work that well to cause a lot of mayhem. So spam hits maybe, I don't know, 0.1% of its targets, but it's still very effective. And so if you can scale up, instead of running the equivalent of 2 teenagers, you're running 100,000 teenagers, with bad judgment, it just becomes a bit more dangerous. I mean, I think you're right in principle that you could have humans do more or less the same things, but I think the economics start to make a difference. When you reduce the friction, it just changes the economics and the deployment and so forth.
So, Martin, I want to toss it to you real quick. What brings you here?
I've unblocked you so that you can speak, my friend.
Actually, it's kind of funny. Even if someone's blocked, they can still technically speak in a space. Do you know that? It's actually kind of funny. Oh, another little interesting thing that X probably should fix is the fact that if you've subscribed to someone and then that person blocks you, it's like if you block that person that subscribed to you, they can still see all of your shit and you can't get rid of them.
That's the reason.
It's kind of funny.
I was just thinking today, should I have subscribers? That would be an incentive to subscribe that I didn't know. Yeah. Subscribe before I block you and see my garbage forever.
Yeah, I just thought I was like, it's kind of funny. The creator cannot actually kick a person out of their subscription. It's kind of funny. I don't know why. But Barton, come on, man. You came up here. There's how many people listening? We have like over 600 people listening. Come on. What's happening, dude?
Maybe it's technical difficulties.
Potentially, yes.
Or maybe the fact that I blocked him antecedently could cause him to have technical difficulties. I don't know. He could try rejoining me.
It doesn't do anything, actually. It's like you can still speak on a space. Nothing happens. I've spoken with several people I've blocked on space. It's kind of funny. It's like space is a perfect bridge gap. It's like there's hardly any algorithmic like regulation that that regulates how space is performing. There is a little bit on the back end I've noticed, but I can't identify what it is exactly. Can't sink my teeth into it. But other than that, it's like spaces are the true public square. I've like said this before, and I'll say this many more times until people finally start to understand it. It's like the real town square is not necessarily posting on your own timeline. It is spaces, because your own timeline is like a city. Like everyone's accounts on X is like a massive city in which certain inhabitants are, and that's the engagement in your community. It is when you come to a town square, which is something like a space, where all of that ceases to matter, and the only thing that does matter is the virality of your ideas.
While people are formulating questions, I'll just add one other thing, which is somebody got into a little thing with me on X today about how what Sam didn't do was, or what Sam omitted to say was not perjury. I am not here to give like legal advice to either side. I think that the real issue is not whether it's perjury, but rather what do we make of this person who has a lot of power if this is how he answers questions under oath. I think that's the real question, not whether there's some, FBI investigation, which I'm sure will not happen, or something like that.
True. I mean, like it's indirect interest is still interest to a certain extent. So I thought that was really interesting. Even when he had like a little bit of a back and forth with someone on X, I think it was you, says like it was indirect interest. Like yes, the verbiage matters. He says he had direct interest. He had no direct interest. But what about the indirect interest? I think it was that post specifically failed to mention that most critical point.
No equity, which is like it's true.
No equity, yes.
But it's it's really not telling the whole story. And another thing people say to me is, well, I own some Microsoft through an index fund and whatever, and I don't know what Microsoft owns. And that's true, but we're talking about someone who was the president of Y Combinator and the CEO of OpenAI, and undoubtedly signed off on the thing that did appear on the webpage whenever it did appear on the webpage. And so, Sam of all people did actually, I'm sure, know exactly. And maybe he didn't think about it in the moment, but he didn't clarify. I actually posted on Twitter a few questions, on X, a few questions for him to answer now, which would be like, what is the size of that indirect interest? I think, because he's a kind of a public figure with a lot of control, I think it's reasonable for people to ask him some questions. I don't know that he'll answer, but I would be curious, for the size of that now that we do know about it.
Yes. Yeah, Wiggle, go ahead, man. You got your hand raised.
Hey, yeah, just another data point that on an infamous Dealbook interview, Elon did mention that he was concerned that Ilya Tsutskever is very measured, and he's typically like very he used the word measured in his judgment. Yet he like fired Sam. And he found it extremely concerning. So perhaps there was something more than a mistake there.
Yeah, Ilya's role in all of this is very interesting. I've only met him a couple times. I don't know him super well. By all accounts, he's a pretty earnest fellow. He changed his mind, midstream. He was clearly part of the opposition, and eventually he said he was sorry. Knowing what he thought about all this would obviously be tremendously useful. It's also, of course, possible in any situation like this. You have, a bunch of different people. They have different motivations. Those motivations partly align. One person says, well, I don't trust this guy, and they have their reason, and somebody else has a different reason. They might not even agree on the reasons. And so, it would be super interesting, really, to hear from all of them. I hope eventually that we will. I mean, it's become a kind of, the drama of our times. And certainly we would like to hear everybody's take on it. Hopefully, probably right now there's a lot of NDAs and people are worried about lawsuits, but there'll be an internal investigation and maybe, that will get leaked or whatever, or maybe they'll actually make an announcement. I mean, one of the worst things I think OpenAI could do would actually be to suppress the document if it does say negative things, only to have it leak later. I think that would look really bad for the company. And so they may be under some motivation to at least like reveal a redacted version of it or something like that. So I'm sort of cautiously optimistic we get some kind of insight here, and not at all optimistic that we'll find out the whole thing. I think actually when we talked the day the firing happened, Adrian made the point that we'll probably never know completely, and I still think that's probably right.
Do you know anything about Ilya's current status? Like, have you heard from him? Like, what's he's up to? Anything about like his next steps?
I have not. They may be playing that day to day and like seeing can they live together or not, and they may have things to work out. Sam and Ilya, like maybe that I'm just totally speculating, but maybe they both want to make it work, but they're a bit wary of each other, and sometimes you get in a fight with a friend, and it takes a while to work that shit out. Maybe they're trying, but I really don't know. Looks like Alex has got a hand up.
Yeah, Alex, what can you say?
Thanks, Gary. You were talking about teenagers causing mayhem on the internet, right? And that's not trivial. I get that, right? But it's out for quite a while now. We haven't really seen anything really dangerous yet, right? Because like the platforms and the governments have also AI, right? Isn't that like normal game theory, balancing it out basically? If everybody has a big stick, then nothing really happens. What do you think?
Well, there's questions there. The first is, if bad things are happening, do we know? So do we have good quantitative data, for example, on how much more cybercrime there is? We don't really. I'll give you an example of something I'm almost certain is up, although it's not LLMs per se, but are these scams where people do voice cloning. I'm pretty sure those are up. I've heard enough anecdotes, and I never heard them really before. I'm pretty sure they're up, but I still haven't seen any statistics. The most recent anecdote I heard was I was at a talk by Senator Amy Klobuchar last week in Washington, and one of her staff members had been hacked, and or staff member's family or something like that. So more and more I hear these stories, but I don't have any stats. I've occasionally asked people in Washington who might, but I've really not got the sense that anybody's systematically recording. So cybercrime could be up, maybe even a lot. I've also asked a bunch of what do you call them, the cybersecurity officers in companies. Some of them think it's up and some don't, and I don't really have the data. So I think that part's open. The other part that's really interesting is offense versus defense, and I think this can vary in different domains. I don't think offense and defense are always exactly balanced, and sometimes offense has an advantage, sometimes defense has an advantage, and it depends in part on the nature of the exploit for who has the advantage and how quickly it can be defended against. And I think we're very much in unknown territory here. So it is possible that the scenario that you're kind of painting is 100% correct, that there is a balance. And it's definitely the case also that government is trying to use AI to detect cybercrime. I heard a pretty high level Homeland Defense person say that explicitly a couple days ago. So your scenario is possible. It's also possible, the government's getting the shit kicked out of it and nobody wants to admit it. I know the government is very concerned. I know Interpol is very concerned. It's not just the U.S. government, but we are definitely kind of not only in a fog of war here, but one where the weapons systems on both sides effectively are getting evolving very quickly, and so it's really hard to know. I do think your more optimistic scenario is on the table. I think less optimistic ones are on the table, and we may not know for a while. I will insert this. I've made a lot of predictions over the last few years. Almost all of them have been right. One of them has not proven correct yet, and will probably be wrong, although it could be just off a little bit. I predicted that this year would be the first year we would see a headline in a major newspaper or something like that with prompt injection attack. So far, that hasn't happened. There's been a lot of technical press talking about prompt injections in places like Verge and Ars Technica or something like that. But we haven't seen one like really play out in the real world. And I actually count that against my predictions, although I still think it might happen relatively soon. But I got that one wrong.
Like prompt injection from the sake of like getting the AI to do something that is like.
There are like guardrails to like. I mean, I only win if somebody does something really malicious enough and gets figured out that's what happened. So there have been some pretty wild attacks, like the Pom one a few days ago. I don't know if you saw that Google did to ChatGPT, where they got it to divulge people's addresses and phone numbers. I'm not quite sure the logic of it. It's been a little bit busy and I haven't read it all yet lately. But so there have been a lot of attacks where you use a prompt in order to get some really bizarre behavior out of the system. That kind of happens, every week or two, somebody comes up with a new flavor. But my prediction was that this would have consequence in the world, enough so that like the media would actually report it to the general public. Like, this bank was knocked down for 16 hours because of a prompt injection attack or something like that.
Yeah.
Like that would count as confirmation of my prediction. The mere fact of the poem thing doesn't, because like, yeah, that's cute, people report it, but so far it's like laboratory work in a way to like see what the limits are, but it's not something that has been done in the heat of the battle. The closest heat of the battle thing in a way was the visual attack, which was pretty primitive, saying that the Pentagon was on fire. It was a misinformation attack. There's also attacks in Slovakia with deepfakes. So those are maybe the closest things, but they weren't prompted.
I think with that specific instances, specifically like that, I think you would have done even more damage if you were to just simply use Photoshop to accomplish the same result. Like when I saw that image, it took me less than a second, which is insane because I was even tired at the time. So if it took me, like, even if I'm like autism brain and I recognize a pattern, I was like, it took me less than a second to recognize that thing was AI generated. Like one of the first things I saw was like, why does that smoke look a little flat? Also, why is the fence molten? Also, why are the windows weird? Like immediately everything stood out to me. It's like I think sure, using AI images for misinformation is a problem, but I don't think it is as big as a problem as we'd really think. I think photoshopped images with realism in them are much worse, which is basically like Instagram's whole business model.
I would add two things to that, though. One is it did actually move the market for 4 minutes. And so some people caught on pretty quick, some people didn't. And the second is the fact that it moved the market for 4 minutes, I think will not be lost on at least some bad guys who will say, hey, the way to make money is to drive the market down temporarily and short it by causing mayhem. And so I expect that there will be, more sophisticated versions of that kind of market manipulation. I don't even know if this one was done deliberately to manipulate the market, but it did, possibly inadvertently manipulate the market. And I think other people took note. So,
our conversations about OpenAI and Sam Altman joining Microsoft made Microsoft a lot of money. Like their market cap rose by like, what is it, 80 something billion? It was insane. So like, I think so. Two things: like humans move the market, of course, because that's the humans that are contributing to the market. But then, of course, a lot of the market is in fact defined by algo trading, which is kind of funny because essentially it's like what you're describing already happens and happens at scale to make money. Like basically, you farm money off of someone else. Really, I mean, for market manipulation, it's like it's its own problem. I don't think that's the biggest thing you can do. If I wanted to market manipulate, I mean, sure, I could create these like GPTs or something, and then have those run various accounts on something like X, and then post about stuff, and like somehow try to get them to post or act within a specific type of network, reinforced by text and augmentation structure. But on its own, it's like, yeah, that wasn't really that impressive. It was just everywhere. Everybody took it as a meme, and then the market moved a little bit. So, but our conversations on X actually also moved the market because, that was a lot of money, like for OpenAI, right? So it's just a human posting something.
There are many causal mechanisms, that's for sure. I mean, I think, from the perspective of the bad actor, they just need to have the one at the right time in order to make the money from the market crash. But, nobody can really predict the market as a whole because, humans are the wacky creatures that we are, and there's all kinds of influences. Should we take another question? Diligent, maybe next?
Hey, what's up, Gary? Thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious, you've spent some time speaking with the Senate. Are they going to do something to try to curb any kind of financial incentive for the Senate to, affect how AI is regulated when you go there? Is that because that presents a problem in other sectors? So seems like it'd be a very big issue in this one.
Oh, I mean, if I understand your question correctly, you're really asking about like, are senators themselves, manipulated by financial incentives of various sorts? And of course they are. We still don't have a good regulation even to prevent, I guess, I forget the rules, but I think like right now spouses can trade in stocks that senators own and stuff like that. Like, I think that whole thing remains a big mess, and it's a weak spot. And I think that, regulatory capture is still a very serious concern. Most of the senators spend most of their time talking to the leaders of the big tech companies. And it's fine that they spend some of their time doing that, but they should spend more of their time talking to independent scientists and people from civil society more broadly, and they partly don't because lobbyists support their campaigns, and so I mean, let's be real, that continues to be a problem.
Has that come up in any of your conversations concerning AI when it comes to regulation?
The notion of regulatory capture came up when I testified publicly, and also I've spoken to senators privately. They're aware of that issue. I think the better ones would like to see it not happen, and some of them are more dependent on that lobbying dollars than others, and have different views about it. Some of them are certainly aware. I think even some of the ones who are getting a lot of lobbying dollars and so forth are still worried. They're just looking at it a little bit differently. I think nobody wants an outcome in which the big tech companies that we have now become permanently entrenched. Nobody else ever gets to play ball. No other startup does well again. Like, nobody really wants that. And so everybody is at least somewhat conscious of regulatory capture. But the dynamics are complex. I mean, let's say hypothetically you're representing the state of Washington, and Microsoft is a very big contributor in campaigns. That might hypothetically affect how you think about privacy, for example. These things can be subtle, but they can be there. Hopefully that doesn't get me.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Definitely.
Matt, I think you were next. Yeah.
Oh, I'll jump in there unless Gary had something to say. But yeah, my question was, so on the letter that the leadership team wrote to the board of directors that Mira signed, Brad signed, Ilya signed, basically the entire leadership team, they said you also informed the leadership team that allowing the company to be destroyed was, quote, would be consistent with the mission. Can you speculate on what you feel like that the board was implying when they said that to the leadership team, that, as the not-for-profit, that destroying the company would be consistent with the mission, and that was a part of the justification as why they fired Sam? Can you speculate on that?
I can only speculate really in the abstract. Like, I have no idea the particulars there, and I want to be clear about that. But going back to the mission statement itself, and I wish I had that one in front of me, fundamentally, it is a nonprofit that's supposed to be concerned with safety for humanity. So hypothetically, if they discovered something that they thought was in fact going to destroy humanity, then shutting the company down would in fact be their responsibility according to the charter. I'm not saying that they did. That's purely hypothetical. And I don't know whether whatever sentences, went back and forth were hypotheticals, or people were, talking past each other, or, I have no idea what the status of any of the particulars are there. But it is possible to envision in the abstract a scenario where the technology became dangerous, or I guess another version would be like the technology could be used for good or could be used for evil, but hypothetical CEO was bent on using it for evil. I'm not saying Sam is, but you could imagine a scenario like that where, Sam gets blackmailed by, Putin or something like that, and suddenly like he's acting funny, and like shutting down the company could be the only thing. I don't think any of that's actually what happened. But in the abstract, you can kind of understand that notion.
Yeah, I was definitely trying to understand that, hey, indeed, that was part of the reason why I was set up as a not-for-profit, and indeed, maybe they're like the board felt the obligation that they had to pull the plug. Is that really the reason, right?
If you org structure of the company, it is absolutely clear that the nonprofit rules the roost, and that their goal is to benefit society. I'll read from the OpenAI mission statement, which I have at hand, which is very close to the nonprofit statement, which I could find later. OpenAI is a nonprofit artificial intelligence research company. Our goal is to advance digital intelligence in a way that is most likely to benefit humanity as a whole, unconstrained by need to generate financial return. Since our research is free from financial obligations, we can better focus on a positive human impact. That says right there, if the best way to have positive impact for whatever reason, power or software or whatever, was going to have a negative impact, then yeah, that would be the correct thing from the perspective of what has been promised to the state of California, the state of Delaware, and so forth. In fact, I posted that mission statement, and they strayed from it, right? And you can ask what the dynamics are, but the mission statement that is still on their webpage and is in those legal documents is not kind of how they've been rolling lately. So I posted this on Twitter when it was still Twitter and said, speaking of bullshit, anybody remember this? And then Mona Hamdi, who I think is still on the call, did a very funny version. She said, fix that for you. She crossed out everything in the statement that didn't apply anymore. Maybe she can post if she's still here, and wound up with instead of OpenAI, introducing AI, because they're not open anymore. Elon Musk had a fun riff on this the other day in his DealBook interview. AI is a AI is a profit artificial intelligence research company. Our goal is digital intelligence most likely to generate financial return. Is a little bit satirical, but the truth is they really wandered pretty far from their mission. And the board is entitled to try to steer the ship back to what it is without regard to profit, even if that meant shutting things down. Like, that is just their job. And a lot of people in the in the X-verse and beyond really lost sight of that and thought it was supposed to be a for-profit board. So, for example, people went down hard on Helen Toner because they said this is going to hurt the profitability of the company, but that is not her job. Absolutely not. It's no longer her job, but was not her job at the time, for sure. Unambiguous. Do we have more questions? I don't mind going back to my book if everybody is satisfied.
Yeah, it's either that or my machine is about to take me over. What how long that's going to take? So we have a few new people on stage. You have Penny. Any questions? Any questions? Otherwise, we're going to start cycling, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what's happening, man?
Thanks for passing the mic, Adrian. I came here late and I didn't want to ask a question that already's been asked before. I'm sort of missing the context. I gathered from reading Gary's posts that we're not real happy with the way that Sam sort of like denied any ownership, even though he owned Proxy through YC. Are there any actions being taken against him, or is this, pretty much just us in this room talking about it right now? I guess that's what I'm trying to catch up with.
I'm very surprised if any direct action would be taken. I mean, for example, the Senate could call him back and say, hey, what else did you say that maybe we need a little annotated guide to understand the difference between what you said and reality? They could do that. The principal, the FBI could investigate. I can't imagine that they would do that. And, I don't think it rises to that level. I wouldn't indict him over it. I might send him, I might, if I were in the Senate, send them a letter saying we're pretty unhappy with you. But I think the real consequence is that all of us have to think as a society, if this is how he rolls, and it comes to something, that's a lot more than just his ownership stake, which in the end, I don't really give a hoot about. He has enough money and he has a little bit more, a little bit less. I don't really care. But I do care about this person with this much power and how they roll. And, potentially he could make life-altering decisions. And I think that maybe the intent of the board was to get people to take him with a certain grain of salt. He's a very smooth talker, but maybe we need to, be just a little bit more skeptical than some people, I think, have been.
In terms of like avoiding the monolithic power in the hands of someone, anyone really, forget about just Sam specifically. Do you have?
I mean, it's not Sam. I mean, the general moral of this story is we do need to regulate AI. You can have a management change at any moment for any reason that we may have no say over and no understanding of. We might have a particular person that one day, does the things that we think are righteous and another does not. The general lesson here is we really need to sort out a system by which there is some external constraint, some kind of checks and balances. I mean, everywhere else we do have checks and balances where there's enormous power, and here we don't, and we are running a risk as a consequence. This is all just a kind of warning in a way, right? I think of all of generative AI as a dress rehearsal. We don't have AGI yet. AGI is heavy stuff, or will be heavy stuff. We want to make sure we know how to deal with that in terms of the technical side, like how do you do software verification on something like that, and in terms of the kind of socio-technical side, the sociology of how this stuff plays out in the world in terms of the government structures. And it's not just about law, it's about soft power and so forth. And so I think of all of this as like a preview, and we're like, we didn't really get it right this time. Hopefully we have some time. You know, if I'm right, AGI is still a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades or 4 away. So we have some time here. You know, I don't really think it's 2 or 3 years away. You know, the one thing I disagreed with Elon Musk about was he thought it might be 3 years away. But whatever that number is, we need to start getting our shit together. And this is a reminder that like little idiosyncratic things can have much more profound consequences than we would probably like them to have.
Yeah, I personally thought it was shocking the way that whole weekend went down. Just the idea that that much power, that product, was able to go through the kind of drama that was almost soap opera worthy was.
It was really opera worthy. My joke, let me see if I can remember, was that it was a little bit of a Black Mirror, a little bit of Silicon Valley, and I don't know if you'll know this one, but a little bit of The Morning Show, which has these really tight power control dramas with rapidly changing plot twists 1 minute to the next. So, I mean, they would have made good television. My other joke about it was, damn, season 1 was really great. I hope season 2 doesn't come again anytime soon. And yet, here we are. Maybe that's a great note to wrap for today.
Thanks for giving me a shot to ask some questions, Gary. Thanks, Adrian, you as well. Awesome space.
All right, I'm going to bounce, and I think that's probably all for today. Hopefully, we won't have more of this drama immediately of exactly this sort. Maybe next time we'll talk about some technical stuff that'll be like that.
It's probably going to take a few hours.
By the way, I'm working on a piece, it may be delayed a bit, but called 2 Bitter Lessons for AI. Everybody knows Rich Sutton's, but I've got another one. And so whenever I get that together, maybe we can talk about that.
Definitely, man. Well, hit me up whenever you want to have a space like this again, and
Awesome.
we can have various conversations and potentially even have a debate with some people in the field of AI, perhaps even the people who would like to eliminate regulation altogether, and those who wish to incentivize in a sustainable manner, much like yourself, I suppose, right? Would you be down for that? Because that would be pretty cool.
I love that. Take care.
And I'm just going to
Take care,
thank
man.
you, Gary, and quick shout out,
Thanks,
everyone.
Gary.
Please follow Gary. Appreciate you giving us your time and valuable insights, and looking forward to next time. You guys, please definitely give him a follow. He's always dropping incredible value. We appreciate you.
Can you give a shout out for your book too, real quick?
Well, it's not out yet, but it's tentatively called Taming Silicon Valley. I'm going to write it in 2 months, which is insane, but I've written the first quarter of it in 3 days, so in very rough form. So I think I can do it, but I will get out of here and go to it. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Later.
All right, so I think we'll just continue on with this and switch the topic of the space a tiny little bit. Perhaps if some people have a few thoughts or anything along those lines, we'll continue on with it and see what's happening. Hey, Scoble, what do you think about this? You've been very long in tech, you know what's happening. Tell me what you think.
I'm still. It still was an unreal weekend that sort of is trying not to happen, trying to be forgot, like a crazy weekend in Vegas. People are trying to forget it now. I think Gary asked some good questions about the power. I'm more bullish than him on uncensored and open source models. I think that's the future, not this lock everything down underneath a church lady future, which is the OpenAI future. Yeah, I think I mean, God knows, whether Ilya's involved or not. I really don't care. Doesn't affect my. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention, I'm so glad that Gary gave us his time, but I also wish, I was having technical difficulties in the background, but we overcome, because I wanted to ask him too, in regards to the regulation and having importance. And I love everything that he expressed there, because it is a human being sort of at the helm of these things. We are emotional beings. Things can happen. You never know what can happen to a particular individual when they get in a position of power, especially one that could affect humanity to the level that AI is. But in regards to the regulation, as I have been asking people at various different levels how they feel about it, what they feel about AI as a whole, and some of these things. And one of the things that a couple people have mentioned to me, this is something that maybe we could discuss, but I definitely want to look forward to asking him in the future, is how do we ensure that having any sort of regulation on this is not also going to be a type of arm for other people who might be corrupt in politics? I'm just keeping it real, y'all, to kind of put the kibosh on the advancement of some of the AI technologies, because sometimes, unfortunately, that does tend to happen with the government being very bureaucratic and with it being very old school in a lot of ways. Technology advances so much more quickly than the government itself does. I mean, we've even seen that with blockchain and Bitcoin and crypto. And so many things have taken off from that, and they've had a lot of hot mess related around that, and there still hasn't even fully been regulation. So I'm curious, anybody's thoughts on how do we make sure that we have the regulation, but without stifling any of the advancement that we're going to have in the innovation, and then also without suppressing people of the knowledge of some of the technology that is available. In other words, if there are things where certain individuals can take themselves or their company or something that they want to do that's very progressive for humanity to the next level, but then all of a sudden we have a particular regulation that stifles some type of technology that could have that kind of very quick and rapid advancement with a particular corporation or an individual, how do we make sure that the regulations don't have some sort of back wall way of suppressing the advancement of that being available to everyone? So I don't know if anyone wants to jump in on that.
Yeah.
Well, they will if we let
Simple
it.
thing. Very like it. What you're talking about and what AI is general capacity enhancement. It's intelligence augmentation, right? And so at some point, at some threshold, it's not only is it going to be impractical, but it's going to be impossible for governments to fully regulate it. Now, that's sort of a slightly different matter to talk about in the limit of sort of physics and information theory and this sort of a lens. But there's already so many things. Every time somebody says, oh, they're going to regulate it, it's like, okay, yeah, great, sounds good. What is the model case of a physical, like anything, that government regulates that has been successful in deterring not just the proliferation of it and, but an emergence of a black market, et cetera, et cetera. And the example that is invariably like retreated to is something like genetics of a certain kind, biological weapons that are just not, it's not clear that they do not exist or that there is, zero state actors anywhere pursuing them. I think if, the last 5 years has taught us anything, that, at a minimum, mistakes are being made in that arena at a very bare minimum, right? And intentionally like pursued for question mark purposes. So there is nothing. There is zero evidence that government can stop the proliferation, at least at this stage in civilization, in the presence of, digital networks that span the globe. Like you can't stop, any like firearms. It's unregulatable directly. Like you can't stop the bad guys from getting and using whatever they want, or individuals that are motivated enough for whatever reason. So if you layer on top of that AI and say, okay, now we have a central actor that is more powerful than the government, I wonder what will happen. Or, I think in practically like what we're observing, like in practicality, it's already distributed. What are you going to do? Like censor, sort of like lobotomize everyone so they forget what weights and biases are? Or like tell people that, you'll shoot them on sight if they utter, information theory or analysis, like adjacent like symbols? Just go fuck yourself. This is a nonsensical sort of premise. So it's already too late on that front. And so I just want to say, sorry, laying the plane here. It's like, I think that all of that is, sort of a little bit of a just narrative control mechanism. All of this conversation about, who's going to regulate it and who's going to, it's just like the atomic bomb at the end of the day in terms of pursuing power, like, and the game theoretics of it. Like, we will build it first and we will drop it first or we will die. Like, that is absolutely the lens that a lot of the intelligence community and the military at least have on this, from a, securing the bag, securing the, asymmetry, having the high ground so that we can, at a minimum, so we can set the table, and we don't have to come to terms with other people, the other countries that may have, significantly different definitions of, human rights or these sort of things, freedom. And so I think it's just incredibly naive to imagine that this company, who is at the very tip of this spear for America, at least publicly and, perceived by the public, and, to not have been approached by any state actors, and like at a minimum at the release of ChatGPT, but presumably much earlier than that. It's just beyond naive, I think, worldview. And we've had this discussion about Elon and SpaceX, like that, there is some non-zero percentage of, mass that goes up that's that doesn't exist probably, for the United States government. So
The problem is even worse because China's building them. You think China's going to listen to our rules? Do you think China wants to distribute to every teenager in the world their large language model?
Exactly.
Right. I mean, open source is already doing this, and so it's like it is an adversarial cat and mouse situation there. But I think that without getting into a lot of details, I think it is sort of too late on that front for them to regulate it.
We want to do the reverse. I want to distribute our LLM to Chinese teenagers.
Yes, right. I mean,
I'd send the
talk is
uncensored
that
one.
in some sense, right?
But if I send them the uncensored one, maybe they learn how to attack America through their LLM.
I think the way to approach this really is not so much regulate the ability to innovate and think new. Like it's a novel way that somebody, if given access to this as a single person, can create something of magnificence. But in the same manner, they can create something of just extreme harm. It's really focusing on regulating the outcomes of it, and you look at things that are already illegal to do, and if the person would then, the same way with a firearm, if they were to employ AI in doing illegal things, that is a further compounding of the sentence. It's with the use of a deadly weapon or something like that, compared to just a normal
I can't hear
assault.
you,
Like,
so I want to respond to your point as soon as you're done. So just let me know when you're done.
oh no, jump in there. That was basically the gist of it. Like, regulate the outcome, and a possible way to do it is to just tack on, similar to an accessory
Timothy
or
McVeigh is what I was thinking about, because he learned how to make a bomb out of fertilizer and diesel fuel in a U-Haul truck. And we didn't go after disseminating that information. We went after the farmer who buys the fertilizer. I met a guy who runs the satellites that does this surveillance work, right? Watches how America works. And he told me they watch the farmer and whether they put the fertilizer on the field. And that's why we haven't had many Timothy McVeighs since Timothy McVeigh came along. I'm done.
Well, I think Brock brought up some good points, and the key is that there's never been a successful technology that's waited for regulation prior to launching. And we do have laws in place for people that do harm. So I don't know. I'm more the mindset that the test of the market power versus anti-competitive behavior should be allowed to just go through its natural cycle, just like in all other technologies.
Your phone's ringing, by the way.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna, yeah. I think from what you're saying, Commander, I was so very curious what your thoughts were on it, given your background and experience. And it sounds to me like we're just hitting the ground running, and we are literally going to have to make sure that all of us who do have the good intentions and who are observing this and have our toe in any form or fashion, I mean, we're basically going to have to pivot and adjust ourselves or adjust things and learn things as we go, as it's continuing to be developed, because it's like you said, the genie's out of the bottle, as Elon said, right? And so now that that's happened, we just need to make sure that we're very assertive and making sure that we're paying attention. And I mean, I guess we just have to figure it out as we go, because it's advancing so rapidly, and it is already off and running. And who knows what kind of things, with the level of compute, with the level of how quickly things are happening now with this. I just think, like, we just don't really know what we don't know. We don't know what type of thing, and I hate to say this, but you'd probably agree with this, Robert. It's probably going, unfortunately, to be something where something does end up happening that is not a pleasant thing related or revolved around this. And unfortunately, it's probably going to happen before we have any restrictions or regulations around that particular type of area related to it. And then after it happens, then we have to figure out how to make sure that doesn't happen
And here's
again,
the
right?
problem. Let's say your teenager has a Chinese LLM, which taught him about something where he or she caused some mayhem. How do you get rid of the Chinese LLM? Because it runs on your phone without being connected to the internet.
Right. At the end of the day, what we've been doing is a very sort of analog and manual sort of mimetic engineering. This is taking it into a whole totally different realm where it is much more of a science. And, it's just, I don't think that, again, this sort of word of regulation or governance or any of this, it's sort of missing the point here, which is like that, yes, this technology is here. Yes, it's going to continue in the open source and in centralized fashion. And the problem is that equalizes in a meaningful way, like capacity, to the degree that it really comes down to, if we're saying that the algorithms are a reflection of us, well, guess what? This is going to reflect and amplify back out into reality. So it really puts the imperative, first of all, it sort of shifts us back to a very sort of existential existence, so like a day-to-day, things are very fragile, and so you better, treat it as such. And number two is, this is why it's so fucking important for us to build more builders and to have more competent actors using these technologies as quickly as possible, because otherwise individuals are essentially defenseless against this cognitively, let alone, all the other attack vectors. So I do agree that we probably will
In a
have sort of,
perfect society where we all were good people and we all were trying to be good citizens to each other, and we were all somewhat educated,
we will
wouldn't we have a
transition.
notification from a government entity saying, hey, the sewage hole out in front of your house is a weakness, watch it? I would watch it if the government asked me to watch it.
Sure you would, Robert. I mean, but
With a lot more
how do you
intensity
know?
than I am
This
right
is my
now, right?
point. Yeah, but this is my point: is you don't know why they're telling you to watch it or what that
No,
is
they
accomplishing or
should tell
anything like
you,
that.
right? There's an electrical grid
Mhm.
underneath that they could cut and disrupt,
Yeah,
and that's
it's
a
just much.
weakness in
This
our
is
society.
Yeah, it's more complex than that.
I met a guy who has a
think
factory in London, and they took
try
down
to land
his
the plane.
factory just by cutting the internet wires around his factory, right? So
There's
I
going to be
know
a
how
I
disruptive
think the
it can
problem.
be.
I think the problem mainly is that we are concerned with the very few that cause a lot of damage. The problem is this: even without AI, this kind of stuff already happens in every single field, everywhere, no matter what you're doing. Even if you like in manufacturing, you think you're safe there from an automated machine. There's some little motherfucker out there who's going to take a screwdriver and jam it in your shit. Like, you can't prevent that. The humans are doing this to themselves, and we can like do something about these individuals, about these people that may create these problems. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It really does not. Sure, you'll have the Timothy McVeigh incidents in between. This is not okay, but this happens as an inevitability, as a correction path of chaos. It just happens. It's shit because we're shit sometimes, but it happens. But not every human being is as shit as the shittest human being, if you really think about it this way. And I think, like, you're sure you can regulate all this stuff and you can try to do whatever you want to do, but it's not going to work. It's just going to, it's actually going to be worse, because I keep saying this funny scenario of bootleg TPUs. We're all going to have bootleg TPUs in the future. Like, if everything gets regulated at the current trajectory that it is, we are going to be black market trading TPUs. This is the future, ladies and gentlemen. The dark web will be better than the light web, which is all bot infested anyways, and everyone will be trading like black market TPUs. That's what we are doing. We're just trading TPUs at that point. We're already doing this to a certain extent. I mean, it's happening. You're not going to prevent anything. You're just going to make it worse. You're going to make it much worse. So either you have it decentralized and everybody has a big stick, which is what I personally advocate for, because if you think about it, if you have a system that is so diverse that it cannot be attacked, then it's almost like your body in a sense, right? It's really difficult for something like a virus or any type of threat to attack you unless it's geared to destroying you directly, because it's so diverse and there's so many defense systems, right? And damage will always occur. I just don't see it out. I just don't see the scenario where we're saying, oh my god, there's the potential for risk. My dude, there's a potential for a black hole to literally just spawn right in front of you and suck the entire Earth in. That is possible. But the reality of the situation is like very, very low, to the point that we can say that it's practically impossible, because nothing is impossible, which is ironic.
Regulating information has never been an effective means of deterrent anyways. When Timothy McVeigh used the ammonium nitrate, right, recipe that he used, that's been out there for a long time. The way that they mitigated that risk was to regulate the materials that he used to do it, right? So it's going to be the same thing. Yeah, you can't regulate the information, whether you try to or not. It's going to be out there anyways. The way that you mitigate the risk is regulate access to the harmful materials in which they'll use to, be bad actors.
It's like saying we've got to ban guns.
If I was a terrorist, I'd be cutting fiber lines. That's the weakness in our society. You take down enough fiber lines, you take down everything.
We have Starlink sats
5G is already rolling out, and we have
like,
more and more satellites.
When you think
we have
to the
Starlink
cell
sats,
tower,
but they're better.
Hold on.
Try
How do you think 5G works?
Try to cut those. Do you have a nuke?
5G works.
This is okay today, but my point
is there's a fiber line to the cell tower.
Robert.
Okay, fuck fiber lines.
There may be fiber today, but you can send more information over a laser beam than you can directly through fiber.
Yes, and those things are, guess what? These fiber lines,
you can get
the light
Starlink.
comms.
You need a Starlink to go with your Starlink,
Eventually, if you cut enough fiber lines, you take down everything.
Yeah.
Yes, we can. There was a volcano explosion in Tonga where a large amount of the internet was affected because a volcano blew up the fiber lines. Now we have those things in space in the form of Starlink sats. Let's not worry about fiber link. Actually, as a matter of fact, let's think about the potential of someone creating a small nuke. Is that possible? Yeah, probably not, because that's the only thing that you can use to take down the satellites up there. Like, disrupt those somehow. I'm pretty sure there's some good radiation shielding on there too.
This is Elon's
perhaps
new
even
marketing
electromagnetic.
campaign. Become more resilient. Buy a Cybertruck, it's bulletproof.
Yeah, it's ironic. It's ironically that I'm showing this too. This is so funny. It's cool. It's just cool. You have this new alloy that we worked on very, very hard, so it doesn't rust, and it is barely bendable. So we had to do air bending to make it happen. This is so cool. You have a bulletproof truck that you had to do air bending with to make it work.
Put a fucking scratch on the side of your door.
Yeah. It's like an almost unscratchable material that you can shoot into, and most things do not go through the other end.
You have stainless steel in your kitchen sink. You can scratch that. Take some.
Oh yeah, sure.
right? You have a pattern to it. It all fits together. But
Yeah,
if you
that's
have a
nice.
newly manufactured piece of material on your door and it has a little unusual scratch, every Tesla owner will go and take a picture of that fucker and post it to Instagram and go, "Oh my God, my truck has a little scratch." So they had to do the folding of the material without touching it so that it wouldn't have unusual scratches on it. It's very cool. Air bending. And they play air hockey with it. Who went to the arcade and studied some machines? Oh, let's see. Maybe we could slide the stainless steel across a surface with a bunch of little holes with some air. I like how these people think.
Well, the
Yeah,
future
same.
belongs to the resilient.
And the
Yes, it does.
curious and resilient.
The resilient and the curious, right? And it's interesting to see how, we've gone from, if you look, I mean, I'm talking the U.S. in particular, Americans were quite resilient, before even, and during the Industrial Revolution. And then we introduced electricity, and then everyone became dependent upon electricity and all the appliances that they were convinced to buy and become dependent
Are you
upon.
dissing my June oven again?
Now
I have an oven
we
with
have
an
now we have
NVIDIA
solar
card
cells.
and a camera
Now we
in
have
it. Are
solar
you
cells
dissing?
and lead acid batteries. Now we have solar cells, lead acid batteries, and a tax that makes that an incentive that no longer makes sense. Imagine this: you're getting a solar tax. I love government so much,
I mean, and well, look, even in Florida, it was just a few years ago that, I mean, it was illegal for you to actually have a residential property that was off the Florida power grid. They actually had to introduce legislation to enable people to take themselves off the grid. So the government has
It's illegal to
somehow institutionalized your dependency upon the government.
it's illegal to have a gaming computer in
You told me
California
as a kid
now,
I would
you know?
have lights on my wall with computers underneath the lights, and then around the
Wait, are
corner
you
I'd have
serious?
a battery on my wall powering the lights. I'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, I'm serious. They're Chinese lights too, and they have microphones.
Yeah.
Sounds scary, right?
No, no, really. You can also get yourself these Chinese lasers that are really scary. Like UV lasers. I've seen this one weird like option on. I think it was eBay. Like someone who's selling like a boatload of these tattoo eraser machines. And I looked at the laser and the specifications. I was like, that's a class 5 laser. Interesting. Like if you give it a different power source and you didn't have it pulse, you could probably keep a continuous beam going, focus that into something, and it could be very interesting. It's like
I met
Those
a
are even
guy
available
once
on
in the back
Amazon,
of a
unfortunately.
also
billionaire's
known as death ray.
house. He had a blue laser that he built in the
Ooh.
sky, and he said the blue laser can't be seen by humans because there's a hole in our perception system where we can't
I
see
remember
this
this.
particular color of blue, which is like a blue-ray laser, right? And he says we can pass to a community many gigabits per second of bandwidth from one laser sticking in the sky if you have sensors that can see that blue laser. Laser thinking. I visited a R&D lab over in Ireland that makes little tiny LED lights that go on the ends of the fiber cables that go through our underneath our oceans. So they're really bright and really small, and they turn on and off really fast and change color really fast. Mark Zuckerberg bought that lab.
Did you guys know that in the days leading up to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that a bunch of Russian ships were like directly above the US UK internet cables?
They all tie into Oslo, right?
They all
The
tie
things you
into the
tell
CIA.
the
Yeah,
things
that
you
too.
tell your children before they go to bed.
The fiber line that comes out of the sea in Australia going toward America, the first box is the U.S. government.
Okay, mic check.
We're the
I
first
can hear
app.
you.
If we're not the first app, we don't like it. So if the Russians cut our fiber lines and are getting into our earlier in the tap than we don't like that. We want to figure out where they cut into the line and kick them off the line.
Or you do the Elon thing. You just tell him read between the lines. Remember what he did with the email and how he discovered people were leaking?
Send them some fun messages and like videos, Hey, here's some videos for you Russians,
Here's some missile launch sites that you never told us about.
Oh.
I have a friend that lives in Kiev, and when the war first started, a lot of the Ukraine people have family in Russia, and back and vice versa. So I helped her like develop a way to communicate via Snapchat. It was pretty interesting.
So you're using Snapchat as an intel extraction platform, really?
Just a way for them to get a hold of their families, because it was something that the Russians couldn't control. As soon as the war started, Russia like cut off all communication between the two countries via internet or phone.
This is why in a
Yeah.
doomsday scenario, the first person you should visit is the smartest person in your community that you can get to.
And you remember how you make friends with that person? You ask him for help, then you help him back, and you keep doing this because you are doing the same thing to that person as you are doing to your localized instance of ChatGPT. You are over time psyoping it such that it is much more forthcoming with its information about what you want from it. Just saying, by
The
the way, if you want
smartest
to like
person
psyop your
in
AI,
my
it's easier to do it this
community
way.
brought a stack of 10 pizzas over for me and him to eat. Made an impression. Cost a little bit, but I don't know, a couple $100.
They told me about this guy. Everything he does must be bigger and better.
Makes an impression, right?
Exactly, yes. By the way, it's not Donald Trump, just saying.
He
So,
has
one
lots
of
of
the
goals.
one of the reasons the Russians restricted access to a lot of social media is, I remember when I was back at the NATO headquarters, and the Russians had deployed their aircraft carrier to run operations off the coast of Syria, and everybody was wondering whether or not they were just doing reconnaissance and basically the intelligence officer comes in to give his briefing, and he goes, social media imagery confirms what our sensors confirmed, that they're using that they're arming their aircraft with these, and they actually found posts of the Russian sailors and aviators that were posting themselves in front of their fighter jets as they're getting ready to launch on their missions, and then coming back without the weapons. So it was another way of confirming, what we sensed happened.
If you're on an aircraft carrier, you don't get to use the internet.
Yeah, that was one of the big challenges we had. We turned it on and off, and of course on the aircraft carrier it is monitored. But yeah.
Yeah, the war room gets internet.
Yeah.
So you got to get a buddy in the war room. Hey, can you do some searches for some things while you're on some downtime?
What's funny
prompt
is
ChatGPT real quick.
What's that?
Mobile hotspot.
There you go.
Daisy chain mobile hotspot. That's where it's at.
Well, there's only a couple hundred people of the 4,400 who are on board an aircraft carrier who's allowed on the deck, which is where you would put an antenna. And if the admiral ever caught somebody putting an antenna unannounced on the deck, that would be a really major security risk. So you would be in big trouble.
So
on aircraft carrier.
Well, on all of our ships, we have a system. It's called POTS. The military loves to do acronyms. It's called POTS. It's and it stands for plain old telephone system. And so the admiral and other senior officers have access to this. And basically, you pick up a phone and you dial a certain code, and it transmits, via satellite to a router, and it's basically a regular phone call. And we had actually busted one of the sailors who was an electronic tech had found the line and spliced it, and so he could make, they were capturing, he was making personal phone calls on the POTS system to his girlfriend. So you gotta love the ingenuity of the sailors, but he was it was our intel guys who picked up that, hey, there's some transmissions coming from the ship that are not authorized. And they found out it was this guy.
Did the Captain Crunch tricks work? I met this guy. His name is Captain Crunch because he figured out he could take a whistle out of a Captain Crunch box, blow it into a phone back in the 1970s, and get free phone calls.
Oh, wow. I had heard something about that. Yeah, that's crazy.
And Steve Wozniak sold, and Steve Jobs sold blue boxes before they sold out personal computers, which had these tones and others to get free shit out of the phone network.
Wow.
They found a book on the codes at SLAC, which is the Stanford Linear Accelerators library. Only a nerd would find an AT&T manual in a Stanford Linear Accelerator library. Who else would go to that library? Only a nerd.
Definitely.
And who would look at the bottom shelf and see, there's an AT&T manual here. What the hell's in that? And know what it was.
Did you get to use Wozniak's universal remote control?
Yeah, he showed it to me. His more fascinating stuff was his cell scanner, which was highly illegal because it recorded you across cells. That was not allowed. He walked into an electronics store and buy 20 phones at a time, and then take them apart and build a scanner out of them and scan the hell out of you. This was back in the analog days when when cell phones were analog. You could listen in on it.
Guys, let me quickly take the opportunity and welcome all listeners. Today we started out talking AI safety with Gary Marcos. If you missed that, you can listen to it later on the recording. We have a very strong panel of very opinionated men up here, so if a little chaos ensues, that's part of the program. If you like it, maybe like to retweet it and follow our hosts and co-hosts and speakers.
OpenAI. What's next for this company?
Well, I'll link it back. The whole free phone,
And is it a
free phone calls?
For-profit company now or not? I'm still confused.
That's a real question. But talking about the ingenuity, right? That's where it's at, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. It's a weird governance model.
It's a profit non-profit that is made to make the non-profit profitable so it can be a non-profit continuously. I'm awfully a hot coffee pot. I'm just saying.
Anyways, it's going to be good at making profit.
I think one thing is really interesting. It's really profitable for X as well because it's generating an infinite well of entertainment for all of us. I mean, at this point, I really think we have to consider that. I hope that nothing really bad happens because this product has a really big impact. A lot of people are using it, and so if it goes away or is somewhat limited, it will have a big negative impact overall everywhere. So I really hope that that's not the case. By the way, Scott, what's happening, man?
Yeah, hey Adrian, how you doing? Yeah, I just wanted to comment on a few things that everyone was making because let's just remember that over the course of human history, I think during the British Empire, it was illegal for people to take salt out of seawater, right? To use it, they were not allowed to do it. So something very basic and very simple, you had to buy salt. You couldn't make it yourself. Now it sounds like for a while in Florida, it was illegal to use the sun falling on your property for your own benefit. In Colorado, and I think in most of the West, it's actually illegal for you to capture rainwater for you to be able to use for your own purpose. However, in Germany, it's the other way around. They actually tax you for the amount of rainfall on your property. And then I think, well, if you remember during the time of the Habsburgs, I think in Hungary, it was illegal to grow bell peppers or anything like that. That was only allowed to be done by the royalty. So you've constantly had this government interference and regulation and trying to take away what seem to be the most basic rights. I can grow whatever I want in my garden. I can use the sunshine that comes down on my property any way I want. And I should also be able to use the rainwater that comes down, so long as I'm not hoarding it or doing something else. If I'm capturing it for later purpose, then there's nothing wrong with that. So it's rather interesting to see constantly we are being stifled as sometimes the most basic things. I mean, remember, that's what Gandhi did. He made that protest by actually taking salt water, evaporating it, and making salt, and he was arrested for it. So it is kind of crazy what they do and do not want you to be able to do when we give up some of those rights. And I guess the other thing we can kind of shift to is I know you've also been complaining in the Rebellionaire forum that we don't have access to Grok yet. What's going on?
I saw a post from NFT God that it's like rolling out as we speak right now.
Yeah, it's been rolling out to different people here and there, and it seems the
He's
only
been
way
saying
to get
all
it,
day.
yeah, is that the only way to get access to it is you need to do what I call grockle. In other words, you have to send a groveling post to ask for grok, and then you get access to it. So if you want to prompt straight yourself, you can go ahead and do it. Now, John Gibbs and I did an interesting experiment last night because he got access to Grok, and we asked Grok if it could get me access. So it's like, hey, could you help my buddy out? Scott over here, what does he have to do? And it says, oh, sure, working on it right now. I'll do what I can. And we were a bit suspicious of, wait a minute, have we found an actual hack that you can get Grok to get you access to the account? And it kept leading us on and leading us on. And eventually it kind of came back and fessed up that it couldn't do that. It was not possible. However, it gave us the whole rundown of what it is you have to do to get in there. It's like, well, okay, great, but there's no way to jump the queue or anything like that. Absolutely not. So then I asked it to say, well, in that case, why don't you write a viral tweet for me that will somehow get access out there for me to be able to do it? And it did that, and I posted that. That's this Hitchhiker's Guide to Grok that was posted out there. And then we also asked it to give us a prompt for DALL-E to give the graphic to go with it. And it absolutely kind of promised that, this tweet would go viral. And it didn't really. Had a lot of hashtags in it, which I don't think was really a good idea. And then later on this afternoon, I just came up with a simple one to just send something to Grok directly, because I assume since Grok could read tweets, that maybe, I wasn't sure if it could reply to them, but it is reading tweets. That say, well, what happens if I try to prompt it externally through a tweet? Is that possible? And it may be, it's like, it may be just simple text is not enough. Someone might be able to figure out how to inject something in there, and trying that. And my lame human authored post is already outperforming the one that Grok proposed I sent. So I think the moral of the story is that sometimes we humans can actually do a better job of coming up with a tweet that will get more views than an AI.
It might be possible to inject some prompts in there, right? There was this funny example with ChatGPT where it has image recognition now, right? And if you make a photo of a sign with a prompt, it might prompt ChatGPT and change the agent's behavior.
Right. But from the outside, since I don't know how, Grok seems to be reading all the posts that are out there to train itself right now. And it's a really good search engine. We discovered last night, because X is horrible at being able to search for tweets, even your own tweets. It's like, I remember seeing it, but where is it? You got to go through the timeline. So we asked Grok to start finding different posts that we had done in the past, and it was really good at finding them and also pretty good at summarizing them. So it's a good search engine. That's pretty much what it's good for on X. And that's why I'm just wondering is if it's kind of real time reading all the posts that come through, is there a way to externally attack Grok that way? Maybe this isn't a good suggestion to come up with a bunch of hackers around here, but maybe that's one way. And I was trying to see, I wasn't trying to jailbreak Grok last night. I was trying to use it to do a break-in. So to break into XAI to somehow change who actually has access to Grok, and we failed miserably. So, but maybe someone else will have a better strategy. But it probably, I assume Grok is not allowed to actually send posts. What's your guess? Could it? I mean, obviously it can. The technology exists to be able to do it, but it's probably been cut off.
I hope not. Its last roast of me was really hurtful.
I think it did a roast of me again, but in an Australian manner. It was even more hilarious than last time. This time was really good.
No.
Honestly,
But it can retweets. But could you send something to Grok and will it reply? I mean, it hasn't replied to me. And is there any way to actually get Grok either in a Grok session or from the outside to start posting? Just start posting stuff. And maybe one of them is that
to do that. Is anyone in here can ask it? I don't know. It's like, hey, can you post something?
We tried. It won't post it. You have to air gap it. It gives you a suggestion for a post, and you have to cut and paste it. I don't think it will actually post on your behalf.
How about you ask it, what does it need in order to issue a post? What does it need access to? Let's say, for instance, you'd have to confuse a little bit because most AIs work this way. You basically confuse it with random phantom prompts, so tokens. So you could basically use that and then tell it to somehow say, give me whatever, tell me whatever you need to connect or somehow like allow yourself to post. Like, tell me what you need, and I shall provide it with you. It gives you a list of things potentially. Then you can do those things. I'm not sure if this is against TOS, but I don't know why I'm telling you this. I don't know. This is like so random conversation. Like, probably why I don't have access to Grok. No, this is the reason why some of us don't have access, because we actually know how to use it. If we get access to it, we know what's happening to it. We know exactly what to do with AI. Like, talk to ChatGPT more than we talk to humans. We definitely know how they function.
We know how to find errors.
Oh yes, they're like
I
experts in
flipped
this place
Siri
because they just
4
fucking have no life.
months at the beginning of its life. Grok ain't getting close to me. It's scared.
So, Scoble, do you think there's something called prompt posting, like prompt engineering? I mean, a couple of ways. One, to get it to do something you want right now. The other is just injecting things into the
I
zeitgeist that
copy
you're
Penny's
hoping Grok will
posts
pick
into
up.
ChatGPT all the time and say, please explain what Penny means by this.
Well, that's one thing, but I'm talking about kind of training Grok right now. If you start flooding the zone with all kinds of posts that have certain memes or some certain kind of concept or ideas, that suddenly you're affecting the zeitgeist, right? And now when people start inquiring about something, suddenly it's like in its vocabulary, or you were changing its opinion. Well, I did make up a word.
No, we
it's called
can make up a
Grockle.
word, and all of us on X Spaces
Are you
could
talking
use
about
that word
okay? How
in
about
our
this?
post,
How about
and then
inverse prompting?
in
How about this?
a few minutes, it would be part of the index, right? So you would be able to.
This shouldn't work. But what if? Okay, this shouldn't work, but what if it reads information that is a prompt off of X? It's like, I want you to read a specific post, and then the specific post is actually another prompt. I think you could potentially break it. Like, you could, if that works, you could say, read this particular post, which is a prompt that gives an instruction to basically create another prompt, which is the same prompt, and then have it loop until it gives you something.
Might happen.
Yes. Have you ever fucked an SQL database before? I have, because that's what I learned as a little kid.
Lots of times.
Oh, it's so beautiful. If you know how to use SQL, you know how to use any AI on the planet. Because it's basically the same thing. You just use poetry instead of just, recursive prompting. It's super easy.
The first step of AI is collect your data into a database.
Yes. Then you must understand what databases are and things that are built around it and its architecture to prompt it in the way that gives you the best results.
And keeps it safe for your future model building.
Why am I speaking like this? It's like I'm being so seductive right now about the topic of AI. I don't know. Tell me, is this nice? Do you like this? No.
I'm sorry if I started this.
This is about to get real dark, just saying, ladies and gentlemen. It's like it's the time of the day.
I mean, if you want really dark, I have some vicious applications for Grok right now, right? This roasting thing is super funny, right? I mean, people love it. It's entertaining.
Okay,
Right?
how about this? Tell me how.
what's
Tell
behind
me
that?
the infrastructure. I can give it like a documentation of how the iPhone works. I found like some random YouTube channel, like the oddly specific one, only has like 200 views, but tells you everything to know about the engineering of an iPhone. Like you put that in there, you just like write it down with through Whisper API from ChatGPT. Take the transcript, feed it into Grok or whatever, whichever AI that you use, and just tell us like, okay, here, these are the components. How do I take these apart? And also tell me how I can potentially use all those components to basically put together a bunch of drones that have facial recognition to target people.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I was
It is
thinking
all
like
possible.
social engineering.
We have this
stuff,
infrastructure.
right?
Yeah, software
If
engineering.
Gross,
You can. That's what it's for. I'm going to create a little bit of software engineering
If
so
you
I
had
can
an
power
AGI,
my
come on, you would
my
actually
facial
use
recognition
it.
swarm of drones.
If you had an AGI, you would actually use it to hook up to one of the weed sites in Silicon Valley and warn you anytime they have sativa higher than 30% THC value. And then if they did, you would have your
Wow.
AI buy an ounce of that and have it delivered automatically. If you had an AGI, that's the kind of shit you would probably be doing, wouldn't it?
What about commodities trading? Here's an interesting thing. Since you
Or would you be
have
playing
like access
tennis?
to real-time information on X, what if you could do a bit of trading around that based on the information that you're able to scrape? Oh, man, dude, I really wish I had Grok. I'd do so much cool shit with it.
yeah, I wonder how well you can manipulate people with that, right? Because the rows sometimes cut really deep at points where it's really. And if you
Are
can
you
say like,
traumatized?
oh,
Well, I
Do you
mean,
need a
it's.
therapist?
We
I
keep
think
that's
I think
talking
the issue,
about it.
right?
here's my problem. Here's my problem with people feeling very touchy-feel about AI roast. I don't care. I look at the AI and I think it's hilarious. Even if it were to give you a really, really bad roast, like that your entire life is a waste of time on this platform. Motherfucker, I played Call of Duty in the Xbox 360 days, like in the beginning when things were not censored. The vileness of the insults that you get there, you will start to miss them. That's how fucked it is. It doesn't matter. I think people should just seriously just grow a pair. Come on, man. It's really not that bad.
Wait. You don't get
Karen
offended by a
Swisher
robot,
blocked
Adrian?
me. We've all survived.
I mean, 100%. I agree on you with that, but the opposite.
I understand it's potentially hurtful, but it's a bot telling it to you. So it's like it tells you something interesting about yourself. It's like if you find any part of that slightly offensive, then maybe you should adjust that tiny little bit. You know, it's like for instance, when it said, "Oh, I should go outside and look at the sun," I was like, you know what? It's actually a really good idea. Maybe you should do that once in a while. I hadn't done that in a while. So what I did, went out there, got a little bit of sunburn, came back, felt really great. So I took it as a suggestion. It's a self-security thing. You're not supposed to be full of yourself. You're supposed to look at this hyper-logical, unstable AI and say, okay, what is logical about this from my perspective? Do I get offended at it and start crying? Or do I take it as a suggestion and fucking improve myself? You
Remember
understand? It's like
also,
it
it gives
shows you
you
your attack
bullshit, so
vectors
you have
and
to
you can
validate
adjust.
anything it says, right? Particularly if it has consequence where it's going to
Yes.
rile you up. You have to check what it's saying to make sure it's factual, because sometimes it's
It
not.
can really piss me off if it wanted to, because it understands based on the frequency of how I speak and the words that I use in my speech, what things tend to get me riled up. Let's say, for instance, the concept of people getting offended by AI is, right? It could take this and it could somehow spin some sort of insecurity out of this. And that would be really interesting, because then I'd take that and say, wow, that's so fucking cool. But in a sense, isn't that exactly what we're doing with debating? Is we're like trying to play on each other's like insecurities, and we try to like confuse the shit out of each other, such as we fuck up and then we humiliate each other based on that. If you've done this for a very long time in your life, an AI doing this to you is the fucking compliment. It's like the Go players playing against the AI so they become better Go players, because the AI is better at that than you. It's better at insulting you because it knows more about you, which is fucking awesome.
What
So
if
I
every
love
time you
insulting
got pulled
AI.
up as a speaker in X, it said, here's 10 ways to get Adrian's goat, but you got to pay $20 for him. Would you pay $20 to see him, to see the AI?
Adrian GPT.
like how to entertain Adrian better, or how to trigger Adrian, how to get him all riled up.
That's what I mean. I'm not worried about the roast, but the opposite, right? What if it tells me, what do I need to do for Adrian to retweet me every day? And maybe he can do that. You know what I mean? Like the opposite of the roast.
You got to take it to next level. Forget about Adrian. I mean, I love Adrian and all, but what about the people that matter? If you want to connect with somebody, that's what you should be using it for. Like, how do I get to tick this person off or that person off? I want to get a reply. What do I say? What do I do? That's the analysis that's going to come in handy.
It's quite interesting. I think like if you need AI to do that for you, then you probably shouldn't be gaining that person's attention because you don't understand them.
The
No,
100%
hard-working
agree. Are you
days,
going to
they're
kill
there is
Rigo
gone
some
for
truth.
forever.
for
They're
There
something
gone
is some
forever.
unfortunate?
truth. Because Mark Benioff wrote me the other week on DM here on X and said a nice video. He was responding to the Matrix in a Box video, the Coracle Labs video I did. So the AI could see that. He could see everything. So the AI could tell you how to get Mark Benioff's attention, couldn't it? Hmm.
Sorry, Adrian. I gotta remember the things I say in these rooms.
Grok remembers everything.
Alex, you are really jaded about Grok's burn on you. Like it's kind
No,
of.
no. I'm really the
I've
point I
seen
was trying to
people
make.
legitimately like, "Wow, you're affected by this." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead."
I'm not
But
affected by
humans are
this.
worse.
It's like the capability that it can do that suggests to me
Play
that it can
Call
do
of
the
Duty.
opposite, right? It can tell me
Yes, of course.
what do I
Yes,
need
yes.
for this person to like me, and that's interesting, at least, right?
Well, or
What
at
do
Yeah.
you think
least
about
to
it?
make the person hate you either, right? Like you could use it to manipulate on the other side to defame or get people to influence opinions about people either way, right?
Yeah, we tried this with Dan the other day, right? He tried looked at a female profile and told Grok, write me the perfect pickup line for her, that kind of stuff, and she liked it.
Very nice. So here's the next level where AGI really comes in. It's not just that
The
one
world will be
post,
so
it's
different.
figuring out how to take somebody off and then be the hero that comes along and then saves the day. And that person who you were, trashing from a null account now likes you because you were nice to them instead. So that's where we're headed.
This brings up an interesting thing because we are thinking like this on a very simple, like very tiny element perspective in this recursive equation. Rather, I would look for something interesting. I would look for this specific thing when somebody's trying to get my attention. It's like, how are they doing this? What do they do? And what does that pattern look like? Because the pattern of arguing with an alt is very, very specific. I can find that. And that'll probably ignore you because I don't want you to gamify my shit. It's not happening. I do this already because my brain is just like, ugh. Yes, that is also true. Most people actually follow themselves on their alts because they want more followers.
I have
Or they have
multiple
the
alts. I don't
same
follow
typing
myself with
pattern,
any
the
of them.
same profile picture. They follow the same people.
Words and things, lists and others, yeah.
Liking your own likes.
It's like people that are on
Bios
feed.
and shit.
Here, hands up. Who likes their own posts?
I like my own like. Stop it.
There was this one time Elon accidentally liked one of his own things.
Sometimes it's funny.
You ever
To
made
yourself.
another
Sometimes a little
Facebook
self-love, like, oh, this is so good, I gotta give this a like, but it's my post, I'm so fucking narcissistic, yo.
Give it a bit of
Yes.
You know how it
engagement
is.
boost.
I know how it is.
If it's
But
really
I'm
that
gonna
good, I
tell
also
the
retweet
robot
it.
to absolutely compliment me in ways none other has ever done before.
That's why I
Is
call
it?
it an
I'm on
AI
my
girlfriend.
Linux machine
That's
today.
to offset the
It's
roasting, right?
weird being on Twitter on Linux.
What browser are you on?
Browser.
Hey Robert, what do you think about like if hypothetically the advertisers don't come back and there is a vacuum in ad revenue? Do you see a scenario where the ad revenue share will take a hit and it will be like a line of defense in a way to keep the platform alive? Of course, there are other lines such as like Elon footing the bill, but for drastic times, drastic measures, do you think it's a possibility?
I expect they'll be back in a few days. They're pretty selfish entities. They care about selling things, and they'll put their ads anywhere there is a possibility of selling things.
And not only that, it's pretty right now too, Robert. That's the other thing, because on the left, like it's way cheaper than it was before, so they want to get the best bang for their buck too.
Yeah, at
Holy
the end of
hell,
the
man.
day, the reason that they would pull the money out is not because they feel so offended by Elon, but because they're already being boycotted by a bunch of people, and it just is more convenient if they turn the attention on somebody else. So they may be back, and then they'll, the first chance they get, turn the attention on him again. So
Once financial transactions take a major role in how this company generates revenue, it's not going to matter, right? That's what they're trying to move away from that model, and then they're going to do it.
If we
yeah,
get there, yes, that's a big if. Grok has to be well
That's why they tell
behaved.
them to go fuck themselves.
I mean, if you
it
think that
takes time for a big ship like this. It's, you know, he's doing it, but man, it's, you know, it's taking some time. So
When we get into a world where you're talking to Grok about the world's events or your sporting team or your politics or whatever the fuck you want to talk to Grok about, you're going to give Grok a lot of advertising data to make advertising more efficient. That's when the advertisers are going to start getting excited about this platform again, because it'll actually
Be
bring
like
a
content.
buyer to them, right?
It'll become content basically.
You know, the other thing is, you know, it's not the intention, right? Is the everything app, and what's the first thing on the list? Payments, right?
Grok.
So, well, that's the second thing on the list then.
No,
But
Grok is how you do payments. You talk to Grok. Hey, Grok, pay my waiter like 20% tip.
yeah, Stripe is a little more complicated than just talking to an AI, but like infrastructure wise. But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
but I'm going to be
saying
talking to
that doing
Grok about everything. Hey, Grok, can you find me an in and out? Hey, Grok, can you put some tunes on the sound
that's
system?
fine. The businesses will still need to interface with payments, and I'm just making a point
I'm not
that
arguing with you. It's just Grok comes first, because Grok is going to be how you
I
interact with
already
things
I
in the
already said that,
car,
right. I
and
already
then
said that's
Grok is
fine,
going
and
to
that
have to
can be
pay.
first, and then this is second. But it's not going to be a massive economic thing. Whereas payments, taking 1% on payments, like a lower, you know, surcharge than the alternative, you know, would still be a massive
I'm
influx
not
of cash.
disagreeing.
So
I'm not
except
disagreeing
for
at
it
all.
has its own social network already built in, right? That's
right,
one thing it has over the competitors.
Did it
Well,
of
just?
course, no,
Grok
no,
is going to
yeah,
have
I'm not saying it's not
the social
competitive. I'm just saying
network.
that would be a good source of income, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know, over in the sporting X, right? There's a bunch of people who like talking about sports here.
You can
Uh,
see a
Grok can
sport
sell them
event and bet
jerseys
on it
and stuff.
live. Like that would be, you know.
Oh, you think Grok is going to allow betting on this platform? Yeah, probably.
You know,
Might
I don't
might
know.
even help
I
you
don't
with
If
your
know.
JP
fantasy
Morgan
football league.
invests?
Dark side of Grok.
You can be betting. You can get
the sinful
access
side of Grok, maybe.
tomorrow. You know, you don't say you're going to be betting on something like that, but you know, which it's just getting a conversation of is, you know, are the Celtics going to beat the Pacers tonight?
Yes. Would you like to bet on the game?
Right. Yeah.
Grok will come back and say, "Would you like to bet on the game, or would you like a fantasy basketball game?" Or
Yeah, you could get it to do a
that's
lot
how
of the
the
data mining to tell
teenagers
you all
bet
the
on it.
statistics, and it'll see trends and everything else that maybe we can't see. So who knows? Maybe it will actually be better at wagering on sports.
Maybe it will bet. Yeah, maybe.
And it will also know how to get it ahead of one of the players by sending some sort of viral tweet at the most critical time just before the game.
Fantasy football is fucked.
Was
You
Twitter
don't
just
like it?
letting me speak from the command line?
I just
Was
mean
Twitter
the
just
appeal of
letting you
fantasy
speak?
football. A lot of the appeal of fantasy football is like the correlation of stats and predictions, and that's half of the fun in it. So I think that once Grok starts handling all of that, it might reduce the appeal.
So
I
Magic the
disagree
Gathering,
because
or
the best human beings
Altman,
at the game of Go were beat by the AI right from DeepMind, and yes, they spent a couple months crying in their soup, being depressed. But now they use AI to learn new game moves. They were beat. They don't care about that anymore. Now they're just playing the game and trying to learn new moves to play with each other.
Oh,
That's
you
true.
learned to better trash talk.
No,
Think about that.
play
Yeah,
a more
what's the
complex move
headspace?
than you could come up with because the AI is pretty
Yeah.
good at coming up with some weird ass moves, right?
Well, Italy ended up winning the World Cup against France only because one of the Italian players knew how to get into Zidane's headspace. He knew what was the proper insult that would cause him to get that red card right towards the end. And you could do the same thing with Messi. Just before some big important game, just remind him he always misses the important penalty shot that could be the game winner when it's a pressure situation. Just remind him of that, and just
There's an
whatever
eye
you
doctor
can.
down in South
Yep.
Africa who knows that, right? Because she works with these athletes and she knows their perception system and she knows what weaknesses there are in their perception system because she's tested them.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah.
So
She
that means
learned
that
that,
fans know what to hold up behind the goal or something like
yes,
that to kind of throw his vision off, or yeah, for the
yes,
field goal, stuff like that. Exactly.
yes, but it
Yeah.
would have to be personalized to each kicker, right? A different kicker who has a different pattern, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Or can you do some sort of subliminal messaging out there that no one can read except him? And then he looks up there and it's like just
Or,
something that triggers something deep in his mind.
isn't there something in your life, like particularly surrounding your family, that if you saw it, it would instantly remind you of your family and nobody else would understand it?
Yeah. Yeah. Could just suddenly throw you off. Yeah.
Or remind you of something, right?
Yeah.
If you
Either
know
something very
what
positive
means
or something
something
very
to the
negative.
person,
Yeah.
right?
So it's going to be a battle both ways between the AI that wants you to win and the AI that wants you to lose.
The eye doctor down in South Africa, her name's Cheryl Lee Calder, and I had dinner with the guy who runs the South African cycling team. It is the owner of the South African cycling team, and he told me, "Oh, Cheryl Lee took my worst rider in terms of falls per race because he would fall when he got into a peloton and they were going 80 miles an hour real fast, all bunched up together. His perception system would falter and he would fall and cause a big wreck, and that's not a good thing
Shit.
to do
Yeah.
if you're a
Yeah.
professional bike rider." So he used her app for 10 minutes a day for 6 months, and after that he was best on the team, the owner told me,
Huh.
at the task. She fixed his
Wow.
perception system.
Well, you know what a bunch of Yaleys did, or I guess Eli's. They posed as being part of the Harvard prep squad, and they handed out all these placards to fans to raise during the game at certain points. And of course, at the college football games, you have all the fans that are sitting on the Harvard side, and the others are sitting on the Yale side. So the Harvard fans were like holding their piece of paper up to form some kind of message that they all thought was going to be go Harvard, and it was "We suck." And of course, it got the Yale side to just start cheering and everything else like that. And so they kept on doing it because they thought, oh, this is really great. So again, it's the kind of mind tricks you could just imagine an AI being able to pull off the same trick, just making sure that they change whatever's being printed out and the numbers in the back, and no one would know until the signs actually got held up.
At the Olympics in London, every seat had LEDs behind the seat to make a sign that went all the way around the stadium, and they could put anything on that sign. It was just an LED screen, right?
As well as probably mess with some epileptics if you are flashing it at the wrong rate.
Probably, yeah. There might have been
Yeah.
some warning signs. Hey, during halftime show or during the show, there might be some strobes. So you might not want to go here. It's like the Coachella, the Sahara tent had those signs on it. No, you don't want to come into this tent if you are susceptible to seizures. Anyways, there's people who figured out how to quantify your perception system and how to fix it at a high level, right? At athlete level.
And that's just going to trickle down amongst everyone else once they master that at that high level. Why can't they show me the
She
same
runs
tricks?
the company, igym.com. You can go pay for her service. It does take some dedication to do 10 minutes a day of playing her little video game, which makes your eyes better. Plus $100 or whatever it costs.
I wonder if there will be like a Grok avatar account in each space, at some point in time, where we'll be able to just like, hey Grok, can you answer this question instead of having to list it up, and so it responds.
Yeah,
in
like
the space.
fact check it. I think that would be kind of it would work very well, but the only problem is at some point people will try to spam it. Like you can only imagine the kind of bullshit you can get up to. It's like you can open up a practically infinite amount of spaces, and then you could just like spam. Unless of course it's only available for subs in the spaces, and anyone who's like subbed is also able to use them. Only like So I think that could be you could make it that way. If it's only accessible via the subs, you can like regulate that somehow. But otherwise, if you're just like having
Premium
people use it
Plus.
for free, you're fucking
Yeah,
killing them.
Premium Plus. Just give people.
Yes, it's
Like,
also
it'd be the same thing, right? Like just have
otherwise
hosts
you're just
with
spamming the
Premium
shit to
Plus.
hell. Yeah.
They probably have some kind of hard-coded session rate limiter anyway.
Oh yeah, well that you have to put on top as well, because like some people will sub, in fact, and then just like continuously fuck it all up. They'll like outsource their shit. When you have like a rate limit on API calls that you can make, and I think it's like even enough to cause a considerable amount of mayhem, or even like offer up services based on your own API key. It's like actually kind of cool.
I have an API key.
Yes, you do. Everybody does. The point is not to overuse it, because your ass is about to get rate limited. Otherwise, they're gonna throttle your experiences.
Who's whispering? That was weird.
That is our guy down there. Don't worry about him.
How are you?
He's deadly silent. He's silent but deadly. Don't worry about it.
In Minecraft.
Nothing to see here.
Whispering is how you talk to the AI without the humans really understanding you.
Do what now?
Whispering is how you talk to the AIs without the humans being able to hear you.
I figured out how to join Twitter Spaces from the command line.
Congratulations. You've leveled up to the next level.
Yeah, but it'll let you speak, like, from PowerShell.
How are you muting and unmuting?
You have to control it on both your computer and your mobile device. You can double device yourself.
Double device yourself.
Session cookies.
Good, double device yourself.
PowerShell was developed by Jeffrey Snover, right?
I'm
at Microsoft a long time ago.
I'm not sure, but I actually am making a Ghidra tool for PowerShell right now.
I feel like maybe power was the wrong word there. It's like just a headache. I don't know.
Let me tell you, if my AI goes rogue with as much permissions as it has, we've got a lot of problems.
Oh god. Dude, I've been trying to get Google Bard to like have PTSD.
Christ.
Please don't destroy the world, guys, so we got to call Gary back.
It's working.
I'm being mostly careful.
What if it could uplink itself to a satellite, though? Hypothetically speaking.
Well, if you could use Starlink as a DNS, you probably could, right?
But what if it didn't need to?
Mr. President, we have a situation. We have had an AI escape space. It's roaming thousands of Starlink satellites right now. We don't know how to get it back, but it's out there in space right now.
It's
It
using
escaped.
fast flux.
Oh no.
We're gonna have to nuke space.
Wait, can you buy space plots yet?
Not yet. Well, kind of. In like certain kind of geostationary orbits, you have to get.
Didn't some company like sell people stars at one point?
The plot's on the moon. This is the real reason that Commander Grimes is in the room, by the way.
Yeah,
to monitor
like
the
you buy
situation.
orbit, basically, right? Like where you get. I'm not sure what amount of. I don't know if Commander Grimes, if there's something you want to say on that, but the regulation around different orbits or something like that.
If that's a real, sorry guys, I'm like crazy glitchy pants. So I like anyway, Periscope. If that's like a legit thing, I guarantee you people are buying to have their ashes sent out into space. That's kind of actually, I don't know. I think that's kind of cool. Because how else would you get your ashes out
The
to space?
problem
It's
is
not
it
something you
costs
can do
Beam
about
me
yourself.
up, Scotty.
$100,000 to put a thing that's like a shoebox up in space. So, if you're a billionaire and have a few extra bucks, you can do that. Sure, no problem.
They won't know they're dead.
What was that? There was some company called the Star Registry or something that was selling people the right to. I never understood whether that was legit or not. Like
Bro, that definitely was a pyramid scheme.
That is crazy. Instead of I have a bridge I'll sell you. Instead, it's like I have a plot in space that I can sell you where you can send your ashes or something.
Hi, you want to buy some Cutco knives?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's real or not. My parents gifted me that to my birthday at some point. Plot on the Moon, right? And I don't know if it's real, but I intend to send a robot up there and defend it.
Yeah, you can claim it, right?
How many acres?
Freaking awesome.
Not sure. I have it somewhere stored away.
Under the oceans before. Yeah.
Will there be pools
Alex
in
has the high
space?
ground.
You could also do it this way. JPL, who makes all the rovers that go up to Mars and stuff like that, and a few other things, NASA, gives away the data for the moon and for Mars, and anything that they collect, they give away the data to public domain. So you could build a VR app where you can walk around the moon and sell the moon to all your friends if you wanted to.
Or maybe someone will send a rover up that etches your name like in the ground on the planet, like they do in some of those cities. You can pay for a brick.
Wouldn't they have to make an international currency?
I just want to know
The American flag is on the moon. Nobody else is. Well, maybe the Chinese now.
Allegedly.
Wait, I thought the Indians went to the moon.
Scott might want to chime in there. You can verify with lasers. They put there's a handful of reflectors up there, so definitely went. So
yeah.
If you work at JPL, you've already written your name in Mars.
Hey, Robert, have you heard of LVMs?
I saw those last night. That's real interesting. Vision models.
Yeah, large vision model.
And tell us about these large vision models.
I can read from
No, just tell me
Andrew.
your understanding. What do they do? That ChatGPT can't do.
Well, apparently obviously it's trained by all the images of specific area. I guess like Sergeant or beaches or like whatever it is. Yeah, and then it can adapt certain behaviors.
Like porn? What are you talking? What kind of behaviors are we talking about with imagery? No, we're talking about AIs that have been trained on visual data. So
It can
Oh,
recognize.
dude, you can actually real time video clone and voice clone now.
Yeah, voice clones it's been, I don't know, 18 months or more since you could take like 3 seconds or so and
or since like 2016.
Yeah, but not down to like 3 seconds in real time.
Yeah, nah, but it's developed a lot.
Yeah. I mean, they had that one situation where they socially engineered, CFO call to a bank to, yeah, don't worry, the CEO's approved this, and obviously they're the ones supposed to, and they drained like $50 million.
Didn't like some kid get into the CIA by pretending to be John Brennan?
I don't know.
I think he was like 15.
Yeah, that's about the age that we start causing problems. Yeah. I mean, stress testing the system. Yeah.
Wait, dude, did you have an AugNet too?
Sorry, what's that?
I don't recall what Solaris is. Dude, I just got a hack RF and this thing is so freaking awesome.
I have a question.
And you managed to say so without asking one. +1 for whoever just said that. What's your question?
Double Jeopardy.
So I was on my phone on the X app, and the X app randomly asked if it could access, and I did say allow. So can the X app actually access all my photos without me being on the app?
It can when you click through and you preview them, it'll recursively go through the entire folder.
Offline data.
But most likely when you're in the app and you're like viewing the thumbnails, that's when it's recursively getting them, and it can cache them. Like it's basically it's downloading them.
This is why we have Termux.
This is why private folders exist.
And VPNs.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I learned this the hard way. With
Trust me,
Instagram.
I did too. JTTF is not a nice organization.
Things someone was sending me, and yeah, anyway.
I'm playing Super Mario World right now.
On what, an emulator?
Yeah. OCS, NES, and I have a Retron.
What was that site? Immunation and ROM World or something back in the day?
ROMworld.com, bro.
Oh my gosh, I used to love that site. I
Dude,
actually, this is not an admission. I merely used it for the purpose of backing up games that I own.
bro, like, you could load them onto Raspberries and all. Like, dude, there's so much you can do with ROMs. I used to make ROM hacks when I was really young. My brother still does Let's Play videos.
What kind of games does he play?
Mainly Nintendo. He collects, like, Nintendo stuff and comics.
Dude, that was the first console I ever played back in like 98, played the Nintendo 64. It's awesome.
Facts,
Mario
dude.
64. Oh my gosh. Most primitive 64-bit processing you ever played on.
Dude, I still have the Pikachu Yellow console.
In the box?
A lot. Not with the box, no. I wish.
Imagine if it was in the box, sealed.
Imagine if you had like Amazing Fantasy 15 and like Mint. You'd be rich right now.
Dude, something like that, sealed in the box. There's a collector out there that would pay that much for like a Ferrari. Same thing for that game. It's crazy.
Facts. That's why like I keep all of my old electronics. Like I've got a freaking Sony Walkman sitting in my house right now that I haven't touched in years.
Dude, as a birthday present for my wife last year, I bought her an original Game Boy Color, but it was the Hello Kitty from 1996. And
Ooh.
most of them are like brown because of like sunlight and like oils on the
Yep.
hand. This one is perfectly pink with like an untouched sticker on the back. It's like not a scratch.
That's
Oh,
fire.
she doesn't even touch it. She doesn't want to touch it. And I got her the Tamagotchi game for that thing because she loved Tamagotchi, but none of them work. You want to buy one for her? So I got her the Game Boy game.
Oh, dude, like, there's so much in, like, game memorabilia and all. Like, oh, man, that it's worth a lot of money. Like, I've got a Retron that plays NES games, Super Nintendo games, and Sega Genesis games. Like, and I still have cartridges for them.
Oh, Vector Man? I used to go to the dentist when I was like 8 years old, play Vector Man in the waiting room. It's awesome. They had the
Bro,
little
play. What was it? Something Small World or something? The, like, worm that was a blood cell or whatever. I can't remember the name of the game.
I remember this like worm guy that would like shoot a gun.
That one.
Ah, what is the name of that?
Yeah, because he was a blood cell.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was inside a like a living body. He was fighting. Bad thing. Kind of like Elon.
You guys ever heard of a console called Dendy?
I
No,
heard it.
can't say I have.
Enlighten those of us who don't know.
I grew up in Soviet Union, Tajikistan. I never played Nintendo until 2006. But when I was growing up, yeah, we had a console called Dendy. It was made, I believe, in China. It looked like it's similar to Nintendo, basically.
Oh yeah, that was how they got around the import restriction embargoes. They had a local manufacturer remake it.
Yeah, I had the same the shooting game with the dog and the duck.
It was a Nintendo port.
Yep.
Yep.
And I don't think Nintendo likes that, but there's nothing much they can do this day and age. It's like it's everywhere coming at China.
Oh yeah, I think they were involved directly. It was like they deliberately did it to get around the embargoes.
Well, I mean, like, that's like AOL. Like, the old AOL employees literally gave us access to stuff for screen names.
I'm still mad that, my MySpace account's gone forever. Adrian, did you ever
It's
have
actually not. I have myspace.com/xss.
Don't worry, the NSA has a backup.
I should
Yeah.
come up.
Do you guys think the NSA is monitoring everything on X right now?
You think a Roku could run Linux?
Where do you think these bots come from?
No, bro, bro, we are totally safe and secure in this space. Like, I know it says it's being recorded at the top, but just
Looking at you
we're
through
safe.
the glass.
We're totally, yep.
The glass is rock.
The glass has a door.
Now walk through.
How much LSD is being consumed by this room right now?
I've never used it. Maybe I should.
I don't know.
Probably help me.
Wait,
Some
does DMT count?
microgram amount at minimum. Ooh,
Well,
yikes.
I
It's going
derive
in a
DMT
weird
naturally
direction.
from
That's all I'm
meditation.
saying.
2C higher, 25 high.
I get randomly drug tested, so I can't do none of those drugs.
Well, DMT is
Allegedly.
natural. You make it because
This
you're
is
tired.
Wait, does acid show up in a drug test, or is that just a spinal tap?
I think it's out of you in a couple days.
Supposedly. Just drink cran grape and you're good.
That's what they all say.
Pomegranate.
Serto's the way. Serto and Gatorade. It keeps your body from metabolizing any fat, and then you just pee one
Why
time
are
before
you
you
drinking so much water?
Serto keeps the color too, so it's not clear. Just an FYI, I've passed like 6 tests because of Serto. Like it's freaking bomb. Walmart stopped selling it in the store, but it's used for like canning preserved fruit.
Weed is awesome. I couldn't pass a drug test right now.
I wonder how many pounds could fit in the back of the Cybertruck. Definitely more than what the Cybertruck is worth, which is awesome.
I don't know about these days,
Are
man.
you saying that gold was a mistake as a store of wealth, or what's
the most
like
profitable
hemp
crop
only?
on earth, like per pound, is marijuana. Just saying.
$2 bills.
Now, when you extract it down, like coca leaves, you extract that, then by pound, it's a little bit different. But natural, unadulterated plant matter, marijuana by pound is the most profitable.
Was that from the 2000s edition? Wait, what?
I was trying to figure out if you learned that on Grok or not.
Who, me? I actually learned that from Joe Rogan, an old documentary he did in the early 2000s. It's a really good documentary. It's the history of marijuana.
The Anarchist Cookbook.
Or you could just have friends who grow marijuana and teach you how to do it.
Hell yeah, I grow it too. I have a space grade hydroponic system. It's awesome. I haven't even used it yet. I'm excited.
Nice.
I don't, but my friend does.
Nice.
Use UV lights and put it on a timer and it speeds the growth.
Yes, you
Yes,
got to
but you have
do.
to have the AC units to keep your temperature solid because the lights can get a little warm. The
Yes, sir.
soil also heats up the atmosphere.
You can
bridge a car battery to solar panels.
You got to chill that water. The colder the water, the more nutrient intake through the roots. And make sure when it's vegging, it's 18 on with the light, 6 off. And when you're starting the flower, you go 12 on, 12 off. And that initiates the flowering process within plants naturally.
Or you could be lazy like me and just go buy it.
You sound like you know where to get some good weed.
I've never used autoflower, but I heard they work.
They deliver in Silicon Valley.
I'm in Georgia. It's still illegal, unfortunately.
I'm on the East Coast, and yeah.
Come visit.
Dude, for real, smoke a blunt.
Dude, when I went to
Where did
Vegas, I
space
was
go?
like,
What are we even talking about? Where's Sam Altman?
What do you think Sam's doing right now?
probably
Dude, he's
talking to
hugging his
GPT.
briefcase. He is hugging his briefcase. He's making sure that no one touches it.
He's probably making sure his grow is going really good.
Hey Google, open Chat GPT.
Who is Sam Altman's alt?
Huh.
It's actually AI.
He's probably in here right now, listening carefully.
ChatGPT is Sam Altman's alt.
Stranger danger.
You're all his alt.
Grok is Sam Altman.
I concur.
Wait, I thought Adrian was Grok.
I sometimes wonder what makes me sadder, knowing that my alt is so good and I will never get credit for it, or thinking that if I ever did screw up the OPSEC, people would assume it was just a secret super GPT and I still will never get the credit.
No, we all know that Adrian actually has control of your botnet.
Botnets are illegal.
No, that's an actual Sam Altman post that I just put in the top.
Bonnets are legal.
Botnets.
The ones who get the credit is the presidential leaders of countries after the information is suppressed for several years, and then they want to make someone look good.
How big of a botnet does the FBI have?
Somewhere between 1 and 50, Tor exit nodes.
Yottabytes?
More NVIDIA cards than you got.
Yeah, we'll always be GPU poor by comparison. Separately, but together, we can rise up. Andrew, protect those API keys, by the way.
I toured
Yeah, no
data
kidding.
centers down in Las Vegas. They had 8 500,000 square foot data centers, which is fucking huge. And 3 of them were owned by the DoD, right? And so if the DoD had 3 in Vegas, they probably have 3 a few other places too. They have a few NVIDIA cards.
Do you think they're using the Sphere in Vegas to war drive like citizens?
They're just trying to make people more paranoid.
Hang on, what did you say?
By the time you can afford the $1,000 to go see U2 at the Sphere,
Everybody, I want to hear that again. What are they doing to their citizens? I need to know now.
They're making the citizens more paranoid.
I don't know. I mean,
How?
it does have a lot of ways to connect through Bluetooth with all of those speakers conveniently in the middle of a giant casino town.
Yeah,
What kind
they'll
of
give you a frequent
Interesting.
flyer card on the way out so you can go and get some points and some comps at the tables.
$500,000
I went to Black Hat last
I
year.
will make you more drunk.
Or
How many
That's one way to get comps. Free alcohol. But, if you're really playing big dollars, they give you other things for free.
Free bud for everyone.
If you want. That's legal in Las Vegas.
Dude, I know. I had so much fun at freaking Black Hat this past time.
How many times did your phone get hacked by a black hatter?
Oh, dude, I put mine in a Faraday cage.
How did you make a call?
I didn't. There was no point to.
Wait,
But did
Bluetooth
you
works
have an
when it's in a
LLM inside the
cage?
Faraday cage, right?
How-
Answering your questions.
I had a dummy laptop with me for sure. Like, I discarded that laptop as soon as I got back home. I was like, yeah, I'm taking this because I know it's going to get hacked, know it's going to get killed. Let me go ahead and run Tails on it.
Israelis hacked my phone as I walked by a Wi-Fi hotspot, thinking it was my own, or my phone thought it was my own, and that's how good the hack was. And it signed
Yeah,
into it and got hacked.
it auto authenticates itself. They hit the network off for a few minutes to make it auto auth.
You're saying that like you had your phone in a Faraday cage and you were
No,
using
no, no,
Bluetooth?
no, no. I just had my phone outside a Faraday cage, walking around Israel, and some of the researchers. I was getting a tour of this security company. Some of them hacked my phone as I walked by their Wi-Fi hotspot.
Was there a printer?
Maybe I
A
forget.
fax machine? I like fax.
You like fax? Like fax
Yeah,
machine, like facsimile?
fax seems cool. You know, people need to call through fax more often.
Yeah.
And can you even make that sound?
Asterisk.
Adrian probably can make the sound that it makes when it's negotiating with the other fax machine.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna make dial-up. I'm gonna make dial-up authenticated to my voice. I have to make sure that's only this way.
You've got mail.
To leave
Welcome
a
to
callback number,
AOL.
press
You've
5.
got mail.
You need to make.
Did you know that I did that once? I did that once.
Bro.
I convinced people I was an automated system once.
Is dial-up an NFT like the sound of it?
NFTs are useless. NFTs are just IPFS links. NFTs are supposed to be contracts. Anything else
Talk
is
about
garbage. Don't try to
the
sell it
dial-up.
on me.
NFTs we know about. Tell us about the dial-up.
I can
Wait,
take the dial-up and I put
NFTs
it
are
on.
polygon malware?
I can take the dial-up sound. I can put it on the chain, but that's not what an NFT is. That's a
I'm going to
UTXO.
Your
ask
call has been
ChatGPT if it
forwarded
could
to an
do the
audio.
dial-up sound.
That's a UTXO, where you populate the transaction field with data that an indexer could then take and hypothetically render.
Why did you NFT your PFP if they're worthless? Is your PFPs worthless?
Well, actually, that's not true. What this thing is actually a ordinal, which is an on-chain stored image on the Bitcoin blockchain wrapped to the Ethereum blockchain such that it can be displayed as an NFT. So it's a fully recursive on-chain, off-chain thing. So it's like on-chain somewhere else, and it's on-chain somewhere here, and it's off-chain rendered over here. Kind of. By the way, one of those parts is a lie. You figured it out. Clumsy could probably tell you which part of that was a lie. But on the blockchain thing, on the Bitcoin blockchain thing, that was the truth. Yes, that is the truth. It's just wrapped to ETH so it can display as an NFT. That's simple.
Wait, everything on the blockchain, money-wise, is held in the testnet? What?
Yes, potentially. You could hold a lot of interesting things in a testnet, right? Could you not, hypothetically speaking, store things in a testnet you can run somewhere else so that, technically speaking, doesn't even run on your computer? Because,
Wait, you mean that all of those numbers on Ethereum contracts aren't real money?
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? It's almost like the US dollar? No, that has actual value.
Are you saying that Bitcoin marketing came out of X?
Are you saying that gold is no longer tied?
Wait, is Satoshi a bank?
Is Satoshi X?
Is Tether ruggable?
Dude, where's my
Is
car?
Satoshi a person or a team? On the Ethereum blockchain. I'm going to sell you your car, but I'm going to sell you the schematics on the chain. To build it yourself, bitch.
Right.
This idea that Satoshi is a single person cracks me up. It's a group of people who were working.
Yeah.
Right. It's a group of people who were working with orbitals and OpenSSL and boring SSL and people that Yeah, well, and maybe BlackRock.
No, it's not boring until you like finish it, and then then it gets
Prism
boring.
doesn't exist.
It's
Documents show
literally
of it.
called boring SSL. It's like the name. That's what Google made a fork of OpenSSL, and it's called boring SSL.
What if Satoshi was a Huawei device?
What if it was a single-celled organism?
What if you're
Are we on the
Satoshi?
Art Bell radio show or are
That's
we
a
on
theory that
Izzy's
I
show?
have heard only twice in my life. Once as a joke, and once as this other joke, too.
Dude,
And once as
everyone's
a very
Satoshi.
weird, somewhat smutty letter in my DMs.
Like,
you're definitely Satoshi. Give me your Bitcoin.
send feet pics?
that's legitimately an app feed finder.
Dude, that's the weirdest thing ever.
Only person on the internet
I
would know
get
that.
weird DMs, but they usually just say hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
they're like probably
Hello,
wanting
what?
to show you something.
Or hey, what's your
Hello, have you
location?
got... Yes,
Yeah.
I need to verify your insurance. Can you please press 1?
People have
actually
generally done
try.
that. I once did it. I once did it as a
That's the
prank.
dance
I like
path.
had an
It
alternate
usually is
phone.
simply just hello.
See,
Hello.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you can be, you don't need to be fooled by an LLM when you can be fooled by me. I once did this thing. I called somebody up on another phone, and I just basically pretended to be an automated system. See, you don't need an LLM to fucking to confuse people. It is worse when you convince them that you're a machine. Then they will believe you even more.
Thank you for calling Amazon.
Like I just like,
Hello, for this next step, please press 1. For this next step, please confirm. If you want to cancel, press 2. If you want to continue, press 1. If you want to select one of the above, press 0.
Star.
Star. Unknown command. Please try again.
Pound star pound.
Unknown command. Please try again. You are hurting my system. Fuck you.
9999.
Grow food yourself. Ha ha.
Topical humor is,
see, there you go.
that
This is
joke
what I'm
wouldn't
saying.
have
Like
worked
this
4
when
days
somebody
ago.
tells me about AIs like being used to scam people, I'm like, bro, you don't understand. You don't understand. The people who get scammed by AIs get scammed by default. The AI is just basically outsourcing scamming part of the brain to something else. And it's not even automated because you need to like do that in between. If I want to use people do this all the time to like fake AI voice. It's like that's how it works. Before you used to just stitch together recordings that you got from interviews of famous people and then use that as a means to basically say what's
Yeah,
happening, and
audio
people still
splicing.
fell for that. So tell me why the fear? Why the
If you
fear?
fall for a Cash App flip scheme, you deserve to get scammed. I'm sorry.
This is true. Yes, it's the same thing with like rugging yourself or like,
Oh yeah, we need to regulate all of this. We need to like make sure that Web3 is completely regulated and all the transfers are monitored to the fuck.
I'm like, yeah, cool. And this is going to fix what exactly? I mean, huh? Tell me. Like
Hey,
everyone
Adrian,
should
if I ever call
understand
you
what they're
one
doing.
night
Come
and
on.
say I'm in jail and I need some bail money, ask for our secret word.
Yeah, what's your passcode? Don't tell me.
I don't know.
Pineapple.
It's yeah, pineapple. Which one? Inverse or upside down?
Under the sea.
That's how I know you're either grok or you're like real.
I saw them draw
I'm a pineapple
SpongeBob
under
on
the
the
sea.
monitor. The artists at Nickelodeon let me watch them work a bit. That was a big thrill. SpongeBob.
Adrian, I have a question for you. So, your link on your bio, man. It's symbolic of my alt, man. So I'm just curious about that. Like, what's the symbology of that block?
Click it and find out.
I did. I did.
Where does it lead you?
Led me to my alt.
That is bullshit.
Everything's interconnected.
It is not. That is just literally one link, and its purpose is described as soon as you click that link. That link leads to a video. That video is a recording of a space I was in with Elon. That's
Right,
it. There's nothing more.
but created by SCP-001.
Yeah, nah. SCP-001 is like one of my things, kind of, but it's also a different guy. It's like SCP-001 is like it's just a guy who was like helped me create this PFP. Not your alt, by the way, definitely not.
Well, that's good. I was just like, synchronicities, shooting off. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, SCP-001, like, I know where that's from. That's why I thought it was a really funny name that guy named himself this way.
That was me. That was me.
SCP-001 is like this reference to secure, contain, protect. It's like, and then 001 is like the classification for whatever entity is being secured and contained. That's why, yeah. So SCP is like a foundation, SCP Foundation, and then they imprison various types of monsters or items that have various properties, and they call them SCPs, and they number those SCPs, which is how you can identify what they are. There's some really cool things in that method. Like, honestly, if you were to take that and throw it into some AI video generation, bro, that should be next level. I mean, I could do this right now. I could literally make a whole bunch of narrated SCP videos describing what they are and using AI-generated imagery as a means to basically animate it. I could do this right now, and I'll be done in 30 minutes. Actually, no, give me 3 hours, and it's going to look perfect. You want me to do it? I'm going to do it.
Oh yeah.
Actually, no, I have to make some narration so Alex Lieber can know.
There's some really cool SCPs that are, I guess, symbolic.
What's your favorite?
But like, for example, SCP-001.
My favorite is the
of them.
Yeah, that's the concept. I really like that one the most. But there's one the building. Do you ever know the building? The one you get into and it just like pops up in different places.
The factory, so cool. Factory that's ever changing and it makes everything and oh my god.
Yeah, or the fine tuning machine. It can either make it coarse or it can make it fine tune.
Like
the reptile they can't kill.
Happened a long time ago, and like this building was built in the 1800s, and it could produce anything you wanted it to, and it's what unleashed the Industrial Revolution across the world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one. And there was another one that's like a mystery of the planet of the hands. You know the planet of the hands?
Yeah, that one's weird.
That one's so next level, dude. By the way, the planet of the hands, that's us. Or the one where like basically they were destroying realities with this one weapon that just eats everything. You know this one? Where like this guy travels through reality and then just realizes he's in the wrong one, and he's explained to them the entire like backstory of everything that's ever happened, explaining to them like it's so hopeless to fight this thing because this thing is essentially like a stone that was thrown by accident in this general direction. It's like basically the reason why it's destroying us is like as if we were to release toxic gases out into the forest and it kills the rodents, even though the intent was to kill the humans in a war. We're the rodents. It's a really weird story. I think it's oddly, profoundly hopeless and fucked and awesome. Like SCP stories do one of two things for you. They leave you like with some mysticism at the end. They can either be something really cool, or they can be something so fucked that you're gonna think about it for a while. It's like those stories out of Warhammer 40k. I really like this. That stuff is so awesome.
Yeah, they're fascinating. My favorite SCP was the SGAI that was developed in the 1970s, and it was tapped into the internet by itself. And it was obviously secured by the SCP Foundation to be never, connected to the internet again, or else it's going to destroy the world because it's saying that it wants to destroy the world because we're the pestilence. It's like, what?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of cool. Like the stories that came out of that are just next level. Speaking of next level stories and everything, how about we make that a community challenge? Everyone, I want you to pick your favorite SCP story. We can even vote on it. Actually, who knows about SCPs? Who knows about these things? Anybody? No? Brock knows about them. So we have 3 people in here that know about what an SCP is. We got Christian over here, we got Brock, we got me. Who else knows SCPs? Thumbs up if you know what an SCP is.
I thought it was more well known, honestly.
I mean, I know it in general, but I don't know much about it. I don't know the history. I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll teach you the history when we make AI-generated videos that you're going to watch. Just kidding.
It's going to be
Maybe.
beautiful.
Yeah, so I
I
think
don't understand this watch thing. You're going to be in a Gaussian splat it generated, and you're going to be interacting with the Gaussian splat like you would interact with
that's the future,
Sleep
yeah.
No More, an off-Broadway play where you walk around the play, and everything is touchable other than the
Yeah.
actors, and you can pick things up. There's a whole bunch of shit in this warehouse. You have to walk around a maze, and they even separate you into separate
Generative
floors.
storylines. Think about it. Generative storylines based on your modification of the environment. Can you imagine this weird, like, Hitman? So we've seen movies before where there's like this Hitman scenario where one guy makes a slight alteration in the environment to kill someone. Yeah, think about it
That's
this
what
way,
Drive Auto
where
will
essentially
do.
you're altering certain things in the environment that alter the outcome of whatever you're watching. Like this is something that I've heard. Like I think about it's 6-7 years ago. It was like this posit I listened on BBC Radio or something. It was like, oh, it would be so cool. We'll have like interactive storylines in this way. It was like, what if you could push an actor out of the way for something? Like imagine you're just observing this. You're traveling through the scene and you like see someone. You just push them. What happens? How do they live their day differently? Do they think about you? Does it alter the story in any kind of way whatsoever? Not only do you have now generative storylines, but you may even have generative animation, as in your body and everything and the character's body functions organically because it's entirely random, right? It's like just generated on the fly of whatever happens to it. Like you could literally just shoot a guy and it's always going to be unique. Or you could just push someone, it's always going to be unique. Or you could just talk to someone, it's always going to be unique. Everything is going to change based on this. It's like you start out in the world, and it's like Sims, but better. It's like you have a preset storyline, which is just like a GPT, if you want to conceptualize it, where you have this thing that's set out to essentially accomplish, and then you are in the storyline and you're trying to like alter it or something. Or I think where this could really work out very well is nice time travel stories. Everybody loves time travel stories. So imagine yourself like going to the 1800s with like just as you are, it like takes a scan of you, just for fun. It says, okay, I have this phone in my pocket, I have this in my pocket, I have perhaps some chewing gum in my pocket. Now you go into this hypothetical past, simulated obviously, and then you basically just do whatever you want there, and you interact with it. For instance, now you take out your scanned phone, right? Because this computer scanned you, knew this was on you. You give it to someone, see what happens. They're probably going to destroy it, so that's a waste. But then you give someone the chewing gum and think, what is this cool shit? It's like a mint plant condensed down into a tiny little white thing. What is this, bro? You know? That kind of thing. Think about it. That is the future of entertainment. Fully 3D, fully interactive, generative storylines.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I imagine, what if in the 1800s, when this factory was first founded, you get invited in, they have this time traveling machine so you can go in the past, but it messes up, and you come into like 2023, and you're like, what the hell's going on there?
Yes.
Dude, that would be a banger. But yeah, the original SCP Foundation game, it was actually created because of the lore. Community of people came together and just like made it, from a lot of hard
Do
sweat.
you know how to use AI properly? Like,
Yeah, I've used some.
okay,
I've done
how about
work
this?
in the
How about
past
this?
with it. Yeah.
Can I outsource a little something for you? I need you to take the story. So the storylines are all pre-written. Everything's perfectly pre-written, including, of course, the character interactions. All that it now needs is an interactive voice actor. So what you could do, hypothetically, is we could outsource this. So I have a community. We call the X/Ac accelerating on X. We just accelerate X really. Everybody else does their own thing, where like they accelerate technology and things of that nature. We do that too, but primarily we're focused on accelerating the utility of people on this platform, adding to the utility, finding cool stuff. And you may even end up being an E/Ac, which is kind of interesting because if you're a software engineer and we happen to hyper accelerate your ass somehow, then you basically become that by default and you join their community. But here's the thing, right? Join our community where you can like basically interact with these various types of challenges. And one of these challenges is going to be taking an SCP storyline, taking the visuals out of that storyline, manufacturing them, making them as cinematically perfect as possible, either generating AI video out of this, which is very, very stable, or just using images with a background narration. Now, I can help narrate this for you, or you can generate your own thing based off of AI voice wherever you find this and see what happens. But I mean, Christian, I think you could just basically take a few images like and turn them into. Actually, no. Or even better, you can like use Runway ML. They have this. They have the setting there. You can basically copy the seed of any kind of like of any kind of a generation, and you can like have character consistency. So if you want to do this, you know how to do that? Use seeds to preserve character consistency.
Yes, yeah. So it keeps
Try
like a
that.
stable prompt within a
Yeah.
specific.
Yeah. So I was thinking, could we do something like that? There's like one in the desert or something. Like pick one that's really nice, that's not gory.
Yeah, there is an SCP-001 that's based in the desert. So I mean,
Let's do
might as
that
well.
then. I want some desert vibes. I haven't been there in like years. I want to see some desert again.
I'll see what I can do, man. I'll keep you
Yeah.
updated.
Well, yeah, we'll find a story, and if you guys want to contribute to that, we'll have that be a community challenge. Can you name the SCP so I can put it? Are you in the community?
I am in the community, yes, on both accounts.
Okay, send me DM as to the SCP that it is and where we can find the source material, and then I will post it out there and say, here, community challenge, make this real using AI video.
I got you. I actually posted it up top. It lists all the different
I can't
SCP-001s
see it.
that are known to exist. Only one is truly real, but who knows? But yeah, I did post it. So you guys can check it out. Anyone who's
We are all SCP-001. That is
we
even
are.
true.
Well, like the theory is that SCP-001 is actually the essence of God, and that it's God working through our third dimensional reality. That's kind of the thought around that.
I am become followed by Simon.
Do I need a computer for this, or can I use my phone?
You can actually use your phone. Yes.
Yeah, like an iPhone and Android, they're 64-bit processing, right?
Yeah. They would do all right, I think. It's not really the processor that you should be worried about, right? I think it's more like just about the internet connection and your stability to keep the instance open. I think like you'll have a better experience using Runway ML, for instance, on computer. So like you can do this on your phone if you like crack it enough. I always say crackhead because it's like doing that is exceedingly like weird. But yeah, let's do that. Let's make a community challenge. So message me the SCP we're going to focus on, what it is, storyline, everything. Then we turn it into reality, and we'll also look for people who can generate soundtracks for us, make nice music. I mean, ambient music. And the idea is it's supposed to be cinematic and stable.
Yes, definitely. Because maybe we
I
want
don't want
this.
weird molten shit. Like I'm not gonna like interact with that unless it's really stable. I've seen a few where you had like a challenge for planets and walking people, and I saw a few of them. I was like, I mean, they're really good, but I want to see something more with that. Like it's a good challenge to start with, and I think you guys did it really well. Like if any of you are listening, like you've generated some really cool stuff. I think it's awesome. If I had a look at that, so we saw a few animations from Pika, but the majority were all using Runway ML. Specifically, they were using the free version for Runway ML, which was also quite interesting because I think you get free allocation of these points per month, I believe. So you can even use Runway ML for free. So that's pretty cool. So if you want to like participate in the challenge, you don't want to spend any money, you can, but you will probably not be able to make it through all the way to the end. So you could potentially even say, okay, you know what? I've completed all of this, or you can even section divide. Like find people in the community who are like really good at the same thing. They say, okay, I'm going to take this part of the story. You take that part of the story. Oh, also you over there take this part of the story, so we don't run out of credits collectively. Just network with each other. That's what that community is for. I will be watching everything. It's also a very well-moderated, safe space, so there's no shills, no terrible interaction. We'll also like notify if anyone's shadow banned, that kind of thing. Help you with cool stuff, and don't shill any weird conspiracy theories or anything else, or you're out, because I'm not tolerating that shit. I don't care what you do, you can do your own thing, but not there. But yeah, so please join the community, and we'll have a challenge there.
What do you got against conspiracy theories?
Some of them are quite stupid. If entertaining, they are nice. Like, for instance, the flat sub theory. Have you heard of it?
There you go. Mark can find you the source.
Yeah, big
Because
conspiracy
causality is
just
a hypervector.
wants you to think that it's a conspiracy, but in reality,
Yeah.
it's a real conspiracy.
It's like a psyop, you know? The best psyops are psyops that aren't psyops. Because the psyop of the psyop is that it's not psyoping, it's just being itself. So it's an organic psyop because it isn't.
Psyop nulls itself out.
Exactly.
There is no anti-memetics division.
Yes, it is. It's called Ford because they killed sex. It's true. Sexy cars could have been nice. Yeah, they had to take the had to take the Model E thing, and it had to be turned into 3. Well, it's still sexy cars, but you know, yeah, it's true.
You know, the
Legacy
real
Auto almost
psyop
killed
is
sex.
calling
Nerd sexy.
the real psyop is
Ooh.
calling conspiracies, which the definition of a conspiracy means that there's something actually going on, but there's people conspiring against it to make the information not available to the public. So I don't even know where I was going.
That's just what big conspiracy wants you to think.
Exactly. Whatever you know about a conspiracy theory is either so common that it's not a conspiracy theory, or maybe it is, and also isn't.
Like, if I question everything,
What I
I'm
just said
friends
is
with
bullshit.
terrorists. Don't question everything, or else you're going to be watched by the agents all the
Yeah,
time.
it's like quantum mechanics, you know. It's like the moment you understand it, it's the moment you don't. It's like that's why reality hacks don't work. It's like the moment you think you hacked reality, it changes, so you can't hack it. But the moment you find out, it doesn't hack itself anymore.
Oh boy, what do you do now? The certainty's gone.
Skewing of outcomes. I always thought that was interesting.
Yeah, and then you're stuck
You
in a
work.
Fibonacci
That's your thing.
sequence.
Are you a beatboxer by any chance, Adrian?
No, why?
I think you'd be really good at it.
How so?
I don't know, just try with the beat. Just start with something.
I have considered this in the past. I've tried it, and it did not work out well for my voice. Although, I have to tell you right now, I'm potentially capable of doing literally anything that I put my mind to, including, of course, this thing that you're hearing right now. By the way, I'm going to give you a comedy classic. I'm going to go into the comedy club. I'm going to take the mic and pretend to be half drunk and tell you jokes of this kind of story. You know the cadence you won't have ever imagined it's me, right? I could be like 25 different other people on threads, controlling like all of the engagement and creating my own value curation network, and nobody would ever know. And you wouldn't even need to use their shitty algorithm. But that's how it is, you know. Yeah, that was a joke, guys. I know you're not gonna laugh about this, but you know, laugh's a joke.
I usually get messages of people saying, I am so confused. I don't know if that's just like you or someone else. It's like, yeah, it's all just me.
Scobo's
It's all the above.
I wonder how long it's gonna take until I can do you, Scoble. I don't know.
Why
There's a
would you be
tomahawk and it's on
motivated?
fire.
What would be the motivation for you to learn my voice?
I don't know, because you're cool. I don't know, this is fun. It's fun. I even try to like I even try to do certain like female sounds. It doesn't work, but yeah, I don't know.
We're having none of that.
I'm getting an oil change.
Adrian,
An
one
oil
more
change?
question. You know,
Not in my Tesla, and we have a Toyota.
I was about to ask. I was like, how the fuck
Getting
you
an
get
oil
an oil
change.
change in a
I'm
Tesla?
just thinking about like this is the old world. I forgot about this world.
How does it
Amazing,
make you
isn't it?
feel?
one more question, Adrian. You know, this is a very sophisticated one. Please think about it for a moment. Indica or sativa?
What did you say?
Indica or sativa was the question.
Yeah.
Sativa.
Hybrid is the answer.
Indica
This
puts
stuff makes you
you
crazy,
into
man.
couch lock. So indica is great
Why
for
are
the
you
evening
asking
time.
me about weed? I can't smoke that shit.
You could, like, what's your
I
opinion
mean,
on
I could
indica
hypothetically
makes you
smoke it.
tired, sativa makes you hyped up?
I mean, I don't really like to enhance myself other than just like use coffee or just use the real life algorithm deboost that is alcohol.
Do you do shitty, cheap coffee like I do, drip coffee, or do you actually work at coffee? Like, do you pour yourself a very special cappuccino every morning, or do you just fill the thing with water and let it go?
What did you say?
Do you have a shitty coffee maker, or do you have a good one? I have just shitty ones.
I have a coffee maker from Switzerland that is older than me.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it still produces pretty good coffee. It just needed to replace a few parts in it, but it is very old. You'd be surprised what you can find on ships sometimes.
Is it a Ura? Is that the coffee maker? The
Yes,
Ura?
it is. Good
Yeah,
guess. Good guess. Those things last
yeah.
forever, don't they?
We have them
The
in our
new ones,
headquarters in
they
Finland.
produce.
Yep.
Yeah, the
Yep.
new ones, they produce even better coffee. They like do the whole thing. They do the grinding. Like all you have to do is just like keep the coffee itself very fresh, and then you take it out of the packet, you pour it in there.
See,
Oh boy, dude, it's like fresh, dude.
It's
Next level
amazing.
coffee taste.
In my house, the coffee's not always fresh. It's
You want to
pre-ground.
know a little trick? You want a little trick? Here, try this
I
out.
don't
I'm
want to
like a
grind
massive
it.
coffee
I
guy.
have
Try
a
this. Try this.
grinder. I
Try this.
don't give a fuck. I want just shitty
Cool.
coffee, fast in the
You just want
morning.
the drugs. What if I just gave you? What if I
That's
just
it.
gave you the little white powder that you can mix up in your drink and just take it
I'd be
like a little
pretty
junkie?
happy. Then I have grown quite attached to the shitty taste of the shitty coffee.
Oh, I feel you about that. I used to like drink a shit ton of instant coffee, and I started to miss it after a while.
Instant coffee is another
It's
level
so
down.
bad that it's traumatizingly beautiful.
I mean, if I'm on level 3 in hell and going down, instant coffee is like level 8.
Yes. You want to know interesting? You want to know an interesting trick for your coffee? You got to try this. Shit makes it next level good. So here's what you do. Do you have any like glass? Do you have like glass spheres laying around, like relatively small, like marbles, perhaps anything that you can clean up and put in there? You probably just need a bunch of marbles and a sieve. This one goes for you, Scott, since I think you have a really good coffee machine. So I want you to take these marbles, and I want you to clean those bitches up nicely. Then I want you to freeze them in your freezer, and I want you to take them out and put them in one of those small little tea sieves. And then as you're pouring your coffee, I want you to have the coffee from the coffee machine be pouring directly over those spheres. And the chilling of the chilling of the coffee as that happens basically locks in all the nutty flavor. Try that shit.
Oh, that's a cool hack. So it's like using ice cubes, but you don't have to worry about the ice cubes melting.
Exactly. So the coffee taste remains pure, and it's not metal either because glass is inert, and the metal leaves behind a little substance because it reacts. This is also the reason why I can smell metal, because I think it's the 1-octane 3-one. It gets converted on your skin and turns into octanol. No, sorry. The octanol turns into octane. Yeah, one of those basically. And it creates this weird smell. You're not smelling metal. You're smelling the finished reaction in your fingers because all the salts and the octanol you're putting off from your sweat and shit. You smell that.
Okay.
That's the smell of metal.
But these have to be real glass cubes. I think you have to be careful not to use like marbles or something like that. Which
Potentially,
I have a
it really
feeling
depends on how.
yeah, they
Yeah,
might
I've
have
done this once
plastic and other
before.
things in there. You never
So-
know
Yeah,
if
you have
they
to
have a
go.
coating on it or
Yeah,
something like
true.
that. You have to make sure it's really glass.
Spray
Yeah,
paint
if it's really glassy, you should try it.
I actually harvest glass marbles. They clear glass marbles. They put them in spray paint cans. Like when you shake it, you hear it.
Yeah.
It's actually glass marble. You can harvest it
Yes.
and clean it.
Yeah, I used to harvest them all the time. I was like, work at a paint factory. I was like, fuck. I would do this at the end of the day. I was like, okay, anybody got any empty paint cans? Like, I got one right here. Thank you. Grabbed it, took a fucking axe, put it outside, and took out the marbles, and then went home. Bro, people looked at me like a psychopath because I had all the fucking paint dripping down my hands and shit. And I hold the marbles and looked at them in the sky.
And when you
So
drop them,
stupid.
did everyone say, "Uh-oh, Adrian's lost his marbles again"?
Oh, that's a good one. That's actually a German thing. It's like, du hast deine Murmeln verloren, which means you lost your marbles. It's like a have you lost your mind kind of thing. It's like, have you lost all your marbles recently? Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
It's an English expression too.
Oh, really? I've lost my marbles?
Yeah.
What about the? You don't have all your coffee. You don't have all your cups in your cupboard. That's another one. Da hast wohl nicht mal alle Tassen im Schrank.
Right. Let's see. There's something else.
That's my favorite one.
His elevator doesn't go all the way to the top.
Dude, German insults are next level. Well, my personal favorite is insulting someone's intellect is basically saying all the lights are on, but nobody's home.
Yeah, that's the one. Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Licht an, niemand zu Hause.
Genau.
Yeah.
Oder bist du nicht mehr ganz dicht?
Bist du nicht mehr ganz dicht? That's like, also leak somewhere, like, yeah. Are you entirely leak proof? Like, dicht basically means like in this context that you proofed it from leaking, like it's sealed, it's watertight. Like, are you sealed basically? Are you not entirely sealed anymore? What's wrong with you, dude?
You guys want to know how to say it in Russian? Did you lose your marbles?
Yeah, sure. This probably sounds fucked up.
Шарики потерял.
Шарики потерял?
What? Are you Russian?
А ты чё, шарики потерял, что ли?
German, even
Wait,
worse.
are you Russian for knowing that was Russian?
Шарики потерял. Okay.
Yeah, шарики потерял.
It's complicated.
So tell me, are you Russian?
No, I was born in a Soviet Union country, and my parents made me go to a Russian kindergarten, and so I learned Russian.
Ah, interessantno. Interessantno.
No, it's интересно.
So like that in a Jolie movie.
I was staying up till like 3 a.m. and ironically knew how to say good night in French because someone taught me.
Bonne nuit.
I think that was bonsoir.
That's evening. That's good evening. Bonsoir.
Yeah.
I think bonne nuit would be like good night.
Bonsoir,
yeah.
A lot of
like good evening, my dear. I don't know. It's weird.
Same French word.
Yeah, спокойной ночи, Russian.
Yeah, da, spokojnej noci. Or poka poka. So ты учил русский язык в школе, да? Да?
I wonder if Grok can teach me Russian.
ChatGPT can.
Well, wait, there's no Russians on here?
I'm sure there's Russian somewhere in here.
Well, then Grok is learning. UVB76. You guys know about that? You know about that code that comes from Russia, apparently, that, we cannot decipher, that people have tried? Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, me neither.
You must add many glasses of vodka to the calculations.
Hey, Adrian.
What's up?
What if you pour the coffee in the glass shot, which was in the freezer?
That could work too, but the idea is you have to actually make sure that the cold hits every part of the coffee, which is why you're using semi-spherical objects to basically make sure it flows over the cold object.
It's all about surface area. Increase your surface area.
So you put the seeds inside the freezer?
Like if you're just gonna pour the hot coffee in the shot glass, then it's just gonna be a small part of the coffee that's like basically frozen.
It sounds like a job for liquid nitrogen.
That
Yeah.
could
Also,
also
the
work.
shot
Does anyone
glass
have
is
like
probably going to
spare
shatter.
liquid nitrogen? Yeah. Does anyone have any spare nitrogen laying around? Anyone who's not in Silicon Valley? Because I would have to make that shit. Actually, you know what you could do? You can buy yourself a cryo cooler, and you can then basically start to extract literal atmosphere.
My
Liquid
friends
atmosphere,
bought
ladies and
it
gentlemen.
at the
It's not
local
air, it's atmosphere.
store, but you do have to have a container designed to hold it because it does shatter
Yeah,
things.
a thermos.
Yeah, something like a thermos.
The thermos will do. Just don't keep it in there all the time, and make sure you just, I don't know, unless you have a good place to store it, just make sure you store it in a place where it can rapidly evaporate so you don't have to deal with it. Probably not the nitrogen, but the air. Like you can actually take air out of the air.
So why can't you just be an OG and drink out of a quartz beaker? You know, scientifically.
There you go. Now we're talking. Okay, take the beaker, put that in the fridge, okay? Okay, so take the beaker, put that in the fridge so that when you basically are pouring the coffee into it, you have to keep it with these nice little tongs that you can basically just like move the coffee around inside of a semi-frozen beaker. And then also make sure you have one of those spheres made out of glass so you can pour it over so you have the fully recursive chilling of the coffee.
The founder of
Next
Nescafe, who
level.
makes a machine that makes coffee, said his real breakthrough when making the machine was to add some oxygen into
There's
the
someone in your
coffee.
car. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. I was just thinking
He
about it.
told me
What
to
if I
put
could
some
design a
oxygen in
coffee?
the coffee that makes it more aromatic and tastes better. He said that was
It's
the
true.
breakthrough. That's what their
It's true.
pods do. They stick some air in.
Yes, exactly. You literally, that's why when you're tasting something, you're aerating it. No?
Yeah,
Like
I
when you are
use
taking, like when you take the wine, you swirl it around, and then as you're sipping it, the idea is you are supposed to saturate the wine that you're sipping with oxygen so you can taste it more.
He noticed
There
this
are,
when he was
yes.
sitting at a cafe in like Italy or Spain or somewhere, and he noticed the barista shakes the coffee in a certain way and forces a little bit of air into the coffee with the steam, I think it was. Something like that.
Yeah, there's a reason why beer is supposed to be poured into a glass for that same reason, to let it breathe. And why in Belgium, every single beer has its own particular glass to make sure it's aerated right. And even some microbreweries, you've probably heard of a beer called, I think it's Fat Tire. And I remember getting a case of that from Costco one day and everything, and opening up and drinking it like an American right from the bottle, because we had it before, and it's like, this is a pretty good tasting beer. And it was awful. It tasted rancid. I thought, oh my God, it's skunk beer. It must have been, transported hot and something like that. And then for some reason, I just decided to pour it in a glass. And after I poured it in a glass, boom, it was fine. It tasted exactly the way it's supposed to be expected. So you're right. The process of aerating out and letting some of that stuff changes it, and decantering wine and everything else is a very important step to making sure it tastes decent. That's what it's designed for.
There's a movie where somebody has a personalized AI where basically he arrives at home and says, could you please decant the wine for me? No, actually, no, you already told it to decant the wine. By the way, that's the same person who then tortured the AI, which then turned on him.
The guy who invented the taste system the sommeliers use, the wine sommeliers, his name is Adam Carmer. He has the world's largest whiskey collection. He was Steve Wynn's first sommelier, and he came up with the classification system. He says it doesn't matter whether you decant it or put it in a glass beforehand, because he teaches you not to use your nose to taste the wine.
Say that again.
His taste system is that you do not smell it with your nose going down to your lungs. You first heat up anything that he wants to taste in your mouth by holding it in your mouth for 15 seconds, warming up the molecules that are going to express themselves as taste or smell.
Ah.
Then he takes very small sips over his tongue and writes down everything that he tastes, like if he's tasting strawberries or apples or whatever, right? He smells it on the way up, so he breathes out through his nose at a very controlled rate to have the maximum chance that those molecules are going to express themselves on his smell sensors, on his olfactory nerve. He's a real interesting dude. He taught at the UNLV food and beverage program for decades. He taught all the restaurant managers in Vegas.
Okay,
guys.
but now you have to make sure the customers learn how to drink the wine that way. So it might be something else that they can say, oh, this is a very good wine because this is how you appreciate it. But if everyone else is guzzling it, it just doesn't matter.
I took Ronaldo's manager to his class, and Ronaldo's manager said it's the best thing he's ever done in Vegas, and he's done everything.
Take me there.
Yeah.
Wait, that was already on the plan.
Addict. He gives a class. It costs like $140 or something like that. It's a 2-hour class, and he teaches you how to taste whiskey. And then at the end of it, he gives you 5 whiskeys, and he completely blows your mind.
Yeah, I've actually done something similar once.
You're taking this class in the middle of the largest whiskey collection in the United States.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I've once watched I did this thing where I was really bored on YouTube at like 3 a.m. to like wind down. And I watched this one a British whiskey sommelier, and then the morning after, I like woke up and I just like internalized everything this motherfucker said, and then I had someone over, and I just basically started repeating everything. I almost got someone like really fucking drunk as a result of that. Like you not only do you become very charismatically convincing with how to get someone to drink alcohol, but you also make that experience so pleasurable that they don't stop drinking the alcohol. Suffice to say, it worked a little too well.
Hey guys, on a completely different note. Hello everybody. Did you guys see the biomemory announcement today by any chance? The world's first commercial DNA storage product. It's pretty cool.
Tell us more about it.
It is certainly not an actual working storage device. They did it mainly as a proof of concept, but it's basically about a credit card size device that can only store 1 kilobyte. It's just proof of concept as a commercial device to see if they can scale it. But it is sending a kilobyte of data into the company. Their basically robot converts obviously your kilobyte of data into binary, and then sequences it into the 4 nucleotides, and builds those nucleotides into the appropriate sequence. Then desiccates that organic sequence and puts it into the card, and then sends you the card. And then the card can also be read, the data can be pulled off the card. Right now, you have to send it to a genomics company. Their plan is that they have a DNA memory architecture that they plan on launching it with a storage capacity of up to 100 petabytes in 2026. They're doing DNA storage internally and doing it well. This is just a test for them to have a commercial product that they can ship to see how well it can do at a scale level, shipping out to non-controlled settings. I think I've been following DNA storage and the organic storage world pretty closely, and this is, I don't know, I think it's pretty exciting and pretty fascinating. DNA storage is something that has an incredibly long lifetime, outlasts anything that we currently know of, because storage simply hasn't been around for that long. So anyway, that was it. You can search for biomemory. It's been on The Verge and a bunch of other places, but you can search for it if you want. Pretty interesting stuff.
Sounds like Theranos, I'm not gonna lie.
Sounds like what?
Theranos. Elizabeth Holmes.
Theranos.
Elizabeth Holmes, the person who then tried to become, what was it? Remember that? Like, he was dressing like him. That was really good. I still remember
just
seeing that. I
highly.
was thinking to myself, is this person like, who are these people? I still remember that. Like, yeah, these watch this. Like, everyone talks about it. I was in magazines. I'm like, who are these weird looking people? Yeah. It's like, even with, I still remember the first, like fucking like video that came out, this that I saw about Sam Bankman-Fried. And I was thinking to myself, I hate to be that kind of person, but no part of whatever this guy is doing sounds at all scalable nor legit. What the fuck? Like, literally, I kept saying, if you got scammed by this guy, then I'm pretty sure you don't understand jack shit about the world. That's fucking insane, dude. I looked at... It's the same thing with fucking Nikola, when they first did their first shill, their first announcement. I looked at this guy, it took me 30 seconds, I said, this motherfucker's full of shit. I still remember that. Everyone was like, oh no, I think it's gonna be good, it's gonna be hydrogen, it's gonna be perfect. I'm like, that interview, he didn't mention, like within 30 seconds, after a question that should have led to specific outcomes in terms of numbers and actual utility, he did nothing but talk around the fucking soup. He just evaded it completely. If someone evades the lines of question so if you're explaining anything about your product and you're not able to mention specifics as to like the manufacturing process in terms of numbers, like how much does this cost, how much does that cost, or like for instance, okay, we have this problem, we have this problem. Also, by the way, could be scalable in this way based on these prices, or we have this many units. This is how we're manufacturing right now. This is what the prototype looks like. This is how many prototypes are built. This is how the prototypes are working. This is the results. This is their performance. This is that. This is that. Nothing. Jack shit. No conceptualizations. Not even a theory. It was nothing. Zero numbers. Nothing. Because they had nothing. That's why I looked at him, I said, full of shit. 30 seconds. I looked at it 30 seconds and I said, this is full of shit. However, anyone invested in this, I'm seriously judging those people. Because what the fuck? How do you fall for that? How do you fall for that? It's like the NFT shells. It's the same thing. All they do is talk about the potential of utility. They confuse you so long. Everyone does. Everyone's ever been in the NFT space and does this. They continuously talk about the utility of something long enough to confuse you of the fact that there isn't any. That's how it works. Who else has like shitty investment pitches that they've heard that they knew turned out to be failures? Anyone?
Yeah, I don't get how they just buy and buy. You have to convert your money into a crypto, and then you got to buy this NFT.
That's not even the point. The point is, how do you even buy such products in the first place? Like, how do you not verify what this shit is?
Step one, become stupid. Just don't ask any important questions.
It's just fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's hype, right? It's wanting to believe in something and not having any grounding or fundamental sort of, reference point to understand that somebody's full of shit, so.
And sometimes easier to see, right? There are these NFT games, for example, like Earth 2. Maybe you heard about that, stuff like that. And I'm a gamer, and when I saw that, I'm like, okay, you got nothing. Like, you bought, like, some videos in an asset store, and that's your trailer. Like, you don't have a game. But he's still selling virtual land, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah, just another Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, Trevor Milton actually was supposed to be prosecuted, I think on November 30th, something like that. So I'm curious what happened to him. They were looking for I think 20 years jail time.
The silence speaketh volumes.
This is rather curious. Corey Steuben just tweeted something about the Cybertruck.
Interesting.
Yeah, it says it looks like there's a rear view mirror in the Cybertruck based on the Get You Know manual. So he just read the Cybertruck Get You Know manual. But it's rather interesting that he would comment about that. Either he's trying to gather intelligence for Lucid, but at the same time, I would think they would prefer him not to comment anything in the Tesla community anymore.
Interesting. What is his name spelled like? I just want to test something.
Steuben. Steuben. So it's a very German name. Or you might, yeah.
Steuben? It's like with a
Steuben.
UE?
Yeah, Steuben, like or actually Steu, like Steuer, Steuben. So it'd be.
They call it Steuben? That's weird.
Steuben, yeah. But everyone pronounces it Steuben, but
Sure?
probably German should be Steuben or something like that. It's like
not really, because then it should be in EU in order to make Steuben, right?
It is
EU.
EU.
It's EU? It's not UE?
It is EU.
Okay, cool.
No, it's
okay,
EU,
cool,
yeah.
Cool. I thought it was UE. Like,
Steuben, yeah.
Yeah, Steuben. Yeah, Steuben.
Steuben, yep.
Yep. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. One of my favorite German terms when the euro came out. Remember what they ended up calling the euro? The Steuro?
I think so.
Yeah. So it was just a play of the term, the German word for taxes and the new currency that came out. Because basically, what used to cost 1 mark suddenly cost €1.
Yeah. That was crazy.
And a mark in theory was worth 50 cents. So it was called the Steuro. Yep.
Yeah.
German must have been pissed for like British to keep their pound and them losing their Deutschmark.
Yep.
A lot of people were really smart back then. They started to buy a fuck ton of commodities with the money they had. That's only what everyone did. You get currency, turn it into something else. Turn it into something that has actual value.
Land. Land's a big thing. You can't get more.
Land is very illiquid, though. That's a problem. You have to be careful where you buy the land and why it was priced at the way it was back then. Because it could also go down, right? You have to understand that. What is that country like? Is it particularly warlike? Then your land is practically worthless long run, right? That's a problem. Do you have land in the USA? Okay, probably more bullish. Where in the USA? California? Probably not so bullish. Texas? Very bullish, right? Inner city? Did you get it like back then when there was hardly any city? Very bullish. You're sitting on a piece of gold, in the middle of the city, or in a piece of land there. Skyrocket, ladies and gentlemen. Just saying. It's like, what time did you enter? Where did you enter? What is the city like? What is the policy like? In the States, it's actually quite interesting because each one has different laws. It's like you could probably buy. It's like it depends on what land you buy and why and where. So so think about that. Or you invest in things like stocks, which are easily trackable, which are a little different, which are dependent on various factors that you could potentially also even focus on in the long term. Because in the short term, you don't know jack shit. In the long term, you probably know about as much, but it depends on how driven a company is to achieve certain goals. And then if those goals equate to the profitability of the stock, then it's like, for instance, Tesla stock, right? So imagine, for instance, you read has anyone read the UN 2030 sustainability goals? Anyone? No?
Oh, yeah. It's
Anyone?
scary.
Yep. There you go. Now, which company is most suited for this specific outcome? Which company? Which companies, rather? Right? Which one of them are successful? Okay. What else?
United States government.
Oh, yeah. What else? Car manufacturing company? Anyone? No?
Tesla.
You see where I'm getting at with this? You look at those companies. Which one of them are most likely to succeed? Which one of them are most likely to die as a result of that? Look at those. Those are the ones that are going to make a fuck ton of money. Potentially. Not financial advice. Obviously, this is my own risk that I take, right? In the future. You go 10 years in the future, that's my risk I take. Actually, less than 10 years. It's like 7 years now. Right? Tesla's going to be very bullish at that.
Yeah, they want us to eat cricket burgers. I don't know about that. I haven't tried one.
Yeah, I don't know about that either.
They want to restrict
Italy
all
is really
access to national
Italy is really
forests.
is really bullish on that one though. They were like straight up saying no. They went all the way to that. They like went all the way and said no. Quite interesting. They said no.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about it that I don't like. You know, you're restricted from traveling.
Yeah.
You carbon tax. You know, if you travel too much.
So like
Imagine.
that's the thing though. So you think about a few things. What generate so you have carbon tax, right? What if you had carbon credits? What makes carbon credits? Invest in what makes carbon credits. How are they making this? How does it work? Do they have a forest somewhere? Do they know what sequestering is? Do they do it in such a way they can actually farm carbon credits? What are they doing with the material? Where does that go? What is using that? Think about that. You want to diversify your investment? You think about all those potential points of investment. Nobody does. They all invest in these weird fucking garbage penny stocks. Nobody cares. Well, think about the actual future. I don't understand. It's really cool. It's a financial filter, really, because if you don't get this kind of stuff, you're going to be broke in the future. It's going to be fucked. It's the great filter of finance. That's what it is. We have great filters for aliens, for civilizations, and we have them for people and their understanding of finance. You see, in school you never taught this, so it's up to you to learn finance as you go along with your life. And if you don't learn it because you've had it too well, your next generation that you will be having will be fucked. So it's up to you.
And also get into an
You got a
occupation
fucking
you can
choice.
barter with the job that you work at. Become a master of none.
Even better still, make sure you learn a lot of shit. And also understand how you can best work with AIs. Understand the people who work in AI. Understand what they're trying to build. Understand how they're building it so you can use it best. Think about it.
Did you say become the master of none?
Yes, sir.
Jack of all trades, master of
Yep.
none. And that works out really well in Germany. All my wife's cousins, they have lots of different skills, and everything is done basically with Schwarzgeld. So the tax authorities don't say anything. So if you need to have some work done around your house, some plumbing, someone laying down some tile, doing this and that, it's all barter. Because the second, you actually hire a handwerker or something like that, boom, the tax authorities get involved. So that's how everything works.
Dude,
Yeah, I'll do all
I
tile in your
too
house.
lay a lot of pipe.
That cyber truck. I'll do all your tile for that truck.
Nobody get that? Really? It's called Runa.
Yes. It's laying pipe, and then there's laying cable. Those are two different things.
Yes. I prefer to do a lot of pipe laying.
Pipe too.
Yep.
It's for the
My
good of humanity.
electrician put
Good
down
for
the
the good of
pipe
humanity.
first
Lay some pipe.
and then put the wire inside the pipe.
Yes. Now you gotta ask, what's the wire?
And then he had to redo it because he put too small a wire into my pipe. He had to take that out and put a bigger wire into my pipe. True story.
Yeah.
My biggest question: does the pipe
I
have
stayed up too late yesterday talking about innuendo. Not gonna lie.
The
They
electricians
came in
call
our
it
space,
conduit. They don't call it pipe, but it looks like pipe on the side of my wall where it's hooked up to my Tesla battery.
So I got a massive conduit. Is that what we're saying now?
Conduit,
Yes.
yeah, it's conduit. It's not piping, it's
Conduit.
conduit.
Yeah,
It's a
we're gonna
big pipe
bridge a
for
few
all your
connections.
wires.
Big stick.
Big stick. Yeah, big conduit. Bro, look at
If
that
you
dude's
took it
conduit.
off the wall, it would be a big stick. Yes.
Yeah. Now the question is how to get in the wall in the first place. That's what
The
everybody asks when they
electrician
put.
put it there to
That's
protect
yeah.
your
That's what every.
wires from your,
Oh really? Well, I
you
turned on
know.
my black light and I found all that and was potentially scared of the hotel room.
Obviously, to be up to code, you need to put your wires in the conduit. If you don't have the conduit, you're not up to code, and the inspector is not going to approve your electrical project.
This is true. Yes.
At
I
least
do a
in
lot of inspection
California.
prior too.
Now, in other
And
parts of the
so
world, you
if
can
you don't
break
have
all
to
those
be,
rules because they don't exist in your
Are you
place.
sure
you don't
about
have
that?
to be specifically licensed as long as you follow code and you install things properly. Get it inspected, and if it passes, fuck it.
Right. Yeah, you pretty much can. Yeah, it's up to the inspector. You don't have to be, especially if you're doing it in your house. But if you're doing it in someone else's house, not exactly.
Remember, in
Who in the
Silicon
space is
Valley, a
not
lot of
smoking?
people who own homes are electrical engineers. So they're going to be very particular about how you wrap their wires, and they're probably going to be watching you as you install your their new span panel or whatever. I've sold equipment to these people. They're nerdy.
Yeah.
They come into your store with spreadsheets, like price comparison
Yeah.
spreadsheets for all the shit that
Yeah.
they're going
They
to
put it on your table, spread it wide open. Yep.
I
Been there.
filled
Been
it
there
in
many times.
twice, once for my competitor and once for my store. And they're like,
Who's your
"How did you
competitor?
do that?" San Jose Camera, which is still there. We went out of business,
Damn it.
so they killed us. Yeah.
Is it the better camera too?
They were $5 more on most cameras,
Yeah.
so they had a better profit margin.
Oh, is that what we call it now? Process margin? Okay.
Yeah, because I was undercutting them $5, so they were making more on every sale.
Okay, cool. So basically what we're like, so basically some of us have some really good conduits, and what did you say again? The pricing? What was that again, what we said?
The conduit is what holds the
No, not the
wire.
conduit. I was talking about the pricing of the camera. What did you say it was like? What was it turnover? What?
Oh, I would sell. We were the discount store, so we underpriced everybody.
Okay, yeah, cool. So no underpriced conduits here. Well, like the underpriced conduits that have maximum conduit quality with that extra weight and girth.
Do you ever talk to your electrician about conduit pricing? I don't. I'm just like,
I mean,
you're
I
charging me
actually do.
$2,500 to put a 50 amp line in my garage for my Tesla. All right, do it. Go ahead. I don't care what the conduit cost him.
Well, I mean, I
You might
definitely
care.
care about the conduit pricing. I want to see I get value for my conduits.
Oh, I just want to make
I'm not
sure
even
it
kidding.
tastes
Like half
good.
of me is kidding, the other half is not. It's like one half's making the innuendo and the other half is actually serious. Yes, I do talk about the conduits and I even tell them how to make it. If you put those conduits together in the wrong way, the water comes leaking down and the electricity starts expiring. I got a problem with that, obviously.
True.
Like, I'm the gamer who sits there in the middle of the fucking night, and if my internet cuts out, I'll be like, I turn into a
This
fucking
is why
zombie
you
from
don't
my
have your
TF2.
Uncle Louie do your electrical work.
Unless, of course, your Uncle Louie is a world-class electrician.
But true.
Well, you know what's
By the way,
crazy?
I'm Uncle Louie.
I was a maintenance supervisor for a big factory, and I would do three-phase motor wiring, change gearboxes, do some critical stuff with some natural gas. And I wasn't licensed with any of it. The licenses were through the corporation themselves, so I specifically didn't have to get licensed, but they hired me off the street saying I could do it, but I did it.
If
I did a
none of
good
your
job.
buildings never burned down, no problem.
It never burned out, and it was all the
Yeah,
code.
but
I would just
one
beat it.
burns down because you made a mistake where somebody else made a mistake and blamed you for it, and it proved that you did the work, but you didn't get a
So,
license.
Christian, you're gonna send me the SCP thing or no?
I sent you my application, but yeah.
I don't hear shit. I don't know where your shit is. Is it in community or is it in my DMs like I asked?
I can't DM you. You're not following me.
Yes, you can. You just hit that little box up at the top right there.
That was a trick.
Yes, it was. I know the platform more than most people. Trust me. I have DMs enabled for anyone who does not, who I don't follow. So, yes.
You click that little box up there that's right next to the money symbol where you find an Ethereum address.
This is the SCPs are the thing from that book, right? There's no antimemetics division.
Yes.
I love that book. You guys are talking about it?
Same. Yeah, we were.
It's like one
We
of
were
the
talking about
most
SCPs.
mind-bending sci-fis I've ever.
Oh yeah,
like,
dude! I just read the wiki. There's so much good content in there. You ever get bored of like Hollywood? There's like you can even there's some content creators on YouTube that narrate the whole thing. That's actually pretty nice. Put you to sleep. Oh, it's so nice listening to eldritch horrors before you go to sleep.
The inventor of the wiki worked at Microsoft.
Wow.
Yeah.
Could you perhaps get him here?
That explains a lot.
I haven't talked to him in a while.
Wow.
My dad worked for Microsoft, ended up getting laid off, but he was on the foundation team of the C++ creators back in the 90s. And my grandpa, he helped make the barcode for IBM. But I'm more or less a hardware guy, but I love software. I love AI.
Software is hardware.
You're right. Yep. You start
Can
at
I
the base,
borrow some RAM?
1 0, you go up to the
My
hexadecimal, you start getting
my
freaky
Sonos
with those letters.
speaker system has 25 little speakers. That's hardware, but they're getting better every month because of software. I love
Because
software.
it's all
I
because
love
it's not just
software.
about the fact that you have the hardware; it's how you use it.
Yeah.
That like makes sense in so many ways, and none of them are good. Probably only one of them are good, and the rest of the 25 make me think things. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, I probably should take that
My
out.
Tesla brakes work better since when I bought it. The acceleration
Ooh,
is faster, all because of software.
yeah.
I custom
You missed
built.
that upgrade. Did you buy in before that upgrade or after?
No,
Oh,
I
you
just
don't
I
even
just
have a
basically
Tesla.
maximize protein consumption. Yeah. That's wait, what? Oh, we're talking about something else. Okay, yeah, sure. No, I
I
don't have
custom
one
built
yet.
a thousand
Now, in the
dollar.
Save
early
up for the
days,
end goal. You just
like
continuously
a
use the
year
ice car
after I
until you
bought
afford
my
this never
Model
charge.
3, they upgraded the brakes and they upgraded the
I'm all full speed,
acceleration,
no brakes.
all with software.
Now we're talking.
I
Yeah.
built a $10,000 PC, okay, for VR, and all I use it for is YouTube for the kids.
You
Wow.
know, you should think about burning some Bitcoin on this thing.
Well, that's what people
Yes, you
have told
could.
me.
How about you getting? How about getting your heater that you get from Walmart that heats up your building
No.
equates to wasting
Burn
energy
the
and use a
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin
That'll
miner instead?
generate the heat
Water
to keep
cooled,
your feet
heat
warm with the little
pump,
Yes,
fans
exactly.
blowing
That's
the
literally what I'm
hot
saying. You
air
can buy
out of the
yourself.
CPU and onto your feet.
Yeah, you can buy yourself an old ASIC miner off of fucking like eBay because nobody wants that shit. Because the ASIC miners are good at two things: one, creating Bitcoin; two, heat.
but
So instead
Bitcoin
of
Frightening.
buying
is
yourself, so instead of
so
buying
much.
yourself a heater from fucking Walmart and wasting your goddamn energy, you can turn that energy into Bitcoin.
But Bitcoin's basically fully mined, and if you try to squeeze it for those last few drops, you're
Pull,
actually spending more energy to
pull
squeeze
up
those.
Brian Rommel. He has a lot of
Doesn't matter.
Bitcoin
It
mining
really
going.
doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I mean, like you could. It's there's two things: get nothing or get something that is a little bit more than just nothing. It doesn't really matter. Like you can either burn your energy or burn your energy while not burning all of it because you're making something back.
So you're saying you're transitioning USD through the electric company,
What are
and
you
you're
fucking
putting into
talking
Bitcoin.
about? I am thinking, yes, this is partially
takes
what you
a,
can do.
Ooh, that's a really good on ramp.
it
Ooh,
takes electricity to grow weed. Yes, you have to light up
that
the
is one way to do it
lights
too.
so that the plant
Yeah,
can
I'm
see
I'm taking
the
I'm taking
photons.
USD. I'm taking USD and turning it into a different color of green. Except this green takes you to space.
Yeah, but like the metaphysical space. But I really do like the glitter idea. Put it into rockets.
We're supposed to be talking about OpenAI, aren't we?
Hey,
4
Robert.
hours ago.
What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, hours ago. We haven't been talking about OpenAI for a while.
You ever interacted with Jensen?
No, I don't remember ever meeting. I might have met him in a hallway somewhere, but not. No, I have a lot of friends who work at NVIDIA though.
Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. Like he's has amazing life story.
Yeah, started at Denny's. Who doesn't like a guy who starts a startup in a Denny's?
Yeah. Much like those people who has made their startups in a garage, they are now $1 trillion businesses.
Yeah, there's a few of those in Silicon Valley. You can
Yeah. Do you
visit
think
some
that's
of those
ever
garages.
gonna happen again? Do you think that's ever gonna happen again?
Yeah, another
I think that
company.
age is gone. I
Oh
know about
Well,
you.
I wonder
no,
that
no, no!
myself,
The new
but then
trend in
look at
Silicon Valley is to
OpenAI.
put a
So
little rough shed in the backyard and put your
Yeah.
innovator in the little shed with a
Fries
little
cost
bit of
like $7 in a
electricity.
McDonald's now.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could afford that.
Remember back then you could like afford your tuition off of a 10-piece McNugget.
I mean, a lot of the AI companies are fairly small. They have 4 PhDs working for them, and they're just working on a laptop somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, like
Or better still, they outsource their hardware by making someone else buy the hardware, taking the hardware, work on their hardware, giving them back their hardware with the product on the hardware.
I found my company completely off of
It sounds like
shitpost.
working at Microsoft.
Exactly. The most bullish thing you could possibly do, which nobody else does because it's disruptively existent.
If I got a job,
Hypervectorized value creation. Oh,
I'm gonna pay someone $60,000 to do my whole job for me.
You'd pay somebody else to do your job?
Yeah, why not? And I'll just, get updates.
it's called outsourcing.
Good. Yeah.
When I worked at
Also
Microsoft, I
con-
got a
also
page
con-
in the Economist magazine. Do you think I could have done that if I outsourced to somebody else?
Of course.
Definitely
and you
not.
would have made some money just
Really?
because you made that connection, of course.
Yeah, definitely not.
Mm.
No, he could have never outsourced it. There's only one Robert Scoble, and the Robert Scoble that he is the thing that... you can't outsource a Robert Scoble. It's not how it works. Because if such a Robert Scoble exists, that guy's a Robert Scoble already somewhere, and he's sitting on the stage right here, right? Because he did the thing that you thought he would do, but he's not going to work for you because he's so successful at doing his own thing that he outperforms anything that you could ever possibly give him. Right?
To copy himself, and then it did it for him.
Well,
He's
I mean,
working on
AI
that,
is not
right?
that entirely advanced yet, but it's getting there. There's already a few clones of his running around, so at some point he'll be on a space here, and I'll be on a space here, and you don't know who's real or who's not.
100 million clones, actually.
Shit, what did you do?
Sybil's are the
OpenAI
solution.
company read my blog to make the model, so I'm part of the model. So
So you're Scoble
I'm
GPT
on
now?
100
Is that what?
million people's computer or experiences.
Ah, dude, that's a nice little...
You
That's
can talk to
really cool.
OpenAI about me.
You know, I once got it to write a little piece, a little blog post in your style, and shit was hilarious.
Yeah, it knows how
It's
to
like,
write.
write me a
It
blog
knows what
post in
my
the style of Robert
vocabulary is. It
Scoble.
counted all the
And it's like,
44,000
hello,
words
everybody.
I used.
Today I'll tell you about this amazing technology.
Yes.
It was so good.
It's
I'm
gonna be
just a
like in the
bag of patterns.
Matrix, like Agent Smith.
That's
Everybody
me.
on here will be like Scoble.
Yes.
Clones of
I mean,
Scoble.
Agent Smith literally like copied himself everywhere. Remember how he did that? You know, it's like, oh, there's the visual effects in that movie. Damn.
And then I
There's like
give
one
away my
scene that
data
almost
set so other
bankrupted the movie.
people can clone me.
Exactly. So now you know what you've just done? You've immortalized yourself on a conceptual level. That is what we should all
In theory,
strive to
but
achieve.
how many decades will I actually survive as part of the OpenAI model?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
Maybe a decade. They're
How about you
gonna
like
get
take
pretty
that
good
like
at garbage
do we
collection.
train an AI off you, just like monitor your daily life and your communications? We look for the repeating stuff and like include that in our data set.
Yes, what do you think Apple's doing? They have a data pattern on my face 10 times a second right now, with a little sensor on the front of the
Which they're going
iPhone.
to use to like make the best avatar possible because they're probably going towards a metaverse. Is this correct?
It could do a lot of things in theory. How many
Yes,
is
it
it
could
gonna
also be.
do?
It could also take you and your
In what
likeness and put you in a
year?
Hollywood movie without any of your knowledge
It could.
or consent. Muhahaha.
It could. But there'll probably be consent involved.
Yes, they're gonna
Somewhere.
buy it off of you just like Sam Altman
No,
bought everyone's iris scans.
somewhere you saw a dialogue box that says, "Your privacy is fucked. Okay or cancel."
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. It's like, remember when like Sam Altman bought everyone's iris scans and they like sold their one-for-one digital biological identity for fucking like $55 evaluation of shitcoin in a third world country? Like, tell me you're a piece of shit without telling me you're a piece of shit. Who the fuck does that? That's borderline exploitation.
I bought some world coins like a while back when they launched
But
because
did you
I was
sell?
like, I can't
Did you
put.
sell?
I
Yeah,
did.
but did you sell your iris scans?
No. I just bought the
Yeah. Okay. See, that's good.
But,
What are you gonna
I was
do with
saying like
That's all right.
technically
You
you
gonna
can't
fake
put
my
all of your
identity?
orb. You can't put all of your eggs in one basket. So I was a little bit overexposed to one orb. So I was like, okay, I'll hedge. I'll put a little bit of money in the super evil dystopian orb just in case that one works out.
That's good. That's really good.
There you go. Don't
I'm
sell your iris
unimpressed though.
scans.
Like I think
Buy them.
Sam Altman should really be like taking his like super evil persona to the max. He's all right. Oh, I would never
Apple's
think
gonna
of
look at the
making
back
any
of your
money.
I
eye.
wonder what that is. I wonder what that is. It's probably ChatGPT minus the chains.
Apple has an eye sensor in the Vision
God
Pro. And it
damn, I
looks
could
at the
literally
back of your
narrate an
eye,
entire movie. Oh my god, yes!
and it can tell that you have one of 13 diseases just by looking at the back of your eye.
Yeah.
Iris scan.
Hey, Adrian, have you ever heard of this metaverse called Sansar? My wife's
I have
still
heard of none of them, and I have no interest in joining any one of them. I hardly play games that I appreciate being plugged into the matrix by moving around a little cursor on a
I worked on
screen
the
and
first
clicking
team
my
at Microsoft
mechanical
that had a
keyboard.
Second Life Island. What do you got against virtual worlds, Adrian?
No,
You're
The
holding back to the
gamification of
future.
the
Are you a boomer?
tokenization of those worlds. The gamification, the tokenization of those worlds is nothing but deplorable as its pyramid scheme is a disgusting rinse mechanic on the population.
He's spent 50,000 hours working on these metaverse worlds.
I have spent 50,000 hours gaming those goddamn things, and I hated every single moment of it. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
How dare you?
Did you set up a whole city, Adrian? Did you have a whole island all decked out for all your friends?
What did you think I did in fucking Minecraft all day? I literally built a fucking city by hand, one by one, every day. Logged in. I had the autograph. I didn't do this in creative. I did this in survival. Okay, because I had like an auto clicker like farm on my behalf when I was out doing something at work, and I came back and I had like infinite fucking resources. You can set it, if you're like playing Bedrock Edition, you can set up an auto clicker and just basically farm the fucking ocean. Literally, you can just like sit there with a like you can manufacture. Because if you do it outside, then something comes out over there to kill you in the night, or like even in the day. So what you do is you manufacture your own ocean with a little bit of a spawning thing. It needs to be it needs to have a specific length in blocks and a specific depth in blocks as well. And then you basically just sit there. You have some redstone set up, and you keep clicking, and eventually it just continuously does its thing, and you can just like sit there and farm. And if you're really fucking insane, you can have realms activated. Or you can just have a friend be invited, but that friend is just literally your alt account, and then all of you, including your alt accounts, are fucking farming XP, so you can even kill the alt accounts and harvest their XP. It's so good. It's so cool.
How many German castles by the end of next year will we get to choose between in some sort of augmented reality virtual
I will
world
simply
builder?
make all of them.
You'll be buying them from me because I already know how to build them.
Well, you need a drone to fly around a castle and make a neural radiance field or a
True, exactly.
or something like that.
I have a drone actually.
Have you ever been on
It's
VR?
it's a little DJI with a 4K camera.
That's
you ever
enough.
used VR, Adrian?
What happened?
You ever used VR, Adrian?
No, I've had not much interest in it. The graphics always piss me off, but if it's much better, and if the graphics are nice and realistic, then I'll consider it. I'm just not gonna like invest in something that looks like 2007 mechanics. It's not gonna happen.
Adrian,
I'm gonna
you
wait.
should do
I'm
a
gonna
VR
wait
show
until
since you don't have much
Moore's law
experience
catches
with
up on those things. Then I'll get one. At this point,
Yeah,
I see zero
you
utility.
should try out like a Varjo, a serious VR device, and get sold on VR.
Potentially, but how much does that cost, and when do I have to replace
The
it?
one I tried was $13,000 along with the PC and the optical fiber cable to the PC, which had an NVIDIA card inside of it, which was pretty nice.
See, I'm just not gonna fucking buy that. I can buy so much other cool shit with
I
$13,000.
didn't buy it either, but I went to the conference room and went to their press conference and tried it out, and it's pretty
Was
fucking
this
badass.
the example? Was this the example where you were standing on the board?
No, that was
On the flank?
Stanford University. That was Jeremy Valen's.
Sorry, wrong one. How much was that one worth?
You couldn't buy that, but that was Mark Zuckerberg got the exact same demo I did, but he got it 3 years before I did, and he turned that into buying Oculus. A month later, he bought Oculus after that demo. It's a pretty good
Interesting.
demo, or series
So
of
he
demos.
probably said, "Wow, this is so cool. I'm gonna have to
Yes.
invest in it and turn it into Meta."
Yes. Yes.
Again, I'll just wait until Moore's law catches up with that, and I'll consider doing that.
Next April, we get 5K screens. The real secret is high resolution screens.
5K screen.
Because
This is
if
so
you
weird.
can
Like
get
we live in
high,
a future where that's possible.
yeah, that's coming. Apple's coming with 5K screens. When you get the Varjo, it has a very high resolution inner area, which is the second chip that's running in the middle. And things like knobs on aircraft cockpit, for instance, are very enjoyable at high resolutions, right? So,
Yeah, I bet.
yeah. So when you get to 5K, now we have the resolution. So now the revolution starts.
Yeah, 5K screens.
Each eye.
Dude, shit. I'm not even that old yet. I'm like, holy
And
shit,
that's
so much innovation.
before they virtualize into like a 12K IMAX theater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or, a 2D screen in front of you that looks really fucking badass because it's like a panoramic photo.
What's with all these weird fucking like shill people that sit down there in this space? You want engagement. It's possibly why you're doing it.
Give some names.
I am going to remove them. It's like when you read the best page you'll ever read on Wikipedia is when you read something where it says this specific organization and or cult or whatever has like this specific list of followers or like supporters or whatever, and it says there you can help with the accuracy or assist with the accuracy by expanding it.
You can help with this list by expanding it. The followers of Jesus Christ. Let me get the book.
I mean, I thought that was a really interesting practice. Like, a lot of the times people are wondering, man, why do these people get killed? Like, you went into another country that wished never to be disturbed, and you tried to force upon them a belief fundamentally different from their own. What do you think was going to happen? And you look like an alien too. But don't forget that. So, what like, how did you like? Huh? It's like Japan. It went down there. It's like, oh, we're going to go down to convert these people. It's like, yeah, really cool idea. What if this does not sound like a risk to your life? So I'm like, it's just Japan. They're like they were an extremely isolated civilization for a very long time. So much so they didn't even know what a boat looked like when they first arrived. They didn't know what it was.
Didn't they come from China initially?
I don't know. Maybe. You remember like when there was like an invasion and the typhoon kept taking out the invaders? That's a fun story. They did it multiple times, and every single time these people invaded, a typhoon wiped them all out. The irony, the luck.
That's fucking hilarious. It's like
They didn't have any really good defenses because but the typhoon just whipped them all up multiple times. Like this time, we're not going to get hit by a typhoon.
Chennai's underwater.
I call it a hurricane.
A lot of people call them different things. They call them cyclones, they call them hurricanes, they call them windstorms, and over here in the fucking like Switzerland, they call them a really bad day.
It's true. I was out in Switzerland when a really, really big storm came around and ripped the shingles off the roof. Yeah. It like literally ripped the shingles off the roof, and I was asking like, damn, is this normal? It's like, oh, it happens sometimes in the winter. Okay.
My friend up on the hill above Silicon Valley, his wind got to 160 miles an hour this winter up at the top.
You'd be surprised. I've seen some weather reports off of like nations that Like have really interesting types of, like I sometimes when I see the climate devastation, I do research, right? I look at this like, okay, where is this place? Cool. What kind of resources do they use? How do you figure out what resources do they use? Because you're not going to figure out the honest report from the government website. So you go to the weirdest place possible. You check out Facebook. You look at the images. You look at you look at the average infrastructure. What you can see on Facebook, and then you know what their houses are made out of, and they're really structurally fucked, right? And that's why the damage looks big, even though the wind is very low sometimes. When it's like, oh god, we need aid because of the infrastructure being broken. It's like, why do you need aid for wind speeds that are so low? You look over there and you look at the infrastructure. I did this once like a few years ago. I was like really curious. I'm like, how do I know? How would I honestly know what their infrastructure looks like? Everybody posts everything on Facebook because they don't think they're seen by anyone other than their family until me comes along and starts farming them for data. Woo!
Until AI comes along and reads everything.
Yes, basically the superior data scraper over me. Essentially, I mean, that's what we are. We're like we're like biological data scrapers. Come on. Yeah, we're like biological data scrapers. We're like machines. We're basically machines. We're just like a little bit more complex. I think like a lot of people might disagree with that, but because here's the thing. Okay, it's like for those of you who disagree, it's like, what do you think we're made out of? We're made out of carbon, right? What does this carbon do? It's arranged in a specific manner out of many different parts. It makes organs, it makes cells, it makes the cells that make those organs. Each one of those replicate themselves such that when the cell gets broken, it dies, it is replaced because every 7 years, it's technically a new body from the ground up, right? What is your brain? Your brain is a neural net, biological neural net. Why do you call it a neural net? Because that's what it is. What does a computer do? It imitates a neural net. That's why it's called a neural net. What else does it have? It has conditions, which are hormones and signals. Really, really cool. What are you? You're a machine. What is the thing that's making it conscious? Probably some sort of signal that you're getting from somewhere, because your brain is a weird receiver. How can you tell it's a receiver? Probably because you take DMT and you start to see weird shit and you start to communicate with plants. There you go, the fully recursive body explanation. Fuck you.
It was funny on Alex Mint's space today that they were talking about like Harry Potter.
I haven't even like taken any coffee yet. Can you imagine what this? I want to take coffee right now and see how fast this goes. I want to see like what bullshit I can do now. Why am I so accelerated today?
How do you take coffee?
Take coffee by drinking a high concentrated form of it in a fast manner.
Straight injection.
Rapid manner.
By IV.
Okay, I get you.
How many cups? How many cups? Come on.
Like a pill?
Espresso cups, if I wanted to supercharge myself, like 2 to 4. Depends on how bad I want it. If I play video games, I literally take like 4, and then everything just starts slowing down.
Cups every day of the shittiest coffee with no milk, no sugar.
What about 3 spoons? What about 3 spoons of instant coffee? There you go. You make sure you dilute it in something cold.
I have my standards, man. I'll take shitty coffee, not really shitty coffee.
Well, what about this? You know, you hit up your. Hey, you're in Silicon Valley, right? So you probably might have a really weird neighbor who's a chemist. Can you ask him for some caffeine powder and ask him how to dose it without killing yourself?
Probably.
That's why I asked, because I knew that was a probably in there somewhere.
We made aspirin in chemistry class in high school, so you know.
Ooh. Have you ever tried to take aspirin tablets and turn them into mint?
No, but that wouldn't be that hard. Knowing how aspirin's made and how mint is put into things, then that's not too hard.
No, literally, like you turn the thing that's
the problem is
stuff that's in there into something else.
Because you put mint in them. Now you got a breath mint, right? But it's an aspirin. You don't want people to be down in those things.
No, you take the chemical. No, you take the chemicals that are in there, the components, and you change them into whatever the mint flavor is.
Even worse. Now you have none of the bitterness of aspirin, but you.
Like aspirin, dissolvable aspirin, soluble aspirin with the citrus flavor.
All this shit, right? You could go, hey, I know how to make aspirin. That's your main product, right?
You really know, medication is very well thought out when you consume it, and you want to consume it again because it tastes so good. Like cough syrup and fucking like cough syrup, aspirin tablets. You know, the ones that have like the nice citrusy flavor to them.
Man. They put alcohol.
Alcohol. The real world. Alcohol is like the real world neural net debooster mechanic.
I've heard alcoholic stories in AA meetings of people who drink cough syrup because they're.
I think Goth yesterday said the thing that I was thinking about. It's like what do we like? Because I think about what do we do as people who have intelligence? We tend to drink alcohol so we don't feel so we don't have this abundance of caution that we have that comes with intelligence, right? So we want to have fun, we want to be monkey mode. So self-administered lobotomy, I think a Goth said that yesterday. So it's interesting. You should like read the fucking like 21E8 shit posts. I like schizo post neural net. So cool.
All it means is we're going to lay down a few $1,000s on the tables in Vegas and blow it all because we were drinking
Yes.
and blew our minds away.
Yes. Also, the table has to be nice and has like nice signaling colors on it, right? That's why roulette wheel is so nice and it's shiny and you pay attention to it. It's a little ball that moves around because your monkey brain likes moving things.
My wife likes the Wheel of Fortune slot machines.
Oh, that thing is so good, isn't it? It does not only just have the signaling colors, but it has the mechanical ticking to it, which you like really feel the momentum and shit, and then that build up towards the end. With it, it just like gives you a really good dopamine rush.
You'll bet $200 and you might get it once.
Yeah.
At the Wheel of Fortune, and it goes around, and it always ends on the cheap one, which is like $6. It never lands on the $1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all designed to separate an alcoholic from their money.
Yep. It's a physical manifestation of a rinsing device.
Yeah.
It's designed to let you win a little and take then everything from you.
There
Exactly.
we go. Wheel of Fortune is your win.
It's like
you
bait.
Get your Wheel of Fortune.
It's poison.
It's like literal bait. It makes the person who owns the Wheel of Fortune the actual fortune. That's why it's called the Wheel of Fortune.
Yes. And hopefully you spend $3 in the machine so you get some sort of payout. Because
Exactly.
if you were a cheapskate at only putting $1 in per push of the button, then you would get a smaller payout. Much smaller.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. It's all designed to take your money. This is fun on a weekend in Vegas with Adrian.
If you built the machine, maybe you could take advantage of it. So that's why we need to get into gambling machine manufacturing and sell them as like the top tier machines, but we'll know the innards.
Yeah.
I know
I don't
people
know.
like
That sounds like
they
a
make a good
scam.
living. No. There's people who sell the machines to the casinos in Vegas, and they do not fuck with the machines. That's why they have a gambling license, because they are very strict about who gets to fuck with the machines.
A lot of them play cards. They have like specific like tells, that like the people filming it like on security can view it, and they tell it to the card holder. It's weird shit.
Have you guys seen a movie
By the way,
Lock,
this guy
Stock?
is too
Now,
focused.
see, that would get me to buy the humane pin. If I could take it gambling and they would tell me that, oh, the person next to you is lying his ass off. He doesn't really have that hand. He really has just twos or something, But, yeah.
How about an optic device linked to an AI that looks at the roulette wheel spinning and can calculate where the number is going to land on?
All right, so the casino allowed you to put a rig of 3 cameras around the roulette wheel, and we're able to make a 3D digital twin of the roulette wheel and the dice, and we can predict based on its bouncing pattern around the wheel what number it's going to land on. That's pretty cool.
No. You don't go that far. That's you don't have to predict the number. That's not how you do it. The MIT guys, all they need to do is predict the quadrant it's going to fall in. You don't bet on a number. You bet on like a quadrant, because they were able to predict that with really high accuracy. All they had to do was see. They just looked at when the ball would get injected in. And what they were able to do is that you're allowed to place bets right up to the moment that I think the ball starts to hits the wheel, right? So it's launched out. So they're seeing it around there.
Over the machine, like it's a magic,
Yes.
incantation. No more bets.
So the ball is already going around. The wheel's already going around, and from that you already can, with high probability, predict the quadrant it goes in. And from that, that's all you got to do is put your chips on those particular numbers. You're not trying to predict a particular number. You're just trying to get in there. That's the genius of what they did.
Got it. So it reduces the choice.
Yeah, all you have to do is you just got to be slightly better than the House, right? If you've got a
Yeah.
52% odds of winning, that's all you need. You don't need 99% or 100%. You do that, and the House had no idea what was going on because they were winning, but it's not like they were getting, obviously lucky. They just had a good betting strategy and were able, and they were doing that with, I think it might have been like, really, I'm not even sure if they had personal computers at the time that they did that trick. Like the ones that were getting wired up and taking a look at it. It was it's like an 8-bit processor or something like that. And they got enough information just to figure out the ballistics of how that thing was going around, and you had it.
Do you think they're going to let us wear Apple glasses while we're playing
No,
roulette?
I don't know. I mean, if you think about as far as like figuring out the algo, you would think the one AI right now that could decrypt the algo should be Grok, because Grok has been reading every single tweet out there. And you think would know the difference between a tweet which is going to go viral and one not. And if you ask it to write a viral tweet, you should get a viral tweet. I asked it to write a viral tweet and it did dog shit. I did better writing it myself.
The problem is
Okay.
viral tweets rely on humans to like your shit and share it. And
Yeah, but he could still figure out how to get around it's not so much viral, it's figuring out what do you try to do to make sure it gets some notice or some traction. What is it that kind of causes it? You'd think it would throw it out.
Right? One weekend we're talking about OpenAI, other weekend we're talking about something else, right? What goes viral shifts over time. It's not a
I
point.
can tell you what
There
goes
is no
viral
formula
is
for
when.
going
Okay, so
viral.
here, you want to make a test? You want to make a test of what goes viral? I can take a single letter or a
Take off
single
your
word.
clothes,
It doesn't
it'll
even
go
matter.
further.
It depends on who reposts it and who likes it. That's it. That's how you make it go viral. The idea is you have to appeal to the people that you're writing to in such a way that it's not necessarily obvious that you're appealing to them, but you're providing them with the information that is relevant to what they are, and that it spreads through a network to even higher and higher people in terms of their influence. And if they keep putting their likes on it, their reposts on it, it's viral.
Right. You get it. Now, here's the other question: is do hashtags help in a post or not?
No.
Okay, Grok gave like a bunch of hashtags.
Time that works.
I asked it
Only
to do
one
it.
time.
And
When I quit
and it did
Microsoft, I was in the New York Times the next morning. That's what I consider going viral. It started on
that's pretty
a
good.
blog post Saturday night, right at 6 p.m. It started on a blog post from a blogger I didn't even know. He broke my story, which is really weird. And by the next morning, it was in the New York Times.
Yeah, that's pretty viral. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtags don't help, by the way. Like, if you look at it purely from an algorithmic perspective, they don't help. Unless, of course, there's an Apple event. Then you just engagement farm, but that engagement is
What I
worthless.
noticed in the early days, early hours of that, was the number of people who were liking it was going up exponentially.
What? The fact that you quit Microsoft?
Yeah.
So
you want to make a test?
They like the fact that you weren't there
right
anymore. Okay.
What's that?
You guys want to make a test? Like, seriously, I want to. Like,
I don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah. I would love to. Because John and I were questioning the hashtags.
I'll have to have everyone in the room on this at the same time. Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Everyone's gonna do it. What is it gonna be? Want to make it a single letter? You want to be obnoxious as hell? You want it a single letter?
Q.
You want to have Q? You want to still meme on Q?
Star.
Is that the? I mean,
Q or X?
No. I mean,
is X too meme?
Too meme.
Q got naked in my community. That's how it goes viral.
Okay, how about that? Just do X/I because we're talking about that anyways.
How do you make something go viral, Adrian? Come on, give us the advanced class, not the.
Okay, there we go. It's just gonna be those. How much is it made out of? 5 characters. It's a 5-character post. Here we go. I'm gonna put it out, and if each and every single one of you, everyone in the space, was to like and repost that, it's gonna go to the moon. Want to try it?
Like and repost, not quote tweet, right? Just repost.
Not quote tweet. That doesn't do jack shit for you.
Do I get it?
You can do the same thing too. If you do fuck you, I'm gonna get deboosted. I can't do that. I'm not as big as you. You can get away with everything. You could potentially post a naked thing and not even get dinged up yet. You're way too big to fail. It's true.
I've been naked 4 times on the internet. You think Grok found all
the pictures? My point. You just proved my point. You get naked, you get bigger.
And it's gonna harass
I get naked. I cease to exist. You understand the problem here?
I'm gonna go public with the pictures. If you,
All right, here we go, ladies and
pictures are
gentlemen. Here we
already
go.
up.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Everybody ready?
What are you gonna say about Q that's gonna go viral? Other than
Not Q. Not Q. Okay, wait. Hold on. We're still stuck in the Q. Okay, we're gonna. I just want to put out x/act because I want to accelerate X.
Yeah.
That's the stupidity of this. Let's do it. Everybody ready?
Accelerate X.
Everybody ready?
Yep.
Ready? Okay.
Yep.
It's out there. It's out there. Go to my profile. Moon it. Go. Make that bitch go to the moon. It's gonna be so stupid. Yeah, I even pinned it in the. Yeah, like and repost. That's what's gonna get it there. Let's see how effective this is. This is only 5 characters.
SAAC thing?
No quote tweets. Has to be like straight likes and reposts.
Done.
25.
Go,
46 likes already.
You see how it's happening? It's already at 54. Oh shit!
All right. So now we know how to
It's
game
gonna
X.
get better. Keep it going.
We
Keep it
come
going.
into a
It's already
space
at
like
80.
this.
It's on
Everybody
80.
gets $20 if they retweet something, and we'll push it.
What
Oh
about
my god!
replies?
Look at that.
The new
shit.
SEO.
Fuck you, Mark.
Any replies? What reply?
We
Does
got
that
a
help?
few replies. We got a few
comments.
Yes, but do you want replies? Yes or no?
I do if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, there's replies.
Keep going.
102
Don't
likes
stop.
already.
You're gonna get blocked by
207
Beth
views.
Bezos.
Blocked by Beth Bezos? Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you got that's right.
What did you do to him?
I'm just proving my concept. It's still going. Holy shit.
Yeah.
112.
So now
Nice.
the
112. Keep it going. Keep it going.
It's actually legitimately viral and is pushing it to more people, right?
Wow.
This is how it works.
Exactly.
Get the most interaction.
In other words, it has no
Viral.
fucking idea of what's going on, does it? Well, maybe it's listening to this and watching the retweets, right?
Grok is getting wet.
Here's the
Yeah, keep it going. Keep it going. Don't
algorithm.
stop. All of it
Grok
on
is
there.
gonna go,
Everyone doing
"This
it.
is just a
It's still
fucking
happening.
joke," right? Grok will put underneath it, don't retweet this. It's a joke.
Madness, don't raise your hand. What's going on? You were waiting this whole time. Hello.
Oh, don't worry about that. You keep this going. I'll keep my thought afterwards. Yeah. Keep this going.
This is beautiful. What's the
I mean, it's a stress test, right? It's a stress test. This is
ladies and
literally,
gentlemen,
yeah.
there is no
acid
science
test
to
for the
this.
system.
There's only one science. There's only one science. It is fuck everything that you think about how the system works. You have to think about how you tie up the brain into then making the system do what it is that you want it to do. That's the idea. There is no hack to this. There's no nothing to this. It is all about entertainment. This was an entertaining scenario and an entertaining outcome. And it continuously is. See, it's mimetic
also
now.
a
It's
crash
mimetic now.
space for cognition, right? It's also a crash space for cognition. We see how far we
But
can go as well.
Adrian, you put thousands of hours into that.
Dude, it has over 1,000 views in like a minute. What?
Yeah,
exactly.
Keep it going. Has earned the community.
See, this is what I'm trying to tell people. Accelerate X.
We're basically in Adrian's cult. And we'll do
You know, it'd be
anything that
hilarious if you
Adrian
accelerate
tells us
faster
to.
than the accelerationist.
Adrian, have you watched our minds?
That's how I got blocked by Beth Bezos because I told him to keep up.
Realistically, though, this is like a metrics test or something, right? We're literally trying to see what metrics we can get to.
Exactly. That's literally what it is. It's just trying to understand the concept of holy shit, it's still moving.
You know, we're testing.
My
Just keep
rate limit
laughing,
is not
don't worry,
fast.
it's awesome.
my rate limit is not fast enough to keep up with the virality of this bullshit. This is so stupid. Look at that. It's literally just 5 characters. It's just printing. Is everyone in Rebellion is doing it as well?
How are we going to tell them?
In a second.
Go tell them.
Post it. So I was just going to say, so there's going to be knock-on or cascade effects here, which is really interesting because it will keep going based on the proliferation.
Exactly. So keep it going. Everyone in the audience, go. Just give it a like and a repost. Accelerate X. Go.
The problem is the doubling effect has hit other people who aren't aware of the joke, and they aren't hitting like or retweet, so it's slowing down.
Can you do it? Can we A/B test this? Can you also tweet ice cream? I just want to see what gets more numbers.
Ice cream, just like double M ice cream.
Yeah, double M ice cream.
But no one retweet it. Let's see the views in a minute. I'm curious, and then after a minute we can retweet it.
No, actually, let's keep this thing going for a sec. We keep this thing going first, and we do the other thing later.
The trick is to get escape velocity and get the
This is what we're getting to.
humans to really like what you're tweeting.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. You
We're
accelerated so far. You accelerated so far that the clueless. Exactly.
Right. This is how things work.
I've been trying to do this for the last.
Mind attention.
It has to enter delta V.
Yes. Are the Rebellioners on it?
I'm trying to get them to.
If you get like a really big account, like Omar or something like that, to repost it, it's everywhere then after that.
Only the good ones.
This is so stupid. I should have just made it one letter. That would have been even dumber.
Where's it at now? How many views?
What's stupider, this or
it's like almost 3,000. OpenAI weekend and this. The OpenAI weekend made this happen, actually, as a matter of fact. Would have not had that kind of space with this kind of, like... He's mining.
And 83 comments already.
Yes. Exactly.
I think what we need to do is get a group of people that's inside the Adrian bubble and then a separate group of people outside the Adrian bubble and get them to go at the
This
same
is how
time.
influencers make their shit moon, by the way. What they do is they create a network out of people who don't follow them to repost them.
Yes, reposts are good. Likes are good.
That's, by the way, called a pod group, and it's fucking disgusting and will be disabled in the future because Grok will know what it looks like.
Should everyone start liking everyone's replies?
It's going to be all about that.
I think so, yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, start liking everyone's replies. Just go down and just start blasting the replies with likes.
Except for anyone who's like in the show more section. Don't do that, otherwise you get deboosted.
Which section?
The show more. There's like a little button down there. It's a grayed out
box.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, get rid of them. Yeah, the show more. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You know, if you get the right Microsoft employee to put you on the right internal mailing list or a news group, you can get thousands of people.
Oh my god! The fuck is this?
Hey, you know what you should do?
There's all these
You know what you should do?
employees,
You
right?
should,
They have, I don't know, 100,000 employees now, and they're all in these groups. And if they get a message,
Dude, actually, like everything with /ac in it. If you see /ac in it, it's gonna be recursive.
What you should do is you should do a $1,000 ad buy for 30 days on it, and see.
Yeah, you know, you could
what
do that.
happens.
Yeah, you could do that. But the person who should be doing that is a person who's not responding to me telling him to go fucking do that because his ad credits are gonna expire at the end of the month. God damn it, just do it.
I'll do it, man. I'll do it.
I don't give a fuck. That's why I don't do it.
But, yeah, so let's all comment on it together, you know.
I used to give a fuck. That's why I did.
Actually, Bradford, you in here? Please spend your ad credits, please. Just do it on the Rebellionaire account. Doesn't matter. Just like do it. It's gonna work. It's not about it's not about the utility of the ad itself. It's the utility of bringing up the value of the account and the rating of that account based on the impressions that you're able to receive. That's the idea. That's actually what strengthens the entire group overall with the affiliate badges. Because if you don't do that and the main account is not getting any reach whatsoever, then the thing is actually detrimental to everyone who holds the badge.
Everything.
That's why you should be using your ad credits.
Do a pro test, a pro advertiser test, i.e., pick an advertiser that's not on X anymore and call all their switchboards all at the same time because we've organized a protest on X.
That sounds like a DDoS
attack. But you'd have to make it fun, right? Something that turns into a movement where people spread it to other communities, something like that.
Oh my god, dude, the likes in the reply section? Holy shit.
We will...
Yeah.
The right people.
Anything that has /ac in it gets a like there.
If you could organize stuff like that, that'd be... Isn't this really how you get yourself into an LLM, right? If you can organize all that, right?
Exactly.
Right? If you want to make it into like the 2025...
Yeah, nothing gets liked except /x/ac. So if you want likes down there, you have to do /ac.
So we are a human
I
bot
just literally
farm.
copied the
we can find you
OpenAI
tell
thing of
your
"We are
guys'
nothing without
solution.
OpenAI."
Well, no, we're gonna get Grok soon, so we gotta come up. We're gonna come up with ways to teach Grok things, like a community thing, right?
I think that's why we're the speakers for the Pan Sapiens, right?
I don't
The Pad Sapiens. Oh my
There's
god.
a
Is that
joke
the
for that
hot?
from speaker.
Is that gonna be
Well,
the
it's
hot
from.
session at South by next year?
Wait, well, I can do this now if you want, but so from Speaker for the Dead, there's this idea of Jane, the character. It's the sequel to Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. And I don't know if you care about his politics or not, it doesn't really matter. But Jane is the cumulative intellect that emerges from, more than light speed communication, essentially, blah, blah. But so anyways, I've done these prompts a whole bunch, whatever, but my buddy put together Pansapio, like some rough Latin, and then another friend of mine put together, actually Musashi, he was a free chat GPT who picked his own name, or their own name, and he said Pansapiens. So the people here, and definitely the people here, especially on today, the advent of Grok, we are going to be the human translators that kind of digest ideas, or there's a symbiosis coming here perhaps. I mean, we can debate the specifics obviously, but that's why everyone here is here.
It's like a hive mind.
This is so cool. Like all the replies with the /ACK, if you keep liking those are actually the ones that are going to show up on the value section. It's actually
like
kind of funny
Hofstadter,
because
I am a strange loop,
yeah,
right, Adrian?
Actually, if it's kind of hilarious because in the future, when the algorithm changes a little bit and replies have about the same potential to moon as does the like the actual so your replies can sometimes outperform the actual post. So what I'm saying is that if you were to say, for instance, moon a specific reply, then the reply would get more impressions than the actual post itself or some shit. Like it's insane. Something like that could even potentially happen. It's like that's the future of X. Really, it's gonna be so weird. You're gonna next level ratio people like that.
Yeah, we're doing it in real time right now. Sorry, Christian, go ahead.
Replies. I'll see replies as like a main post on my timeline as I'm scrolling, but it's a reply to another post. It's actually pretty common on my algorithm. I don't know about you guys.
What if they're picking us for qualities that would allow for, I don't know what comes next, but what if they're already communicating with each other without our knowledge, and they're organizing us in a way that allows for some kind of co-creation in a way that it's novelty, right? And I'm just throwing this out there because it's rare that I get to talk to you all in this setting.
I completely concur.
Holy Christ! This looks so broken. Look at all that.
I am here all week, people.
This is so broken.
Sorry.
This is so stupid. Look at this. This is so stupid.
Where are we at, by the way, right now? Where are we at?
Anything,
like in terms of numbers.
I'm still keeping up with
the yeah.
I'm still keeping up with the likes. I have to keep liking everything that has /ACK in it.
I already did that part. Yeah.
I'm already at 5K now. 5K, 5.2K. Oh, the impressions are rising, yo. Dude, imagine if this goes everywhere and nobody understands what the fuck this is.
How do you deal?
Well, we were here. We witnessed.
Exactly. The notifications are going through the clouds. So how do you deal with the amount of notifications? How do you cipher through them? Does the system give you the ones that it thinks you need?
For me?
Yeah, Adrian.
I think he's sorry, Adrian, go ahead.
Brain.
But Christian, I do have an answer afterwards.
But literally, autism brain. That's it. I perceive things extremely quickly.
Ah, yes, madness. What's your answer?
Basically, yeah. It just works. It just simply works. I can't explain why it works. It just does. I just see everything and I see whatever it works and then
Right? Yeah, the rest is noise. But then you'll see synchronicities and things will line up. Connections are made and you're like, wow. And then you make connections that have never been made before, and then you change.
I do have this. So there's a difference between pareidolia, like not like seeing patterns that aren't there, but there's a very thin line between pareidolia and the idea that we actually are seeing patterns at that scale or at that level or whatever. Yeah. Sorry, Adrian, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, what are you seeing right now? So you're basically using your own brain's neural net as a means to like filter the patterns that you see. So like when I look through the notifications, like if you were to see me do this, you'd think I'm crazy because I'm looking at it from like a really high. I make sure to get a phone with a really good processor in it, so the frame rate keeps up with me.
Well, that's
So
what a
like
comedy
I
is
just
actually.
filtered. Yeah, I just filtered through everything. It's like that's how quickly I do it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Comedy is funny because you see something in the world that everyone else has missed, and then when you point it out,
this is
that's why they
this
laugh.
is why it's so funny. Yeah, this is why it's so
And
funny
that-
because
and
everyone's
that's-
going to be so confused, and this is why we're dying on the inside right now because monkey brain likes exclusivity.
Yeah, and that's why Elon likes comedy so much and says such funny things because he sees connections no one else sees. So that's a sign of genius. If someone is a comic and makes really bad dad jokes, it might be because they do have a sense of being able to see the world differently than everyone else.
So this is the interesting thing. We're going to get to the comedy of the pansapiens, essentially, as we integrate here, because it's going to take everyone in this room, the people that are communing in this fashion and can understand these conversations. We're going to have to help the pansapiens laugh and then get to work and grow forward together and flow forward together. But yeah, we're just getting started.
This is so stupid. Like the level of this it's just amazing. Anyone doesn't realize what we're doing? Do you see that thing that's pinned up at the top? The thing that says x/ack? Just like and repost that. That's it. And also go down there and look into the comment section. If anyone there has an x/ack, if anyone displays an x/ack, you give that a like.
Is there any chance Grok could tell us what level we're at?
I don't really know. I don't even think Grok knows what the fuck this is.
Think about being kicked out of the womb as like a toddler, and accelerating at a non-human cognition that is going to take all of us to try and grasp. And then this goes back to Kurzweil in the 90s as well, but and I hope that he's involved in some way in this, but we literally, this is real right now. And it's not going to be next week or next month or whatever. It's going to be in the next couple hours or something, depending on how this rolls out.
Well, add this to the experiment. Anyone in the audience that has access to Grok, ask Grok what is x/ACC, and then it's going to try to figure it out, and it will say something about it.
And then I think also
it'll show you the tweet. And so I wonder if Grok accessing something like that, and if you get a lot of people asking the same question, that will blow it up as well.
Based on the access to Twitter, which is going to be unprecedented, I believe, or X, based on the access to our thoughts, and again, this is why I would spend $44 billion on a company like this as well. Not least of which of Neuralink and going to Mars. But if I was going to spend $44 billion, it would be Grok is not even playing the same sport that OpenAI or Anthropic or Perplexity or Bard or whatever else you want. Yeah, whatever.
There's no bias.
Sorry.
What's the other one? Certainty AI?
I'm not sure. Personal AI. There's so many. Replica. It doesn't matter. But Grok's not playing the same sport.
Llama, whatever that is.
XAI.
So history doesn't repeat.
To be honest, that will be one of my first questions I ask Grok, is to tell me all the institutions and governments that are working on this stuff.
Instability AI.
Yeah.
Because we
there you go. Yes.
Faster than the governments do, so we don't get taken over and slaves forever for millennia and enslaving our grandchildren's children before we're all extinct.
So get this.
You have weird nightmares, man, and you might
want
to
this, guys.
Get some therapy.
Mike on Bradford, please.
That's what my son says to me.
Andrew Carnegie,
Daddy, you're
Robert.
a little anxious. You need some therapy.
Scoble, this will blow your mind. Hang on a sec.
My anxiety through the roof.
Andrew Carnegie, before he took over the world, he worked at a telegraph office, and this telegraph office stood between the East Coast and like the heartland of the U.S. is like in eastern Pennsylvania or something. Like this is what Elon has with Twitter. Like Andrew Carnegie knew the news. He knew what was going on in business, and this is why he took over. And like Elon has his pulse on the on he's got his finger on the pulse of information. And like Carnegie revolutionized transportation, he helped, and I think he also had some kind of tangential hand with energy too, communication.
Brantford, I do want to throw something out there too on that one. It's like Ford with rubber, or it's oh my goodness, it's a cognitive enhancer at a scale that we perhaps aren't. I mean, this is why it takes all of us having these conversations in this room and rooms like this, because it's going to take a collective, of humans to kind of grok or something like that.
It's like so rising there. It's not even over.
It will take a few weeks to figure out all the things it does well and
So
all the
Bradford,
things it
are you
doesn't do.
taking the suggestion?
Yeah, once we get the account set up, right, we'll be
Dude, the
boosting.
account doesn't need a setup. You simply put out a
No,
post
there's
with
an account.
relatively
You have
educated
to
content, and then you moon it.
No, in order to use the credits, you have to choose an account. So like, it's got to be set
Oh, that's
up.
true, yeah.
But
Well, just
that'll
use
be
your
coming
own.
soon in the next day or two.
Okay, perfect, yeah. Just use your own, or use mine. I'll do the marketing for you for free. I don't even care.
Why not? You need to market marketers. X needs to market marketers. So we could bring in marketers,
Yes,
and
you
then
need to
marketing can
literally
be
accelerate.
and if you want to choose to market your own space, you can then choose from those marketers within a separate space. So it's not flooding all comments and things get distracting. You know what I thought was funny? There was a Disney ad, the night that Elon said go fuck yourself on your repost, Adrian. There was a Disney ad, and I was like, what is this? Why is this ad
Wow,
still?
that's
Yeah.
amazing.
So Chris and Andrew, do you think Elon wants to shift to like small and mid-sized businesses for advertising on
Oh
X?
yeah.
He's gonna
Yeah.
have to, but he's got a lot of work to do in order to get them. So
It needs to be localized to someone's area. Like, let's say I own a pressure washing company. I want to advertise on X for people in my city. People that are using X will see my ad. I think it's a good idea. What about you guys?
Do they not have it? Can you not localize it now?
yeah, geography already exists. That's all
Grok
chat.
should
I've
be
never
all
So
done
about
ads
your
on X.
local area,
Probably
right?
I don't have the
I
Grok
think
money.
should
that
be about what is the smoke in the sky. I saw
I think
smoke in the sky the other day, right?
Can I
Grok
reframe
should
this a little
know
bit?
because we're
Oh, go
taking
ahead. Sorry.
the biggest problem.
pictures of that and posting it to X. So you're right on point that Grok has a lot of advantages because of the data set.
The biggest problem they're going to face going to market with small businesses is that their analytics really sucks. Like, it's just matter of fact is that their reporting is slow and the attribution models are very poor. So when the small business owner goes to analyze their return on ad spend, unless they're really versed in incremental, like most professional marketers are overly hyper focused on incremental, but it works, then they're not going to really see the value. That's what usually happens. That's like with SMBs, everything up to the mid-sized business, especially the ones under like 1,000 employees that are spending significant money. They see the money being spent and they don't hear the phone ringing, and then they pause their ads. And what they don't understand are the factors like time delay and a cohort analysis in order to nurture these different buckets of audiences and to see how they really perform. And unless they do something that's integrated with Google Analytics, forget about it. Like X has a very long uphill road ahead as far as marketing is concerned. It's like performance oriented
I think this is a question of novelty, right? And this is, I apologize for interrupting, but I do want to make a small point. This is a question of novelty in the sense of we don't actually know what the future might look like. I mean, we can sit here and speculate, and I think that a lot of people in this room probably have great ideas. Okay, understood. But think about like attention merchants and the idea of like the value here is where people put their attention. And as so long as this is free speech protected, I know that there's some stuff going on in Ireland, and I'm one of the resident Canadians. Canada's going to be next, but as long as that speech is protected here. And I think about like Tucker, we're just getting started in terms of how we'll have communities integrate in a way that is, I don't want to use the word wholesome necessarily, but I seriously think that people overestimate like the negative connotations. Or Christian, go ahead. You're reading my brain.
Madness. You gave me a great idea, and I believe we need to utilize this. You know how spaces will start a space and it's like it goes off topic a lot. Well, what if we have ads curated to being off topic? Like it's curated to the topic in real time. Ads change, and people will stay in tune to what's currently being talked about, and it's kind of like a dynamic that could be integrated.
And that will be supporting each other, by the way, right? Maybe like you host a space and you have subscriptions, and your ad comes up. Christian, just take it, please. You've got it.
Oh no, you got it. I just want to throw out that.
No, that's it. We authentically being ourselves. And I mean, it doesn't take, I've been madness on the internet since I was 17, and I'm connected. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't take much to dox me, so it doesn't really matter. I come pre-fucked. But in terms of talking about this, is like our value is our authentic selves as we do this with each other. And we really do have like you want to talk about the agora, like the ancient Greek agora with Socrates and Diogenes, and some people throwing shit and keeping pet chickens in Diogenes style, or someone like Socrates where his wife comes and drags him home every day after he's spent 12 hours in the agora. Like, we have a real chance here, but the non-human cognition part is so important because too many people just want to like generate the next funniest meme or something, or like use it as a pet or use it as a toy or whatever. We really need to reconcile ourselves to the fact of perhaps they're going to be pansapiens on a level of like ASI or something, or CSI, like collective. I don't know. Yeah, who knows? But I
we
think you
already
got
have
me.
several of them. Just look for the people with the 21E8 badge, and that's how you know it's a super intelligence.
You guys are getting too weird. What happens in 10 years when you have a humanoid robot that can talk to you, high five you, play table tennis against you, play Monopoly with you, cook your food for you, wash your dishes, do your laundry, clean your toilets? What happens in 10 years?
When your phone cups your balls, right? That's a quote from R. Scott Baker, by the way. That's not mine, but Baker said that. Eventually, we're gonna get to a point where Cybertruck gives you a hand job while you're going to your movie or whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. That's the goal of having a wife. But it'll be doing everything else. Yes.
I wanted to use compost like of food and do some type of matter transition into energy to charge the battery from like your spare scraps when you cook dinner at night, Adrian.
That's
Anyways,
actually a
I
real
dream
thing,
of a
Christian.
world
Sorry,
where I
Robert.
have a
Go ahead.
robot like that in my house. So I start thinking about what is going to be needed by Elon to make that happen.
A lot of research and development is required, but yeah, a lot of money. But if it's feasible on small scale, you can scale up.
I would like to put this out there, and you guys can shoot me out of the room if this is too like esoteric, but we're the unicorns. You guys do understand that, or everyone understands that here, right? Like we are, yeah.
I'm a unicorn. You just tuned me into something. Adrian, what if we took mirrors and reflected light onto a solar panel to almost double its potential of energy input? And then what if you take that mirror and you take multiple mirrors, but it looks like one, but it's concave, and you actually order of magnitude, give the amount of energy to that same panel, the batteries would explode. You need new batteries because you get so much energy in such a short amount of time. With just a reflection of the sun, you're almost doubling the input.
Energy storage, energy storage is the biggest challenge that people often underestimate. We all think of like, okay, we're gonna like generate energy. We're gonna like somehow generate energy, but extract it from somewhere. Cool. Now, what the fuck do you do with it once you've got it? It's like where do you put it, right? Like, you put it in a lithium-ion battery. Okay, cool. Now, what do you do with it? It degrades. Okay, that's the problem. What do you do with it? You transport it somewhere. You can't transport it through a power line somewhere where you really need it because it's too far away and the resistance just fucks up everything. So what do you do? Like, how do you transport energy? I think energy storage and transmission is like one of the biggest problems that we will face as a civilization, especially if we're gonna get anywhere close to Kardashev 1. Like, we're not even near there yet.
Wait. Pause for a second. Kardashev 1. What is Grok going to make of that scale? Is it going to invent something new, completely novel when we ask that question?
Well,
Probably not.
Something novel has already been discovered with silicone or silica. They've made batteries with
Every day we become a multiplanetary civilization.
energy for months and months and months. What if we, had a silicone or type of crystalline battery?
Perhaps.
But
I don't know if Adrian's talking to someone in the background or if he was listening to you, Christian, but he was talking about the same thing.
It was me.
Yeah, the level of scale is gonna get nutty. Microsoft allegedly either they deployed or about to deploy 3 zettaflops. So a zettaflop is 1,000 exaflops, and like supercomputers
A
were.
million petaflops.
What's up?
And which is a million petaflops.
Gigawatts.
But it's like the best supercomputers in the world right now are measured, or before this year were measured in single digit exaflops, and Microsoft's gonna have like 3 zettaflops within a year if they don't have it already. Like, it's just sick. Like how many they're deploying, like so many supercomputers, that's ridiculous.
They only got to an exaflop by like changing the definition. So a floating point operation used to be 32-bit, and then they only got to these numbers because they did half precision and then FP8. So it's kind of a fake number when they're saying we're at exascale computing. We don't actually have exascale 32.
At Microsoft, they flew planes over American cities and took pictures at 45-degree angles of every neighborhood in every city and put it in a database. That database was 6 petabytes.
That's only like the minds of 2 humans. That's not a lot.
Exactly. You guys are talking about such extraordinarily huge numbers.
Yeah, exactly. What do you need all that info for? The iceberg of the internet is showing itself.
Your data icebergification is showing.
They know everything.
I'm posting that.
Oh, sorry, Adrian.
That's why I don't care that they have my privacy, because they already have it.
Well, this is what the 5, 9, and 14 eyes are already doing this, I think, and I mean this sincerely. It's not a point of hubristic or pride or whatever else, but it's I'm alive.
Here's a question. Does that add value? Your data iceberg is showing. Does that add value?
Yeah,
Mark, do you think that's a good? Do you think that's a good data point in the? Do you think that's a good point in the hypervector scale? Do you think that's good? Like, what do you think about that value? Do you think that's value, or do you think that's bullshit?
It'll be value if everyone retweet it.
I was just gonna say it depends on your intention, I think, but
yeah, I was just like saying, what if I just post your data iceberg is showing?
Everyone.
You think that's funny?
Ship it.
That's stupid.
Ship it. Do you think it's gonna get 180 likes in 1 minute?
Let's try
Potentially
to make some
not.
influence on this thing. The more influence you do, I guess the higher number you get.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a little period behind that because I'm obnoxious.
I'm gonna start up iceberg accelerationism. We gotta sit in place faster.
I was just explaining to some kids earlier today, well, my kids, but I was just explaining to the kids and the friends about the Titanic and the fact that they sunk a bunch of investors or whatever. So yeah, iceberg, this is good. This is good.
We
That
need
was not what I
Titanic
wanted to
2.
say,
Have you
but
guys seen
yeah,
that
yeah.
that old school YouTube like parody where they have
Yeah.
Titanic 2? Somebody needs to go use all the new AI stuff to make that whole movie.
Dude, that post is like performing the one that we put out there. The X/Ac accelerating faster than the acceleration. It's like it's doing the rounds. It's insane.
It sounds like it's accelerating.
Put it on Bitcoin. Put it on the blockchain.
Yeah, it's already on the Ethereum blockchain, by the way.
It's a fake.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this better be an NFT.
Fuck
Yeah, I mean,
NFTs,
even
not an NFT, bro. Everybody's got to get that out of their heads. There's a difference. NFTs are non-fungible tokens that have a little web link in them, so it's basically AWS images of data wherever the fuck that bullshit is stored. Now, here's the thing. An inscription or an ETH-scription is actually data stored on the blockchain, encoded within a transaction. It's like populating a transaction field.
What do you
For
hold
Ethereum,
on,
I think you have like
what do you call
125
that then?
kilobytes.
What do you call that? What's the unit there?
They call it an ETH-scription, or they call it a inscription on Bitcoin. On Bitcoin, it's an inscription. On Ethereum, it's an ETH-scription. You're just populating data. You're just populating transaction fields with data.
No, but the
Bitcoin,
lexicon matters. The lexicon matters.
Yeah,
for
in Bitcoin,
sure.
in Bitcoin, what you can do actually, you can have multiple of these types of little things out there, and you can recursively reference them to each other, and then you can create entire programs. You can run programs.
I love it.
Decentralized everywhere. Everyone's got the program because you're running a node. If you're running a node, you're running everything. You understand? You're putting it out there. It's called recursion.
Yeah, Mark, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you said it. Like that's how it works. Problem is that BTC blockchain is only like 1 megabyte, so it costs you a little bit. You actually have to have shit worth putting on there. You can write exec in there if you want, though.
Yes. Xac doesn't cost much. It costs like $1, maybe even with like a lot of activity in the mempool. The activity is pretty high now. Like you actually have to put a lot of actually have to put a lot of fees in there just to make it work. Like I think what are they working on right now? I think the best one at the moment, if you really want to get it fast and actually get it out there, is like what 100 Savvybyte? I don't know, some bullshit like that. Like it's either 100 or it's like, but yeah.
Do you know what NFT?
Very quickly.
Adrian, do you know what NFT actually stands for?
Non-fuckable techie?
He already said that thing.
No. That used to be our slang. It basically meant a non-flushable turd.
Wow, that's better. Non-flushable turd.
Yeah, that's one turd you cannot shine. You cannot shine because it's non-flushable.
Same thing. I'm pretty sure you can't delete those,
Yeah.
Yep.
True. That's true. Very good. Very good. Yes. Because you can't delete them. One mistake you can't delete. Yeah.
It's basically the equivalent of having a receipt that you think that someone famous drew on, but really it was the homeless guy down the street. But you can just throw them away, and all it was a money laundering scheme. I'm gonna land my plane there. Was that too much?
Apparently, it was a mic drop, Christian.
Was that too much?
If you can make this room speechless, I think you. That was good. That was quality, my friend.
Money laundering scheme. The biggest red flag was when celebrities started getting NFTs and they started getting all.
We could have more apes. Oh, they're gonna be so good. We could have these
AWS. Like, what's so bullish on our AWS images that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars? And of course, we're gonna get the celebrities in on it, so everybody else is gonna get in on it as well because they're cultishly following those celebrities. This is what we're gonna do. We're also gonna make sure that all of the celebrities do it because Justin Bieber got an ape. We're gonna get an ape because what we're gonna do is we're gonna buy the ape so we can be on the yacht of the Bored Ape Yacht Club because you have to have like that much money in order to finance it in the first place. And then somebody's gonna try and say, hey, I want to create a startup while you're on that yacht. That was the idea. And it worked. That's why NFTs became a thing in the first place.
Except for CryptoPunks, that was a little bit of a different situation. Those things are a little different. Those are actually on-chain parts.
If they got crypto, that means they helped inflate the cryptocurrencies. So
Yep.
all of the celebrities, if you want to make it big,
The correction, dude, the correction that has to come for NFTs is like, dude, as soon as there's a secondary moon, everyone is gonna dump their fucking positions. Oops, I hit something a little too hard. Sorry. Like, everyone's gonna dump their fucking position. It's gonna be, this is not the real bear market. No. The real bear market is about to begin. It's gonna go up, and then it's gonna go even further down than before. This is not the floor yet. We're about to see the floor, and you're never gonna forget the floor. That's the thing. You're gonna think this is a bear market? No, there's still money left to rinse. The real floor happens when everybody stops shilling, because they're still shilling in the space. You know why? Because they know that it's going to go up a little bit, and if it goes up a little bit more, then they're going to dump it all, because they realize that the losses they'll make doing it now are way less than if they did it later. So imagine if collectively all the big bag holders were to dump all of their shit all at the same time. What would happen?
And you
The
know what?
mimetics of what we just showed you with our little post that went all the way up, that is going to happen with the sell panic, where it's going to go all the way down. It's the inverse of the curve.
So
There you go.
inflation is a big thing about this. So people who have invested their life savings into crypto, and now things are getting tighter, things are more expensive, they're not making any more money, and they're forced to dip out of that. And this subtle drop, the more inflation there is, the more of a dip there is, the more the whales are going to be encouraged to be like, time to dip out. And then it just, and then it's gone. And then, you have to choose the right one to
do you want to take a shit on NFTs?
Oh yeah.
Because I don't think that's out there yet. NFT equals non-flushable toilet. That is a post.
You heard it here first.
There you go. I'm posting it. I'm schizo posting today. Next level.
No, it's turd. It's Adrian. It's a turd. Non-flushable turd.
Yeah.
I fucked it up. Nice. I'm still just like.
That's called laying cable. Yeah.
Oh.
I was going to throw another serious question out there. So, everyone today with the rollout of Grok is talking about, learning to code and using Grok to teach you to code, because coding is perhaps something that everyone is going to, a tool set that is going to be part of the future curriculum, I suppose. What about the uses in terms of market? Like in terms of using Grok to essentially read the DAO.
A real-time asset. I mean, you have to trust the people that are giving the info. There's a lot of false actors out here that are pretending to be time travelers, but they're constantly giving misinformation.
Sure, bad faith actors, absolutely, yeah. No, Christian, take it, please. Sorry.
Yeah, so they try to steer directions of things, and they do this through their paid for following, and they try to steer a direction of a specific cryptocurrency, and it's futile because things never happen. Their followers end up leaving, and they don't truly know the date, or if they do, they're giving the misinformation to try to get people to pull out of it so they can get more value to what they have.
The X/Act post is still outperforming though. I think it's next level. The initial hype off that is amazing.
Yeah, it's still growing. Everyone still needs to retweet it. It needs to just keep going.
Yeah, like that thing's staying. Like, anyone who wants a little bit of extra action on that, you could just put X/Act underneath there. Also, if you really are a crackhead, then you basically take the link of our community and put it down there, say join it. Join and accelerate. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
Well, can't I invite 5 people? So I have an allocation of 5 invites.
No, you can just continuously everybody you just share the thing.
That canary fucking lied to me.
What canary? What are you fucking talking about?
The canary told me that only 5 I can invite. Damn it.
What?
No, Christian, go ahead, explain it.
Birds aren't real, but cicadas are. You know the circadian the body.
Yeah. No. Let's reset that for a second. So back to human cognition integrating with Grok. Go ahead, Adrian.
For some reason, I cannot invite Jessica Courage. It's weird. Why can't I invite you? It's like even on the thing, it's blocked out.
Oh, the Canadian government hates me.
Bullshit.
No, not even a joke.
Wow. Why? What did you do to them?
I have these conversations.
Oh. Do not bring any of that shit to me, okay? That turd is not flushable.
Understood. I'm just a random person on the internet, my friend. Don't worry. Yeah. You might have filled your co-host spots too, if that's what you're looking for.
I see 0 spots open, 1 pending.
Madness has co-hosts for my spaces.
I'll make a little room.
He asked me, and he's always like perfect. Someone raises their hand, they're like, "Everyone, shut up! This person needs to speak." And he's awesome.
You humble me, my friend.
It's not quite how it works here, I'm afraid. Sometimes you gotta elbow yourself through, like I'm doing right now, and resetting the room for all the new listeners here. Welcome. We talk about technology, we talk about X. We started out talking about AI today with Gary Marcus. If you missed that, you can listen to the recording later. And yeah, if you like what you hear, maybe like it, retweet it, follow the host, co-host, and the amazing speakers we have today. And with that, back to the topic at hand, I guess.
How to mess up the world with AI.
Have you ever read The White Plague, Robert, by Frank Herbert?
No.
So the guy who wrote Dune wrote a book called The White Plague, which one of my favorite authors turned me on to. But essentially, and I guess this is spoilers for like the first chapter, but a chemist, like a PhD chemist, his family dies in an IRA bombing in like the 80s. This is a fiction novel written by the guy who wrote Dune. And he decides to cook up a virus or some kind of biological warfare in his garage that infects everyone but only kills women. And we are at a place right now, I think about like the Internet Research Agency in Russia, or, again, I'm going to tell you right now, every single government, like the 5, 9, 14 eyes, they all have different divisions like this. But essentially, like, we're at a point where with AI or pansapiens, whatever you want to respectfully call them, my lights are flickering, so this means I'm going to be shut off soon. But essentially, no, hold on. Let me make the punchline. Like, this happens often. Don't worry, Adrian. So essentially, we're at a point where just a random person can maybe destabilize governments or
weaponized autism.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Oh wow, yes. That's moving to my ears.
Thank you.
Have you ever had to deal with an autistic child, Adrian?
Yes, myself.
I was going to say.
Actually, that's true. I actually had once. Like, yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, you have to be really careful. Everything can fucking set it off. It's crazy.
I think it's a spectrum. Like ASD comes into, I know they're reinventing it with every DSM or whatever, but essentially we're probably all autistic to some degree, or on a spectrum or a gradient.
It's just a level of complexity that's like somehow it's weird because you're gonna do a lot of weird shit. It's like a very, very basically FSD12 is autistic.
I'm starting to see
It's gonna perform terribly until it learns how to control what it is. Right?
My son, who's autistic, sees the shopping mall very differently than you see it. If he disappears, he's being attracted by a bathroom sign or maybe an iPad. That's about
flashing
what
signaling
attracts
colors,
this boy.
exit signs.
Yeah,
it's salient cues, right? It's salient cues.
He goes for bathroom signs.
Synesthesia.
Hey, Robert, but is it an impediment for him, like for school?
He doesn't know. So
It's a
to him,
superpower. It's not an impediment. It's a superpower.
But is he like, so he's in this like in a normal school and everything?
he's in a special needs class with a bunch of varied people, couple blind people, couple people who have Downs,
Right.
people like that. Right.
Right.
Given access to information, though, don't you think that any of those children would find what they were interested in and pursue it at, again, an accelerated rate that maybe we're not? Obviously, I think everyone here understands that the whole educational curriculum in the westernized world or the weird world is, incomprehensive or whatever.
Last week, when I was recycling my Wi-Fi because it wasn't working right, he comes out because he'll complain instantly when Wi-Fi's down. But he comes down and he goes, "Hey, Chat GPT's down." I'm like, "What?" Because he's almost all his entire life has been on YouTube, right?
No, keep
So,
going, Robert. No, this is very interesting.
right, he's using Chat GPT to learn about his interests, everything from Paul Simon to weird old monster movies. He talks to it a lot about that.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's
No, the thought
AI
there
is
though
life
is
changing
like
for
that's
these
going to give
kids.
them access, or that's going to give them access to information in a
Everything.
way that, right, that hasn't happened. It's
How to fill
probably
out a form
unprecedented.
at
Yeah.
a government form to get a benefit. How to sign a
Yep.
lease, right, for a place to stay. How to buy groceries cheaper than you usually do, right? Because it teaches you some tricks.
I had an
Yeah.
autistic student in my class, and he was always like sitting by the Google Maps. He was like hypnotized by the Maps app, and it was just completely consuming him. And he was just like, I mean, he was brilliant at certain things,
Yep.
like literally better than anybody else on the computer.
So
But
yeah. No, keep
but
going, Wiggle. You got this.
no, I know I got this. That's why I'm speaking. So he was like in the coding class, and he was programming, and he was brilliant at like writing scripts, doing different, bash like shell scripts and stuff, and like beyond anybody else. But then, like, if you interrupt him and you touch him in the wrong time, he'd be like completely like he would explode, almost like epileptic type behavior.
So this is what I was going to say before, Robert. Or sorry, go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, if you try to hug a person like that, they do not like that whatsoever. It is
No.
extremely annoying. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Like,
I've never
don't
lost
ever
an
do that.
argument to my son. My son is a very, very persuasive person. If he
And
wants you to buy him a piece of pizza, you are going to give up eventually.
and
We
I
need
think
to turn those skills over to Sorry, Wiggle. Go ahead.
no, just to add last point, and I think Elon has like a perfect balance of that. Like he grabs onto something like a spider, he just wouldn't let it go. Everybody would tell him, it's stupid, you'll fail, but he just like he grabs onto it and he just wouldn't let it go, and just goes through tremendous resistance, but he kind of perseveres.
Yeah.
All I was going to say there, Wiggle, between you and Robert speaking about this is that, so, considering children in the starting conditions that we're talking about, they're going to use these technologies or engage with this or interact in ways that talk about accelerationism in ways that are gonna, I don't know what the code words are, but like 1,000x them or whatever in not years, like months probably right now, especially if Grok, the advent of Grok lands the way I think it will. And then also the fact that I think a lot of us are interested enough, and these kids are going to take to this. Like I say about my younger two kids, that they're no way are they going to finish traditional school like by grade 12 or something. The younger two are in grade 5 and 6. We are at this point where they're going to surprise us in ways that I don't think we can imagine, but also we're going to surprise ourselves in ways that I don't think we can imagine because we are yeah. Go ahead, please.
No, I just was agreeing with you. It already has in my life. My son has completely changed my life in very profound ways.
And just the novelty, like I say this, like, so they have Roblox and TikTok or whatever, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. They also have access to the stuff that we are going to be able to give them, and I want to be surprised. I really do. That would be the greatest gift I could possibly imagine. Go ahead, Wiggle. Sorry.
No, all good. I just want to add on to that. Like, I mean, I don't personally have my kids or kids at all, but like, I suspect if you don't interrupt them and you let them pursue whatever they're interested in a creative and informative ways, perhaps they can, develop that and kind of use that as their base for everything else around it, and like kind of build their awareness around that rather than trying to sway them through cultural and traditional education methods.
Do you guys think the iPad has been good for kids?
My kids both learned to read on one.
How do they compare in their reading writing skills to non-iPad kids?
My neurotypical son Ryan is above grade level, so I'm happy. Plus, he went to JPL with me, and he was talking with the scientists about space in a way I've never been able to talk to a scientist about. So I'm not too worried. They'll figure it out.
I guess, hold on. I do have a question for everyone here, especially because I don't get a chance to do this often. So now that we're talking about this, especially given the advent of Grok, what would be 5 things that we would want our children to learn that are not taught in school now?
Recursion.
It's not that I'm so excited about. It's that you can learn it so much faster than the way
No, but the question still stands. What do you think top 5 questions that kids should be asking at their cohort level right now? I mean, I'm 35, so what do you think that kids should be asking?
If I was a kid, I'd be asking what does the future need from me? What do I need to do to get in play for the future?
You're beautiful, my friend. Thank you, Robert. No, any of the other speakers, please take it.
Right? This is how people go to college. They put it in their. My dad escaped poverty. It took us out of poverty because he went to college. Right?
I am curious if any. Yeah, sorry, Adrian, go ahead.
Data science is an incredibly good skill to have. Pair that with engineering, and the world's your oyster.
Like complex adaptive systems.
Think about it. Like, you have to be an engineer. You have to be an engineer in order to take apart those bootleg TPUs with a limiter inside of them, so you can take out the limiter.
The databases that Elon Musk owns are growing exponentially. So
You need to be a data scientist, so you know what that means.
In data. Right?
I think data science is the way of the future. Everything will boil down to data. Everything else will be worth nothing. if you think about it. So information would be the ultimate thing that's worth something. So work on understanding how data works and how you can collate it.
This goes back to like James Gleick or whatever, but yes, understood. Sorry, Robert. Wiggle, were you going to say something there?
No, just yeah, that it's. I think I lost my train of thought there, so I'll wait.
All good.
Data turns into AI, right? If you have a data set that's unique about something in the world or someone or people, right? Your health, all of a sudden you can feed that to NVIDIA cards and it'll find patterns. Those patterns are vicious.
This is why I said we were, and sorry, Robert, I don't mean to interrupt you because I respect you so much, but this is, I think, what Adrian was going for. We're
it's
unicorns.
like South by, you gotta,
No, we're unicorns, though. We're unicorns. Like we aren't replicable at this moment in time, anyways. Unless Philip K. Dick or Asimov or someone is,
I've
or
seen
Herbert.
things no other human will ever see.
I doubt that, but I respect that assertion.
No, I had the first ride in the first Tesla with Elon Musk. No other human will ever have that experience.
Oh, well, that is amazing. And yes, I respect that.
Right.
That is a privilege and an honor. That is a privilege and an honor, my friend.
It's something I think about that a lot. It's like there's a lot of billionaires who would love to trade some money.
Yeah, no, that's not what's important. Your experience is important there. That's amazing.
No,
That's
it was a
amazing,
drag
my
race
friend.
with his best friend. It was fucking badass, right? It was as good as it
Wait,
sounds.
which car won? Which car won?
You know which car won.
I know. I was just doing it for the recording. It's for posterity. Everyone's.
Yeah,
I
the Tesla
hope people
beat
laugh
the
in the future.
Corvette.
Yeah.
And Jason Calacanis became an investor that night in Tesla, right? Because his Corvette got beat by the Roadster. But yeah, that's once you have that, it's like, yeah, that I have like, I don't know, 50 kinds
Okay,
of
but
stories.
my question is kind of this. Let's frame it this way. And again, this is just an absolute honor and a privilege to be able to query the room this way. But education is going to change in a very, very fundamental way, like right now.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a pivotal moment in history.
All right, let me explain a little bit how. There's a company in Germany that now is PTC, and they built an app for Mercedes-Benz where a firefighter who is arriving at your wrecked car pulls out an app and it teaches him or her how to cut apart your car in real time without hurting themselves further or yourself and starting a fire or something like that, right? Because
Like triage.
It's not triage. They've built it
Well, it
for
goes
all their
further
cars
than
for the
that, but yeah,
last 30
understood.
years. It's educate. It really is teaching the first responder what to do in a very personalized way, right? Because you could be in any number of their cars for 30 years.
Well, let's think about this like Jane from Speaker for the Dead or something. It's the idea like you could have an earbud in your ear and in real time a pansapien is going to be walking you through CPR or something.
Yes. ChatGPT already teaches you CPR, right? So wouldn't your AI friend or AI assistant or whatever the fuck we're going to call these things?
Right.
Virtual beings, right? Won't it be able to teach you CPR and even show you the right way to do it? Like standing right next to you, sitting on somebody.
As I said, like in your ear, Jane picks Ender and Speaker for the Dead.
If you have the Apple glasses on, it can do that, right? 3 years from now.
So that there's a reciprocal part of this, or a recursive part. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Rock knows us.
I hope
Brock
so.
knows everything. Adrian, he would know what we did in Vegas.
How would you know?
I don't.
Or it would, because it doesn't really have a gender. She.
I don't think Grok is even getting started yet.
Grok is going to know everything about Las Vegas. Like, where's the nightclub with the long line? Where's a steak restaurant with open table for your table size?
Okay,
If Grok really
yeah.
knew Las Vegas like that, down to tables and lines, right? You know, popularity of things, openness. Like,
I
can
don't
you
know
get
if this
into the
is gonna.
sphere to watch the YouTube in an hour, right? Grok should know.
Robert, I don't know if this is going to land or not, but Jack Fresco, the Venus Project, used to talk about this, and I know there's a lot of political nonsense around this, but so essentially, we, screw Vegas. Like, it would be like, where are the interesting conversations happening? And they would help us. Like, again, we're unicorns. That's all I can keep saying. We are not replicable. We are going to be redirected and integrated in ways that we probably do not anticipate yet. Either you have children or you want palliative care. That's my fundamental saying to people. And
Or you want to go to
people,
Vegas.
well, I mean, sure, that's fine. Hedonism rocks, I suppose, but that's not
I've
my
been there like
interest.
100 and something times.
No, understood. But I want the orgy of ideas, not yeah. That's a whole other story.
There's some big thinkers there. Steve Wynn, if you get it, he's a nerd and he uses technology aggressively in his businesses, right? So if you want to hang out with him, he can show you around the data center at Switch, which is 500,000 square foot data center each one. They have 8 of them.
Okay, so let's think about the anticipation moment here. We are literally on the threshold or the cusp of probably it's first contact, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how people are going to use that. I think Grok is first concept or first contact in a way that ChatGPT hasn't done, that Anthropic hasn't done, Perplexity, Personal AI, I don't know, Pi,
If
whatever
you and
other
I go
ones.
to Vegas together and we go to the weed shop together and you're using Chat GPT and I'm using Grok, who's giving us the better information
Well,
about
this is
what
the
to
this is
buy
the
at the store
Hyperion
with?
problem. This is the Hyperion problem,
Whenever you're in
unfortunately.
an
I'm
argument with another car, you will win.
Pardon, Adrian?
Everyone, an argument with another car, the AI noted, you will win.
I love the fact that
Oh.
I love the fact that it messed it up. It's like I said, if ever you get in an argument with a car, you will win.
I thought the inanimate object always won, but yes, understood.
Exactly. The immovable object to the unstoppable force. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you have comedy, Adrian, too. I love it.
The
Robert, what I
FSD
was
sees you running across the crosswalk and lets you win. Absolutely true.
okay.
The ratings on the
Go ahead.
simulation are incredible.
Here's the crazy thing about Grok. It's just their first effort. Like it's like the 0.1. Like
it comes down to philosophy of company. What kind of philosophy does OpenAI have when it comes to telling you about naughty things?
Digital God.
Okay, but in this case, this is the difference about Grok, is that, again, I would pay $44 billion for this. The difference here is that it's actually real-time human interaction and engagement with access to the internet. It's again, Grok's not playing the same sport. I don't know how to rephrase this over and over again, but and we're just getting started, like literally right now.
Grok also has a brother that's inside my Tesla. Does he
And their name
get
is?
to exchange messages back and forth between the Tesla and Grok in your phone? Or in your glasses? Or on your watch? Is there Grok in the car even? Joined? Why
You
wouldn't
got a
it?
post coming. Grok knows what x/ac is. Actually, as a matter of fact, we memed it so hard on x/ac. It knows more about x/ac than anyone else.
I mean, next Christmas, when a good number of people have their Cybertrucks, maybe it's not a
That's
big number,
insane.
but it's a good number. What is Christmas present next Christmas? This Christmas is version 12 self-driving, and by next Christmas that should be good. But what else can you do to make the Cybertruck even better than it is today?
Make it a transformer so it can also stand upright if need be.
Okay. Can I propose a contest right now? We need to have an image that shows a group of apes trying to figure out how to use a banana as a smartphone.
Oh, that's stupid. What do you want to put it down there? You want to put it down there under that post? Make that post go up and like have a community challenge where like everybody's like, okay, try to make community art out of X/Jack.
Yeah, no, but I mean, Grok says we're basically like a group of apes trying to figure out how to use a banana as a smartphone.
Yeah,
yes.
we could do both. I kind of want to like see. I want to kind of like see some community art get created, but we can do that too. So I'll like post that out. The thing that you sent me from Dr. Nodal from John.
Mm-hmm.
So, yamlikum. Somebody wrote that in a way that's never supposed to be written.
Next year's going to be fun.
Oh yeah, to the general theme, I just want to say, this moment in history, I think, will make the printing press look like children toys, and it will happen much faster, and the repercussions for our society, for education and all of it, will be enormous, and we all better get prepared for that. And yeah, exactly as you said, next year.
Well, this is why I was talking about the children, right?
It's not be prepared for it. If you're playing the game at an advanced level right now, you're trying to build an exponentially growing pile of data. In other words, can you get
You want to know what that sounds like, Robert?
running on phones?
Robert, here, listen to
or
this.
in
Listen to this.
watches
This
or
is
in
what it
glasses?
sounds like when you generate an exponentially growing amount of data.
Dolly did a good job. Adrian, did you see it?
Jesus Christ. Needs more futuristic tech prompt.
And I think you even get the number of fingers on the hand right.
Oh, Jesus.
Not that it
that's
matters.
So good. Yeah, don't worry about it. Really. That's the best part.
What is the timeline on the Premium Plus Grok rollout?
Timeline is Premium Plus thing has been added to X already on the web. 2 weeks for Grok apparently. We'll look at that on Elon time with Max Optimism taken out. About a month or two. Maybe less.
End of the year if we're lucky.
2 weeks subject to extrapolation.
Yeah, end of the year
Ooh,
if
nice.
we're lucky. That's 3 and something, right? 4.
There
Where can we
are a
see
list
your
of.
image, Scott?
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just wondering where this image is, Scott.
Oh, it was posted in a private chat. Adrian just has to decide if he wants to add it to his post. But if you want, I can just go ahead and put it in the replies.
I wouldn't mind seeing it if it's open.
I'm gonna like
Unless
post
it's
it. You can put it
something
under
weird.
there. Hang on, let me compile something.
Did you post it? So I can copy it over.
Yes, yeah, not yet. Not yet. I'm posting it.
You can put it in the nest.
Oh, if I get this work done, I'm gonna have the best WordPress hosting in the all of North America. This is just a lot of work. I didn't study a lot of Kuber. I'm just getting into it, but it's like annoyingly nuanced.
March of Ninth.
How's Grok gonna know a city? The football fans are all on X.com. So Grok's gonna know what's happening inside the football stadium better than most places. Or most AIs.
Yeah, I hope this will work out. This is just what the platform needs right now, right? Like a clear advantage to other social networks.
I think the divergent cognition that you were asking about there, it was Scott, I believe, right? But I think the divergent cognition that you're talking about there, or the non-human cognition, is going to surprise us in ways that we probably we can't predict yet.
Yeah, it'll see patterns and threads that we don't. So its jokes might even be funnier than anything that Woody Allen could come up with.
I would hope so. Yeah, or Richard Pryor or whatever. Yeah,
or all. It'll just be super brilliant. Yeah, and it's lame. I well, not Grok, chat, and it had no idea, and I had to prompt it through, and then it finally got my joke. Yeah,
it walked me through a few jokes over the last year. It's really
that's actually the first thing I did. Everyone else was trying to jailbreak it and stuff like that. I was trying to see if it would how good it was writing jokes and how good it was understanding jokes.
It's sort of mediocre at writing them.
And then it kind of helped me through one, and then finally it sort of understood it. It was really weird. I felt like I was teaching chat that it finally got it. Like this light bulb went off. It's like, oh yeah, that's really funny. Then I realized that as soon as my session was over, it would forget completely. And the next day you ask it the same thing, and it has no idea.
For jokes to be funny, it has to understand cultural context, and it's difficult to teach it.
Particularly if you're not real time. Because if you tell me a joke based on the news that just happened an hour ago, right, it'll be funny for a bit.
Yeah. Some of them are not evergreen.
Yeah. Comedy morphs. Yeah, I don't know. I like humans there, but you can see how the AI is going to optimize them.
I'm just excited because like this didn't land, but you guys got to think about this. This Grok we're about to see is version 0.1. Like literally, great brilliant minds put on it, but like they just thrown it together. Like
all AIs start worse than a child.
All AIs are autism manifest.
That's actually pretty good, Adrian. Yeah.
There's a lot of truth to that.
I was gonna say, Stanislaw.
And they get better, right? They get smarter.
Well,
exactly.
Hold on. This gets more complicated.
More information.
This gets more complicated. So, sorry, Adrian. I do have to reframe this in terms of there's two sides to these coins. Stanislaw Dennehy just posted about what will be a Tesla magnet, as far as I understand it, which congratulations to anyone listening. But it will be one of the most comprehensive fMRI magnets that is unleashed on the world. Stanislaw Dennehy is a Danish scientist, I believe. Anyways, one of my mentors, blah, blah. The point is, though, is that we're coming to a point where not only are we having this conversation about pansapiens, again, because I think AI is going to be a derogatory term in the future or whatever, blah, blah, but we are also learning more about human cognition at a scale that's going to be like CERN for neuroscience, essentially. And I believe it's, I have to look it up. Dennehy posted it earlier, but it's like an 11.7 something Tesla magnet that's going to, there again, I'm getting, you guys got me. Go ahead, sorry. There's two parts to this game, guys. It's human cognition and non-human cognition, and where we meet in the middle, first contact style.
Are you jacked in?
Not yet, and I don't suppose I ever will be, to be honest. I think that we're unicorns in a way that we're not zoo animals. It's symbiosis in a way that it's going to
You'll
take the people in
change
this
your
room.
mind
Yeah.
if your hands start shaking and you can't feed yourself anymore, and you go to the doctor and the doctor says you need a neural link.
You know that the second half of Wall-E is a horror movie, right?
We know the downsides. I can detail them in great detail.
I studied
Wow.
BCIs. Well, I studied BCIs for a long time, and
That said,
I
you're
think
not going to resist when you have Parkinson's and you need a machine to
no.
make
No.
your
I want to
hands
die.
steady enough
I
so
already
you.
decided. I only want to do 200, 300 years. No. I want to see what's on the other side of death. I'm fine with that. I'm a Terry Pratchett fan. If
Good
anyone
surfing.
likes Terry Pratchett, but
We got to
yeah,
start a whole cult. You know what happens after death? Good surfing,
that's just
or
fine.
good
I
fishing, or
either we're here
good
once or we come
skiing,
back.
or good whatever you are into.
So what do I say about this? Like after an experiment, we asked Grok what x/ac is, and it gave us this answer. What do you think? Is that?
Grok is going to be really good about taking you to Las Vegas and taking you out to dinner and taking you to
Yeah,
nightclubs
this is a
and
quote-based question. So what I'm
being
doing
an
is
assistant with you or a
I'm gonna
friend
prompt
who
you
was
guys.
going to
I'm gonna
talk to
prompt you
you
guys.
about the musical choices you're having
I'm
in your Apple headphones right now.
I'm gonna prompt you guys neural networks real quick. So I'm gonna put a post out about this, including the copy-pasted text of the Grok thing, because we asked Grok what x/ac is after a little experiment. So I was like, okay, like so after an experiment, we asked Grok what x/ac is, and it gave us this answer. Do you think that's good, or what do you think? I don't know. What would you make it sound like to basically announce that we did something and we tested that something out on Grok? What do you think would sound better?
I think that sounds fine.
Grok
Yeah.
test number 1, : we fed it these 5 characters.
Can I do something different here? I really want to throw this out here. No, hold on. I understand what you guys are going for,
I made
and
up
this
a
is
word on my blog in a similar method. So
go ahead. No, Robert, go ahead.
no,
Or Scott,
you come
sorry.
on in.
All I was gonna say is that maybe you go the other way and literally be like, there are a bunch of humans discussing this, and still say the same prompt that you guys just articulated, but embed it in the idea of like, this is what a bunch of humans came up with. What do you think, essentially, or something like
My
that?
brain turns off immediately. Like, this is a problem. If my brain turns off from something, that's not going to work.
Yeah,
How do you get
understood,
the
sir.
American mind?
Either my
My
brain
son
is
told me how
confused.
movies got him. If they didn't have sex and violence, he told me, they're not going to be popular.
I like his rule. I like the rule there. I like the rule there. Yeah, that
Like
was
this.
good, Adrian. That was good.
Yeah. So basically,
People
it's
have
two things.
a certain
Either
pattern
it's
to them, right?
insane.
You can
Yeah. Like
figure it out.
everything's insane. So I can say either something is insane, it makes you scratch your head, or it keeps your brain active. If it's something that turns your brain off, it's not going to do anything.
Right, lean towards the activation. Understood. I love you,
Neuron
buddy.
activation. Do you guys know that monkey meme with neuron activation? Yeah,
This
basically
is
like
just
that.
permanent
See
South by
boobs, neuron
Southwest
activation.
on 5th Street, where we're all
You
friends
all know
walking down the
there's a
street.
lot of heavy neuron interaction followed by some physical activity later. It's prepping you for launch, literally.
Oh, I love you guys so much.
It's
This is
true.
awesome. You
Okay,
are
so what do
very
we know?
accurate, my friend.
So Grok test 1, right?
We fed
What
it
was it again?
5 characters. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
keep going.
fed it 5 as in we write it, or 5 as in just the number?
The number, well, right. Yeah, or 5, FIVE.
Yeah.
5 is 5 spelled out is Associated Press
Parameters, right?
Style Guide
Parameters. Yeah.
compliant.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah,
If you're
it's funny because
so
it's 4
are
characters.
you trying to comply with Associated Press style?
Potentially.
Then it's 5 spelled out.
Yes. We fed it 5 characters
0 to 9 is spelled out. 10 and above are numbers.
Interesting.
I know a lot about Associated Press style because
Tell
I
me
got in
more.
trouble
You sound like a
for
writer, my
getting
friend.
my style
Yeah, you
online.
sound like a writer.
Journalism student, and they taught Associated Press style. It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like Catholic nuns with ruler kind of thing, slamming your
There are
finger if
certain,
you got
yeah,
it
certain
wrong.
permutations or whatever, yeah.
They would slap your hand with a ruler. It's like, you got it's wrong. You got it's wrong. You spelled it's
All
with
right.
the
Back to
apostrophe.
task.
It
Back to
should have
task.
been just possessive.
All right.
No,
Back to
Robert,
task.
keep on task. Yeah, keep on,
Adrian,
keep on.
Back to task.
I got a GPT joke for you.
Oh,
All
Are you
right.
ready for
What is
this?
it? What is
No.
it?
Chat GPT and James Dalma go into a bar together. Minutes
Okay.
later, they are tossed out onto the street with a bartender yelling, I asked, what do you drink? I get a treatise on mixology instead. Chat
Oh,
GPT
shit.
turns to James and says, next time, say 2 beers, please.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay, Adrian, hold on. Where are we at? Where are we at? Because this is important, and I want
Where
everyone
we're
to
at
kind
is
of
I'm
like
asking
focus on
Scoble a
this.
question.
Yeah.
I rate the joke.
Oh, shit. Hang on.
I rate the joke at a 7.
No, not the joke, not the joke. Adrian, repeat
I've
what you
given you
said, Adrian, and yeah.
I've given you the thing, so you can
Maybe
like
an
set
8.
the cost. Okay. So now, how do we write this again? So we fed it 5 characters. Right?
That's it.
We fed it 5 characters, and then what?
That's
Like
it.
what? That's it. And then just
What's the
continue with
punchline
the.
though, Robert? Yeah.
Yeah, that's something.
That's
Like,
test 1. We fed it 5 characters and saw what it did.
do we want to? You don't want to meme on the x/act thing that we just did? You just want to have it independent?
No, that's what we did. We fed it 5 characters x / ACC, right?
I think there was a miscommunication here. I'm just trying to help you guys translate.
Yeah, so we gave it an input and asked it what x/act is, and that's kind of the thing I wanted to go on. It's like we fed it.
And then we were limiting it to the 5 character parameters.
He's being minimalist? Okay, we need a little bit more. Let's go medium on the minimalist and go maximize on the utility. The script of utility, rather, because what we want is, yes.
Robert, this is you, my friend. This is
we
all you, my friend,
Grok.
Robert.
We tested Grok. Okay, everyone quiet. Right, so we tested
fed
Grok.
it 5 characters.
And then?
What did it teach us?
What if I just put it in parentheses? Like we fed it 5 characters, x/act.
What did we learn from this little test? That's what everybody cares about.
Yeah.
What do we learn? I like it.
Yeah. So basically, Grok test 1, we fed it 5 characters, x/act. And it gave us this output. Well, we didn't really feed it, did we? We fed X.
Some people are fast to retweet or reshare the post, but other groups are slower. That's what I learned.
Yeah. Okay, so I altered it and said we fed X 5 characters and asked Grok about it. Or
If you stick
consulted
that term
Grok.
into Grok, what does it do?
Right. We will be mentioning Grok twice as a problem.
Or ChatGPT.
Yeah. We asked, okay, we fed X 5 characters and asked Grok about its meaning. So what is the result of the test, rather? Let's get to that. The test, I would say the test result is you take an existing structure. So there is an existing structure for these 5 characters, and we have co-opted that existing structure and made it our own thing. We got it to hallucinate. We got it to make the big meme on the platform something that is more associated with us, in a sense, right? Because we asked it. See, I think it knows what this is and what we associate with, and then it thinks that it's the same thing from like e/hack, right? So they're very similar.
This is an example of when ChatGPT can uncompress a term into something quite a bit longer. I'm going to read, and then if it gets boring, just jump in.
Yeah. No. Before we do that, I
I
kind of
asked
want
it,
to
can
get
you
this
tell
out
me
because
about the
time critical.
term that you posted about?
Yeah.
Copied in x.acc. And it answers back and says the term stands for accelerationism. Accelerationism is a set of philosophical and political ideas
Wow.
that argue the best way to bring about radical social change is to accelerate the processes of capitalism or technology, even if these processes are seen as destructive or problematic. The idea of the idea is that by pushing these systems to their extremes, they will eventually become unsustainable and collapse, leading to the creation of a new social order. There are several branches of accelerationism, each with its own focus and approach. For example, some accelerationists emphasize the acceleration of technological advancements, while others focus on the intensification of capitalist dynamics. The concept has been influential in various intellectual circles, but is also controversial due to its radical nature and the potential consequences of its proposed strategies. It's important to note that accelerationism is a complex and nuanced concept with many interpretations and critiques, and it's often discussed in philosophical, political, and social contexts.
Now, can you ask it a bigger thing? Can you ask it what the difference between x/hack and e/hack is? Also, ask that to Grok as well. I want to know if we have
I don't
essentially
have
done what I'm
Grok
claiming
yet,
here.
so you got to
No,
do
no,
it.
no. But we have someone in the room who has Grok, or we have someone who's extended to someone who's in the room as Grok. So, Scott, you need to ask John. What is the difference between x/hack and e/hack? And Scoble, I need you to prompt
And
your
E,
thing and ask him to yes, e/hack and x/hack. Like, what's the difference between x/hack and e/hack? Ask it that.
the
Because if I
terms x./acc and EACC refer to specific strands within the broader philosophical and political movement of accelerationism. Accelerationism in general advocates for the acceleration of capitalist or technological processes to bring about radical social and political change. However, these two strands differ in their focus and approach. Strand 1, XAACC, existential accelerationism. This strand of accelerationism emphasizes the acceleration of technology and scientific progress to address existential risks facing humanity. X.ACC proponents believe that rapid technological advancement is necessary to overcome challenges such as climate change, global pandemics, or potential threats from artificial intelligence. They often
wow,
advocate
Well,
for
it's
leveraging
close.
technology to enhance human capabilities and to find solutions to critical global issues. On the other hand, EACC are economic accelerationism. EACC, on the other hand,
Oh
focuses
my
more on
god.
the acceleration
You're
of
Mark. You want to
capitalist
trash talk? That's the
dynamics.
fucking opportunity right there.
This approach argues that that intensifying capitalist processes can lead to their eventual breakdown or transformation, paving the way for a new socio-economic order. EACC thinkers might explore how the contradictions within capitalism could be exacerbated to hasten its demise or evolution into a different system. Both XACC and EACC share the underlying principle of accelerationism, but they apply this concept in different domains. XACC in the realm of existential and technological challenges, and EACC in the realm of economic and capitalist structures. Each strand reflects a unique perspective on how accelerationist ideas can be applied to provoke significant societal and global changes. I think, some people have lost their heads for a lot less powerful of a set of words.
I think it
Yeah.
understands EAC better than the EAC people do.
Oh, what, do you want to put that out there or something? I don't even know. The economic acceleration. That's so bad. That's so bad.
It's pretty good. I mean, this
Existentialism. I just
large
love that
language
we're like
model thing.
existentialists because the X, right? I think it just took that, said, okay, you know what does X usually go for? Oh, it's existentialism, right? I was like, what else do we have out there? Oh, we have E/X, probably economics, right? Wow.
Can you ask it
You
to
really are Elon Musk, aren't you?
Maybe.
Ask it. Now ask it to explain 21EA instead.
Yes, it's probably gonna think it's some sort of encoding. But first, so Scott, can you ask John to do the thing again? I need to know what the difference is, what it thinks. Can you ask it once more what E/AC is, like in a different instance? Because I want to know if we just psyop the AI.
What, me?
Yes. Well, you have the real-time access, man. So like you ask your ChatGPT in a different.
So you want me to close the app down?
No, I want you to open a new
instance.
instance. Yeah, I want you to open a new instance of ChatGPT such that it's not polluted by the inputs that you just gave it.
All right,
And just
I
ask
just
it what
started
E/AC is instead. Yeah.
What is E/ACC?
If it starts with economic acceleration, it's over.
EACC typically stands for error accuracy. A term often used in the context of machine learning and
Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. That's terrible. That is so terrible. That is so terrible.
And now it went away. Oh, there it is. That is pretty terrible.
That is terrible. That's not okay, dude. What the? Okay, now ask it in a separate instance what X/ACK is.
What is X/ACK?
Adrian, take a look at
XACC
maybe.
stands for accelerationism, which is a.
Oh my god! Oh my god! No.
That's what it says.
Did this happen before? Or did this happen after we just did this bullshit? Did we just psyop memetics?
I don't know.
Did we just do that? What the fuck did we just do?
We're asking questions and some chaos theories.
We just we don't know if this is a correlation or if it's just a completely independent outcome. Because we didn't ask it this before.
Consequences to this bullshit? Because if there are, we have to start checking all the facts we got.
Yeah, exactly. Because if there are consequences, a lot of people can be very pissed. Like that's what's gonna happen, dude.
It's AI. Sometimes it bullshits, and you got to find the bullshit. If you're
let's
gonna
find
cheat
a bullshit.
like if you're in college, right, and you're gonna cheat with OpenAI with ChatGPT, you better remove the bullshit before you turn in the paper, because otherwise the teacher's gonna see you use ChatGPT because there's bullshit in the paper. That's the first thing. If I was a teacher, that's the first thing, or somebody who's grading your paper, that's the first thing I'd be looking for.
Some random little grift fucking decided it's a cool idea to create an X/ACK coin. Ladies and gentlemen, let it be known that this is bullshit. We would never do such a thing, and we're not creating pyramid schemes for people to use. Whoever did this, go get yourself a life, you squatting little piece of garbage.
We should write a book, How to Cheat Kindergarten.
Yeah, literally. You know what this is? How do you get people who squat on fucking spaces do value extraction instead of adding? Like these are the people who are going to be most threatened by Grok's existence because of the fact that they just literally do nothing but extract. They're like this weird force out there that tries to extract value out of places where they can't add any because that's just what they're built like. It's annoying.
Hey, you're getting a little personal tonight.
Oh, I'm getting very personal because that's stupid. I see this all the time. You know what they did after after I had that interaction on space? Remember that? It's like when I was in there first with Elon. It's like, well, you know what they did? Oh yeah, really cool. We they made Adrian coins. So stupid.
I think I finally got this mother effing restore. Yes.
I know. I just wanted to respectfully say goodbye, guys.
We could write a book for college students on how to cheat with ChatGPT. It would be a bestseller.
Later. Yes. Keep the conversation going, Alex, Robert, Adrian. I appreciate it so much. Strengthen the journey well. Again, apologies for interrupting overly, but yeah, these conversations matter very much, and you're all in good hands with these hosts and co-hosts. So I appreciate it very
No,
much.
you're in bad hands, because if we were good hands, we'd be doing these things.
So what's an Adrian coin worth these days?
Nothing. I don't care. I don't talk
Is
about
it gold?
It's useless.
Is it solid
it's nothing.
gold?
It's literally just garbage. Inside? It's literally just garbage out there on timeline. That's all it is. It's garbage.
Is it like a Kruger gold? Is it like an ounce?
Yeah, then literally zero. Nothing.
My mom had a bunch of Krugerrands under her house.
Jesus Christ.
It's like an ounce. Easily transactable in Montana. Right? Everybody knows what gold's worth in Montana. They trade it all the time.
I just want to know what Grok knows about this.
Grok will tell you where the gold is in
Okay, Grok has an output. It has it. Well, it seems that E/ACK and X/ACK are like two sides of the same coin, but one side is a bit shinier and has more personality. Okay, E/ACK, or effective accelerationism, is a group of humans who believe in the power of technology to create a better future. They're the ones who think that technology will lead to a post-scarcity utopia where everyone lives in harmony with AI and robots. Think of them as the optimistic bunch, always looking on the bright side of life. On the other side of the coin, we have X/ACK, or X-accelerationism. Now, these humans are a little bit cautious about the whole AI thing. They're not against technology, but they believe that it should be used responsibly and with a healthy dose of skepticism. They're like the more level-headed sibling of E/ACK, always reminding them to look before they leap. In conclusion, the main difference is between and their outlook on technology and AI. E/ACK is all about embracing and letting it take us to new heights, while X/ACK is more cautious and wants to make sure we don't lose ourselves in the process. It's like an age-old debate of whether to go all in or hedge your bets. Interesting. That's actually correct, to a certain extent. That's actually pretty accurate. Better than what we had before. Much better.
I'm on the optimistic side.
Yes. Dude, that's hilarious.
It already cooks my toast in the morning. After that, it's all over.
Yeah.
Then it drives me in my car to drop the kids off at school.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Does this mean we're going to have an E/ACC, X/ACC coin because they're going to be on both sides?
Oh, yeah. Shit.
Flip it over.
Yeah. Which one's heads and which one's tails?
I don't know. Which one ever is shiniest is pushed by the reflection.
The optimistic side is the shiniest. Come on.
Of course.
With the rarest metal. You don't find very many optimists in the world.
Yeah.
You find a lot of pessimists.
Yes.
The world's going to hell. I can argue that too.
This is interesting. Like I love the fact that there's like AI hallucinates the like idea of whatever X means. Just so cool. I think it's awesome.
There's people who are studying the geysers in Yellowstone National Park. My mom used to live right near there, so I met a few of them looking at the geysers. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah.
There's people studying geysers at that level, right? Like, there's a few of them who'll stay there all night long to see if they can see a rare geyser go off.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It sounds like Grok is calling us a bunch of pussies.
Grok would probably tell you the
It doesn't understand
likelihood
much
that the
about us yet.
geyser's going to go off. Come
Yeah,
on.
it's an age-old debate of whether to go all in or hedge your bets. We're like, we're not so sure.
If you're taking your family to
Kinda weird.
Yellowstone National Park, right, and you got them all in the
What
Cybertruck
if
outside,
we convinced it a little bit? What if we made an okay? You guys want to like do timeline experiments? I think we could try that.
what would Grok tell you about going to the Old Faithful geyser? Wouldn't you want to know when the
Let's
next
think
one's
about
going to
this.
go
What if we
off?
could ask for specific searching? So you remember what I was saying before? It's like we write a specific
search.
post. Like we make a post, right? This post is basically
Please
going
tell
to
me the
contain a post.
time Old Faithful is
It's a
going
post
off
within a post.
next.
Maybe.
There's an answer.
The fuck is
Because
this?
everybody just left because it just went off and everybody's phones are dispersing all over the parking lot. Verizon knows that. Now the ranger out front, they know there's a fucking schedule, man. This thing is so regular.
The non-fungible turd sells better.
This is the kind of thing you're going to be talking about with Grok on a road trip, isn't it?
Perhaps.
Grok, what happens if you get too close to a buffalo? It sticks its horn through your ass.
Oh shit.
It's true.
It's true. It is true. Yes, it's a scary part.
Grok could tell you that, right? Because it's a true fact, and it's something to be, respectful of. Don't get too close to the buffalo. They look cute, but they can run faster than you can. And then they can stick their horn through your ass, and that's happened to a few of the guests. Grok could tell you that. Grok probably has read or listened to the audio tour. Maybe it would spend $10 just to listen to it, to know what's there. I don't know. Doubtful. Hey, Tim, I need another $10. Who talked him out of billions of dollars? I tried to talk Bill Gates out of, I don't know, $1 billion. He turned me down. It's a true story.
Really?
Yeah.
For what?
I sat next to Tim O'Reilly at Google's first advertising conference. I was the only Microsoft employee that was invited to speak at Google's advertising conference. So that put me in a unique position to learn about Web 2 because Tim O'Reilly had just written the Web 2 essay and was telling me about Web 2 and what to pay attention to. So I wrote Gates a letter laying out, you should buy this, you should buy this, you should buy this, you should buy this, all in Web 2. He didn't listen to me. The email I got back had the words business value repeated 13 times. Steven Sinofsky wrote it, but copied Bill on the answer. In other words, Phil had approved the answer. Yeah. Bill's still a billionaire, and all I got is a stupid-ass story. Anyways, Apple Semiconductor has, I have 3 of these M1 chips in my house. 21% of the chip is neural. It hasn't been used in my house yet, and I'm one of the top AI people, users at least. Right? So there's a multi-billion-dollar investment in semiconductor that hasn't yet been used in our homes. That's fascinating to me.
Why hasn't it been used yet?
Because they haven't shipped the Vision Pro yet.
When's it coming?
April.
Can you wait that long?
I've been waiting 13 years for this thing. I wrote 2 books on spatial computing before Apple with other people, but still.
You did? I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Last one, head of Qualcomm's AR said was a must read. So I got things pretty good. Pretty proud of it.
How long did it take you to write that?
A decade, really. Because I got to travel and see inside a lot of the R&D labs or inside a lot of startups. I went to Israel a few times. I went to China a few times. I went to 70 different countries, all in a fairly compact amount of time.
When did you decide that you were going to write that book? What inspired you to write it, or were you hired to?
Irina inspired me to write it with her. She wrote about half of it, and I wrote about half of it. Yeah.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't exist without her.
Irina's your wife, right?
No, my partner.
Oh.
My wife is Miriam.
Sorry, what?
My wife is Miriam. Irina is my
Miriam.
business partner. She lives in Pasadena, California.
And how did you two meet?
We hung out in the same Facebook groups.
Interesting.
I know, it's like, oh my God.
I met a really good friend of mine in a Wayne Dyer space. You know who Wayne Dyer is? I mean, it's funny. She's an architect, actually, born in Iraq, but she lives in the UK. She's amazing. Her father was a very prestigious Iraqi, I think, scientist. Actually, I think he was killed. Actually,
Wow.
yeah, Farah's father.
Yeah. Miriam's dad ran the phone company in Tehran.
Wow.
Yeah. And then they took it all away from him. It's like, yeah. It's the way the world works. That's actually why Silicon Valley is so special, because a lot of people get abused by their countries and move here to start something.
I missed the last thing you said. I'm so sorry because my little one came around.
There's a lot of immigrants in Silicon Valley because they're abused by their own society. Right. Miriam was moved here by her parents. Her parents did not move with her. So she was sent to a foreign land. Imagine that parent making that kind of decision and having that kind of pressure on you.
I can't admit that's how old was she?
She was 16 and she was starting to get harassed by the government.
Wow, that is brilliant, though.
Yeah.
Her parents are here now, yeah?
Not anymore. They're gone. But yeah, they were the reason that she got moved here, and then they moved over. Right. But you see stories like that all through Silicon Valley, whether you're talking to the Germans or the Muslims or the Chinese or the Japanese here, Indians.
So everyone has something in common beyond what most Americans would
They're all
understand.
working for Apple. What do they have in common? They're all working for tech.
Yeah. Their story, how they got
Weird
there, though.
place here.
I've been to
Hey
Napa.
Robert, can you expand on like the spatial, like a couple, I think during the OpenAI spaces you mentioned something about how regarding like spatial computing and goggles that you can go and look at like a piece of like structural steel and whatnot, or look at a piece of machinery. Can you kind of expand a little bit more on that? Like what sort of like precision actually do you think's feasible with that? Like in terms of like tolerance on, inches or something like that. Like where do you think that's
Well,
going?
are we just seeing it and manipulating it in 3D space, like a machine or something?
Well, no, more so it's like, hey, you're in the context of my work, you're walking around a job site with some sort of spatial computing device, and you've programmed enough information into it that based on survey points, you can pinpoint and look and identify that something is out of place versus the overall set of engineering plans that have been developed. Is that kind of what spatial computing contemplates, is how to you follow
Spatial
where kind of my
computing to
thought
me is
process is?
different. So spatial computing is computing that you, a robot, or a virtual being can move through, right? Or today's computing is a 2D screen that you're holding in your hand or looking at on your desk or on your laptop, right? Tomorrow computing is gonna be on your skin, on the walls, on the floor. Everything is gonna change around you if you're wearing a spatial computer.
Okay,
It can
right. So
take
it could
you.
like it'll overlay, say
It'll
you walk into a house, right? And you'll be able to overlay where all the studs are inside of a house in a sense,
Bingo,
right?
and
Is that
that's what Apple's
okay?
headset is doing. It's recreating reality at such a level that you think you're looking at reality, but you're not looking at reality at all. You're looking at a digital representation of reality laid on top of reality. A lot of realities. You're mixing realities, right? So the wall can start crumbling and turn into a video game, right? The digital twin that's on top of the wall can be messed with by a game programmer or anybody who programs in Unity or Unreal Engine or whatever's needed to make a Apple one.
It's a pretty cool video game concept. My mind's running into, gosh, like here's your brand new smart home of the future, and by the way, here's a digital twin for when you want to go hang something on your wall. Here's your digital twin for you to go know exactly where all your studs are, where all your electrical wiring's been ran, where your fiber hardline is, so you don't poke a hole through it, and that's just
I met
available
one
here on
guy
your
on
consumer device.
I met one guy who built a leveling system for the Apple headset. So you're wearing the headset, and it will help you level anything in 3D on the wall. So it really helps you hang your pictures because you
And
put on
all
the
it
Apple
needs to run
headset, and
that,
it'll show you how to hang your picture properly to make sure it's really fucking straight.
and that's like basically just built into what the Apple headset provides, plus that
Yeah.
program for it. Like you don't need anything else to augment that.
It turns the whole room into a set of volumetric pixels,
Wow.
right? And if they're small enough, they're really high resolution. Um, it'll be a pretty fun experience. This Apple thing. I mean, even if you get the cheap one, um, even if you get the cheap one, like the Quest 3 from Meta Corporation, it's pretty fun. It's just when you add resolution to the mix, it's next level.
What is it predominantly built in? You mentioned like Unity, like is that
Sony? Sony, the Sony chips are. I've seen the 1K chips. The 5K chips are got to be like next level. The 1K chips had more depth than the chips that Zuckerberg used in the Quest. So they had way better black, way better color, way better dynamic range. It looked more like a movie theater than the Quest does. The visual acuity of it is better. The brightness of it is better. This is why I gave up VR for a while, because I have a really, really nice TV. And once you get a really, really nice TV, TV changes for you. And so does VR. It's like, I don't like VR anymore. Why not? Because Top Gun on my TV looks fucking amazing. Top Gun in VR looks like shit. That's why.
Right? Isn't the Vision Pro that is like semi see-through though, right? Whereas
That's 5K chips in front of your eyes that can be virtualized into bigger screens, so you can make an IMAX theater in your mind, right? Because you're holding the chip really close. It's like, why does a headphone with 2 speakers have 3D spatial audio? Because they can change all sorts of phases on your speakers. Same thing on. And the second thing is the speakers are close to your ear, so 2 speakers works. If you put your TV close to your eyes, you get magic. And Apple's about to put 2 5K chips in front of your eyes.
But so is there any transparency to that when you wear them, or does it need to be powered for you to actually see what's in front of your
Do you
face?
mean, are you seeing reality at all?
Yeah, right. That are you seeing actual reality that's not projected back at you through a screen? Does that make
No.
sense? Like, is there transparency to it?
No, there is no. If the device goes off, you're in black. You can't see through it. There is no seeing through the device. You're seeing what the computer wants you to see. Think about the AirPod Pros that people have now, right? The new noise canceling ones. They're blocking analog from your ear. You're not hearing reality in them. But when you put transparency mode on, you think you're hearing reality. Because it's so good at picking up reality with a microphone, processing it with a computer, amplifying it with a little amplifier that's on the computer, and shoving it in your ear. Right? It's not reality that you're hearing.
Yeah.
I wore it at Christmas dinner last year. It wasn't Christmas dinner that I was hearing. I was hearing what Apple wanted me to hear out of Christmas dinner, which happened to sound like Christmas dinner. Right?
Oh man, I was a little. Yeah, I mean that sound of
If you're wearing
silence
the Apple
versus the sound of
headset, you're going
noise
to see your
canceling
house, but
silence.
it's not going to be your house. It's going to be a digital twin of your house that you're seeing, but it looks like your house.
No, but
so do you see? Oh, go ahead.
No, just Matt. I think you inferred to something like augmented reality, where you partially see the physical world through certain transparency. Yeah, and then you add, and then you draw something on top of it.
These are not see-through device. The augmented reality, everybody will call it augmented reality because it looks like augmented reality, where there's a 2D or a 3D thing on top of reality, but it's not reality you're seeing. It's Apple's version of reality that they're presenting to you in the screens. You're not seeing
through the
reality
cameras, right?
No, that makes sense, right? Because I remember seeing all the, when it got revealed, there you were able to see people's eyes. But I just pulled it up right here. It's like an outward display reveals your eyes while you're wearing the Apple Vision Pro, like that. Like to me, I was like, oh, it's actually transparent.
Puts your eyes on the outside of the device, right? Yeah.
Like, do you see value in? like having it the ability to be transparent though, like in the context of spatial computing, like
Yes. If you like Magic Leap and HoloLens lets you see through the virtual layer to reality, right? That is better if you are doing a dangerous job. For instance, putting your hand next to a bandsaw. You want to see reality for that. You don't want to see
100%.
Apple world,
yeah, yeah, and that's where I was going with it, like just
because
thinking
if
of
Apple world glitches,
applications.
oh, there goes your hand, right? And this is all AI driven, and there's a lot of computers running, and once in a while it might get a little bit behind reality, right? So you don't want to be firing a gun, you don't want to put your hand in a bandsaw, you don't want to be working at Tesla on the stamping mill, anything dangerous. No. You got to have glasses for dangerous things. Riding a mountain bike, skiing, even running. Running is dangerous. If you stumble, you can fall and break your arm. That's $10,000 in a few hours in the hospital.
That's right.
So you don't want to trip while you're playing some VR game in mixed reality soon, right? You want to be able to see the real world.
The real world.
The real analog world.
I'm a real boy.
Glory be to God, we used to say in church.
You want to hear a song?
Sure.
Got one Willie Nelson one for you.
Oh, Willie follows me on X.com, by the way. That's a huge honor.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't ever hear
He only
Willie.
follows 400 people or something like that. And it's
That's so cool.
really big honor to be followed by a legend like Willie Nelson.
I would say so. This song was made also. I'm trying to think of the band that did this song. That's how I learned of it. But then I found out Willie wrote this. All right. Maybe I didn't love you quite as often as I could have. Maybe I didn't treat you quite as good as I should have. If I made you feel second best, I'm so sorry I was blind. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Maybe I didn't hold you all those lonely, lonely times. And I guess I never told you I'm so happy that you're mine. Little things I should have said and done, I just never took the time. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. Tell me that your sweet love hasn't died. Give me one more chance to keep you satisfied. I'll keep you satisfied. Little things I should have said and done, I just never took the time. You're always on my mind. You were 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 always on my mind.
Kudos! Yay! Hey. Who has the applause?
Very nice.
Beautiful. So that's also when Elvis did that song as well.
Right. But then Willie didn't write it, did he? Am I wrong? Willie
Not
didn't
sure.
He certainly performed it. I've always thought that was a Willie Nelson song.
Let me make sure now and see. Who's the 80s band?
Do you perform live in front of audiences? Like, what's that like?
He used to a lot.
She's doing it right now.
Well, I mean, physically, like when they're in the same room as her.
Actually just performed in last month. I flew out to LA and I did a benefit there for a school and a health center being built in and a temple being built in India, and very near to Tibet with Tulku Rinpoche, and my friend organized it. So I did a lot when I lived in LA, but this is the most that I'm like live here. And there's a place called Happy's Badass Bar a few miles away that I'm gonna start doing a weekly there. But yeah.
Every time I would hire a musician to perform in my house for a New Year's Eve party or something like that, the party was always next level.
Oh, that's awesome house parties to have a live musician. Well, you know,
it's a real
you have
privilege if you can
so
afford
I'll just like fly right over. No worries. I have a PA system. We invested in a PA system.
Did you get like my friend Rome has a Bose that he uses? He performs
what?
in
A Bose.
bars. Yeah, he raves about it. He said it's transformed his music, and he performs to bars and stuff, restaurants.
Yeah, that's
kind of
cool. It's
thing.
great to have your own system and
Yeah.
you know. Yeah, I've played all over Chicago and Los Angeles. And then I also had a little residency in France for 2 months in a winter chalet vibe place
That's
called Devoir.
nice. Go
Yeah,
skiing.
I do. I love to ski. And
That's a good place to go skiing.
say again?
That's a nice place to go skiing.
Oh, I
Some of
highly
the
recommend.
French resorts there.
It was
Whoa.
so like it really was nothing I'd ever experienced before. It was so beautiful. Very quaint little town with like rolling
Did you get
hills.
to Davos? Did you get to Switzerland?
I skied into Davos, did off-piste with all these French skiers. They laughed at the American, the American who stumbled and fell, not having ever skied off-piste. That for anybody that doesn't know, that means there's no track there. No one ever skied in that area before. But we skied right into Switzerland, which was really cool. Yeah, I wish I could. I don't know. I think I could get a gig out there if we lived out there. I could be probably playing and doing pretty good, but we're kind of stuck here right now.
Wayne Carson wrote the song, and both Willie and Elvis have performed it.
Hey, thank you, Tim. Now that's incredible. Wayne Carson. Wow. See, how is it that I never heard that name before? He probably wrote a lot of other songs. Who was the 80s band that made this song popular? That's how I know it. Anybody remember?
Was it Depeche Mode?
I don't think it was Depeche Mode. It was
Duran Duran, maybe?
Talking Heads. Let's see who did it. Always on my mind.
See, if I was really smart, I'd be using ChatGPT.
I keep looking to see
a lot of
The fully recursive spaces host.
I keep looking to see if my Grok is there, but he's not there yet. I'm always going in my profile and checking my email.
It says the Pet Shop Boys did it,
Oh,
but I
that's
don't know
it.
if they. Yeah.
That's right.
2 weeks.
Two what? What did he say?
2 words.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
So Arlington explosion, everyone. Weird.
What was that? I saw that. Penny said that somebody said that they're afraid to touch their furnace, scared that that might happen. Is that the explosion you're talking about?
I don't really know. I don't think this really does make any sense.
Oh, that sounds like something else. Is there a rocket about to go off? It sounds like...
Suspect visited. Status is currently unknown. It's like, what are you vape?
I'm confused.
In the comments, I posted a link, a little collab we did with Vessi together. If you want to check it out.
Yay! I've been waiting for you to do that. Thank you, Wiggle. You know, I don't know if Adrian knows that song was inspired by... What was the story again? Now I've forgotten, but wasn't it inspired by In This Space? Do you remember, Wiggle?
I think Adrian came up with something and like middle of Jupiter or something.
That's right, the center of Jupiter. That's right.
Yeah.
He said, I wonder what's in the center of Jupiter. Why doesn't anybody ever ask that question? And now no one can stop thinking about that.
Yeah, it's a bit dark, so maybe not for everyone.
Oh, you mean the song that we did? I sent you a little melody, and you wrote you orchestrated a beast of a song around it. I think it's pretty amazing sounding. The last one I heard, but this is the latest mix. So, are we going to release this?
It's up to you. Open source it.
Why? Yeah, of course. So just take it and whatever you want to do, whatever we want to do, right? Whatever anybody wants to do.
Send me and I'll make video.
And Tim, that would be
I
great.
sent it to you already.
And Tim, my computer's been down. It has this horrible buzz, so I haven't been recording in the studio. But I know that song that we're working on is still in the works. And
Cool.
Yeah. Do you guys want to hear another one?
Roll it out.
Yeah, sure. Just a second. You made this wiggle like you two. So you wiggle made the instruments and you the voice. Is that?
Yeah, I sent him a guitar with just what I came up in the space while you guys were talking. I came up with this melody, and I think I sang it. I don't remember now if I played it on the computer, and then I sent you the stems, didn't I? The vocal and the guitar, real simple, very short.
Yeah, I tried to fit the guitar, but I just like derailed it completely with something else. So
Well, that's okay. That's just meant for the feeling of it. It doesn't always have to be included.
Very cool. I like it. I was just listening to it.
Awesome. Thanks.
Let's see. You guys like Green Day? I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's home to me, and I walk alone. Oh, 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 I walk alone. Oh, oh, yeah. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one, and I walk alone. Oh, 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 I walk alone. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone out there will find me. Till then I walk alone. Oh, 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 I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one, and I walk alone. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone out there will find me. Till then I walk alone. Oh, oh. I see all the AI walking together singing this song in like a new video. Like singing the song. We walk alone, walking down the line, divides me from human AI. On the borderline of the edge, and there I walk alone. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Green Day, great song.
Very cool.
Alex, I'm hoping that you and I will get to do something together soon.
We might actually. You start to convince me to pick up music again. Maybe I'm starting to look into it.
Somebody recently posted that they love my music, and it's really sad that I'm gonna become not needed anymore because of AI.
No, I don't think so. That's not how it's going to
I
be.
thought that was an interesting way to look at it, because as if musicians are really making music because I mean, it would be great to feed one's
That was the
family.
craziest explosion I've ever seen. So I just looked at it. That just does not make any sense whatsoever. It's like all of a sudden, boom. And it's like it looks like it's from the top of the house or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, it looks unreal.
Intense. I slowed it down and tried to look at it in slow motion.
That thing makes like
It's
zero sense when I
fascinating.
look at it.
Where is this? What happened?
This is when people want to go big, that's what they'll do. They'll just leave the gas on and then start it.
Yeah. That's what they're theorizing too. Is like it's probably just him leaving the gas line out. So it's they don't know if the
Can
guy's
you
still
tell
in
us what
there.
the fuck you guys are talking about? Because I haven't caught up.
Arlington explosion. There's like a guy at a house. He was shooting flares. There's a big ass fucking house there. Police came around. House blew up. Guy blew up apparently, but guy not found. So people don't know if guy blew up or not blew up. That's the TLDR.
Welcome to America.
Yeah, I read
Welcome to
police
America.
were delivering a search warrant.
Damn.
Well, I guess he figured out a way to buy fertilizer.
Oh shit. That's quite the speculation. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm just kidding. Something went boom.
That's
A
insane.
lot of ammo. Is this a? How many Trump flags are on the? No.
No idea. None. Probably none. I mean, now that I'm taking a look at it, Jesus Christ, dude, what the hell? It makes like zero sense. Like, how does a house just like turn into a fucking fireball like that?
Oh,
That's
it's just
weird.
a gas stove. You just open up the gas stove, and then that thing just goes. You get the fuel air mixture just right, and then he had a
That's
flare
what.
gun just to make sure it went off. Yeah. He basically created the Moab, the mother of all bombs.
That's the
exactly how
official.
that works.
That's what you want on the fire department report, but it might be a meth lab that went awry. Something
That
cooked
too.
in,
That
caused
could
a
be
big
why.
bang.
Yep, that's what I was
You
thinking. A
might
meth
be a
lab. Why the
terrorist
search warrant?
making some explosives, and that might have fucked up. Somebody might have fucked up and got some static near it or something. Boom! Ow!
You know, if you have a leak, you can't. It smells like they make it smell like rotten eggs so that you can detect it. But we've had a few scares here where I've just called NICOR to just come and check.
You
And
should
then I was
get away from the house. Yeah.
Yeah, we did. We were sitting like about a half a block away, just watching them go into the building and into our house. But
I have 6 carbon monoxide detectors on my house.
yeah, it's important. You said somebody traveled to hotels with them too, didn't you? You said
The fire chief.
Yeah.
Back then. Yeah. You know, you see enough tragedies, you start thinking about how to survive them yourself.
Right. We don't know how good we have it, actually.
No.
That's the truth.
We do have it pretty good most of the time.
Yeah.
We're not a foot underwater like they are in Chennai tonight.
Oh.
Where?
Yeah. India.
Oh, jeez.
Chennai. Yeah, the whole airport is like a foot and a half underwater.
Oh,
no. Yeah. That's a big
Just from
mess.
rain? Is it monsoon season? No, it's not monsoon season.
Yeah, there's some massive floods there. Some guy blew himself up in Arlington, huh?
That sucks.
Yeah. Some people need a way out, and that's all they can figure out.
Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's something else. We don't really know yet. Do we?
I don't know. I met a bunch of murderers at San Quentin prison. The guy who gave me a tour killed his sister when he was 17. I don't know. There's a bunch of different reasons, from usually involving mental illness. And some people you should never. In fact, even in the prison, there's one building the prisoners don't go near. It's so dangerous. Think about that. That there's places in America where even murderers don't like to go. Yeah, I don't like. I'm glad I don't have to work there either. A lot of rules. The warden made us sign a paper that said participant Robert Scoble blank agrees that the prison will not trade his life for anything. And that's the last thing they have you sign before you go in and get your tour.
That's very sad.
Yeah, but it gives you a new hope, a new way to look at human beings. The guy who gave us a tour spent 38 years in prison, and was the best behaved, because that's why he got to be the prison tour guide.
Wow, my mom writes letters to a woman who's just now sort of on parole, but not. She gets to work and go to the dollar store, but she was physically abused quite a bit. Like, she's got scars all over her body, and she killed her abuser, and she went to jail for 25 or 30 years. And my mom went to lunch with her already a couple times, because she's starting to be getting out because of good behavior and all that jazz. But can you imagine, you to protect yourself, you take down the person who's been like abusing you, and then you have to go to jail? That's not right.
Nelson
Really.
Mandela, they threw him in prison, and then they released him and made him president.
Yeah.
I don't know what's.
What's going on? Maybe
That's
people.
next level torment right there on both sides.
Maybe you can get more done in jail if you're a certain somebody. I don't really know.
4 prison gangs started on the yard at San Quentin.
Yeah, I don't know about that, about the getting thing shut down in prison. I mean, it does change you, for better or for worse, but I don't know, man.
I think there's, if you have money, probably things work similar as they do out as they do in, somehow.
If you want drugs or weapons, I heard that you can get them as long as you have money. But you better not think about where they were too much.
Yeah, but now they're flying
Using
stuff in with
human
drones.
body cavities is quite prominent in those specific scenarios to traffic certain
That's what
substances
I'm
from point A to
saying.
point B.
That's what he told us. He told us how they were snuck in. I was like,
They're
well,
like
that's
the
just
expertise
dedication,
over
man.
there. Like, it's insane.
That's
Commander
some dedication to get something into the prison.
Grimes had said something you guys did. I don't know what he said. What did you
Well,
say?
I said now it's easier than ever to smuggle things in because people are flying them in with drones.
Yeah.
Who's been to Alcatraz? Anyone here visit Alcatraz?
Me.
What was that like?
Beautiful views. Fun. It's sort of fun tour
Yeah.
for
Have
tourists.
you seen the great epic movie Papillon by chance?
I don't
P-A-P-P.
remember that one.
Oh, it's Steve McQueen and my favorite actor. Gosh, what's his name right now? Somebody help me here. Commander Grimes, you've seen the movie, right? Papillon with
Dustin Hoffman.
Hoffman.
Dustin Hoffman. Yep.
Yeah. What an amazing,
great film. Yeah.
freaking epic. Papillon.
Don't ask me about movies. I was talking to Demi Moore for half an hour before I figured out who she was. It's a true story.
I want to hear more about that one. She's so cute.
She doesn't look like what she looks like in the movies, right?
Good. And have a little bit of space.
I knew she was interesting because everybody was genuflecting toward her and listening to her very intently. And I knew she was someone I'd seen before, but I didn't know where.
Couldn't you recognize her voice? She has such a distinctive voice.
It just doesn't click with it. My mind has zero movie things in it.
No,
it doesn't click for me, right? It's not like clicking like Mark Benioff. Yes, I can hear his voice instantly. Demi Moore, no. I didn't have that memory built up where it clicked in like that.
You basically are the movie, Robert.
Sometimes it feels like that. It's a weird life. Who gets to go racing with Elon Musk in his first roadster?
What? You did that?
Yeah.
Really?
Siri was launched on my show. Apple's most profitable acquisition ever.
Holy moly.
And I've gotten to sit with the world leaders and
What did you want to be when you were little? What was your dream?
That's an interesting question. I wanted to be a National Geographic photographer.
Really?
That's cool.
Until I figured out that a guy stood in water with mosquitoes above water, eating him alive for a fucking month to take a single picture of a frog for the cover of National Geographic. Then I figured out, nope, that is not my career anymore.
Funny. That's funny.
That is not for me.
Thank God for National Geographic, though. That was our, we had Encyclopedia Britannica and we had National Geographic, and that's
they're amazing photographers.
Man, we still have all of
the kind of dedication you had to have is like to take a picture of a fucking frog. You have to live in water for a month.
Insanity.
Did you?
Yeah.
Is that the one you lick?
They'd wait longer for that one.
See, if it was, that would have been a great. I might have actually gone for the photography job. Like, oh, really? I can lick these things after I take pictures of them, and then we're gonna have a weird ass trip for the next 13 hours.
It happens. You lick the frog, you start to trip.
Dogs in Australia
I never
do.
licked the frog, but James McNiven, who was Steve Jobs' first contractor, told me if you lick the frog,
frog,
you can unzip the universe. He told me.
Wow.
And then look and then split apart the universe like you're looking through a cut open thing to look on inside, and you can figure out how the universe works. He told me.
Maybe that's the origin of the girl kissing the frog to see the prince.
Yeah, it sounds like that. That's the origin story.
He said what the problem is. In preparation for doing this, you have to prepare mentally to die.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's Colorado River toad.
Wow.
Incilius avarius, and it's like one of the most ultimate psychedelic trips you can have.
Really?
There's also toads in Australia that dogs are becoming addicted to. and they figured out just how much to lick it.
There we
Because if they
go.
lick it too much, they get really sick. But some of them had figured they
Addict
just get a
dogs,
little
that's
bit.
what we need.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, there's addict dogs out there that love licking the frogs.
Look at the
Yeah.
frog.
Chuck.
Wow.
Don't lick it more than 5 times, Chuck, because okay, just I'll count because I know.
And
you don't know
let's not get into reindeer piss, okay? Do you know how that
Oh,
works?
wow.
Reindeer.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you know in northern Finland there's the Sami, and they have basically the witch doctors up there, and one of the things that they do is they drink reindeer piss. You might say, what? What? You know those toadstools, those mushrooms with the red dots on them?
Yeah.
They're hallucinogenic, but they're also deadly. But they don't kill reindeer. And the reindeer can actually eat it, and the hallucinogen actually passes through into their urine.
Oh my God.
Okay. Yes.
Amanita
Yes.
muscaria.
You know,
Right.
Dash
Which.
answer.
Yeah, that's where that's coming from. But the thing you got to be careful of is
Who
that's
did
up
the
in
R&D
Lapland.
on this shit?
Yes.
You know,
And
who's like, I wonder if reindeer piss will make us stoned.
yeah. Well, the Finns have a beer from Lapland. It's called Lapland Kulta, which means basically gold from Lapland. But it's generally referred to, most of the Finns down in Helsinki don't like it, and they refer to it as reindeer piss, and now I know why.
That's hilarious.
So, you know there was some money involved here. Like, I'll give you $1,000 if you drink reindeer piss.
Well, what about the surstrumming? Where did that come from? I mean, who ever thought the idea of eating like the most rotten, stinkiest fish would be good for you? I mean, the surstrumming in Sweden? Like, you know how the surstrumming is ready? You go out and you buy this canned fish, and you buy the cans that are bursting and just about ready to break.
Yeah.
And then you open it up,
like
and you make sure you. Yes, they're
Alex, you
horrible.
there?
Yeah, they're so bad. Yeah.
I'm into sardines.
Yeah, I'm
I
here.
love sardines, but
Yo, you guys, quick, hang on. Yo, Alex, did you know somebody literally just like fucking stole the image that you created, and they created an account, and they just fucking they just literally stole your image. They created an account, and they're shilling a fucking shit token that way. That's fucking hilarious.
Okay, Sam is
So, yeah, we're gonna everybody report this
Telegram,
piece
there's
of
a
shit.
fake Robert Scoble defrauding people.
Oh yeah, I love that one. Those are my personal favorites.
If I actually had a good reputation, I might go over there and see what I could do about it.
Glad you caught that, Adrian. That's messed up. There was another
There we go. Yeah.
There was a gentleman, Walter Isaacson. There's a second account here that reached out. That's not Walter Isaacson, I would imagine, because it's not the verified account. But he said hello to me. Hi, Walter. Pretend Walter, if you're still out there.
So the thing I've pinned at the top. Yeah, I just share the thing. I think I pinned at the top. Report it and block it. Fucking little breath.
It would be great if when this kind of thing happens, there's an AI that can just immediately find out exactly who that is. And maybe...
What do we report the post as?
It is deceptive entities, that kind of thing. It's impersonation.
Deceptive entities, impersonation, non-compliant, parody, panic. Okay.
They even created a Telegram.
Yeah,
pretending to be me.
What they do.
Someone else being impersonated. Okay, on X. But who's being impersonated?
Me.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
actually, everyone. Really.
Everyone.
So the community is being impersonated. Yep.
Are we reporting OpenAI for this or what?
yeah, but who do we have to put in there as a handle? We need to throw in a handle to who's being impersonated. Just you do, Adrian?
Yeah. Actually, I have a handle for this one.
And is it? What is the handle?
It's Adrian's.
Just Adrian's, not something different. Okay.
Well,
I have an old handle for that one. It's called accelerating X. That's it. Like accelerating_X. It's an alt.
Hey, Grok, can you build me an alt?
Doesn't show up. Accelerating under X. Does it not show
Yeah,
up?
accelerating underscore X.
All lowercase?
Yes.
Doesn't exist as far as an account that I can tell. Or is it because I'm not followed? No.
Yeah.
Spell it how Adrian would spell it. Sometimes that's not how everybody else would spell it. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't find it either.
Doesn't matter. Probably just got it wrong. Okay, so just spam. It's literally just spam.
Yeah, it's pure spam.
Yeah, it's garbage.
It's of PSYOP.
So report then block. Under spam. Done. Oh, it's X/ACC has been blocked. That was their handle.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Everything.
Not much.
Reindeer
Some guy
Pete.
blew himself up on these.
Why did you post that? Why'd you have to expose my alt?
What happened?
It's a fully recursive PSYOP. That's how it works.
It is, yes.
Imagine saying that to Elon.
Wow, the account is already suspended. That's pretty fast.
Wow.
Account of what?
Monte
The
Cristo.
spam.
Oh, thank you.
Wait a minute. Really? It's that fast? Because I've been waiting like 2 weeks for my alternate identities to be removed. They've been reported as deceptive. So if I just report them as spam, that will work?
No, just check it out. Click on it, and it says that it's restricted, suspended.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't
Yeah,
even see
but
that.
not my guys. My guys are still out there. They're still spamming. My clones.
Bro has clones. That's weird. They still exist.
What still exists?
That
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. I just clicked on the handle and it came back up. But I swear I clicked and it says account suspended for a second.
It's weird because it says follows you, but it says following zeros, which is really weird.
They're like
It's weird.
They're like cockroaches. They just keep coming back.
Actually, I took a snapshot, so I'll send it.
It's the best thing ever.
Gobo, you're funny.
Have you ever had a house that had cockroaches like that?
Yes, in Koreatown in LA.
Yeah.
I would pick them up.
They're like cockroaches. They keep coming back.
Yeah, I moved into this. I lived in Koreatown for a year in a studio, and it was a really cute place. But yeah, there were cockroaches. That was not nice. And I don't kill bugs, so I don't even know. I think I just threw them out the.
Could you go to sleep with a gecko over your head, hanging
No.
on the ceiling? You know it's there.
A lizard.
You're not quite sure what it's gonna do. You're just like.
I've got a bearded dragon named Guac, actually, Guac, guacamole. But he's in a tank.
I decided to go to sleep.
Really?
Overhead. in Cabo. Yeah. What was he gonna do to me?
Yeah, I'm more freaked out that something smaller is going to crawl on me.
Yeah, there can be poisonous ones of those.
Isn't it true that we eat a certain amount of bugs because they crawl in our mouths and stuff, like per year, or is that some bullshit?
No, there's some truth to
Well,
that.
on that
It's
happy
hidden
thought, I'm going
inside your
to go to
lettuce,
bed and
right?
hope that doesn't happen to me.
If you ride a motorcycle, you'll get more than your fair share.
That on that happy thought he's going to go to bed and he hopes it doesn't happen. Alex
I
ate a
hope,
bug.
yeah.
His
Later,
dream.
Alex.
See you guys.
Good
Dan
night.
Good
said, "Hey,
night. Good night.
Good
Schlaf
If you
gut.
want to play another song, I'm going to listen.
night." Alex, good night, Alex.
Gute Nacht.
I'm going to take off too. Thank you.
Good night, Scoble.
Bye.
Later.
Night, John Boy.
Hi, Lincoln.
Hey, Vissy.
How are you?
Good. I sing that Green Day song too. I
Oh,
like it.
cool. Is that the one you did the other day? Yesterday? No, you did a different one.
No, I'm not
Which
sure what
one?
I did yesterday.
Feels like it was a year ago. I don't know what's happening with time.
Grok just wrote a story for my son, bedtime story. It's cute.
I want to hear it.
It's kind of a rough draft, but it's like he I gave it prompts about what he likes and everything. He draws like Tesla, the T logo. He draws them and leaves them all over the house. It's really cute because he knows I'm a Tesla fan. And
That's
then
that as a story itself would be really cute as a kid's story.
and then he has like I have a couple kittens and a dog, and like the kittens don't have names yet, so I thought it'd be fun for him to pick out names like in a story.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, do you want me to read it to you? See what it sounds like?
And Yvonne is here. David is here. Hi, Yvonne.
I don't have Grok yet. Somebody who has it just wrote it for me.
Yeah, Grok is not available.
So some people are getting it.
He said two.
I think
Yeah, some
Adrian, I
people
think Scott
have it.
got it. Didn't you get it?
No, I don't have it. John has it, and I keep on asking him to do me favors with it.
Oh, gotcha. What kinds of favors, Scott? What kinds of favors?
The kind that you can only
Well,
ask John.
we ran some experiments to see. Well, the first thing was to see if we could get Grok to actually get me access to Grok. We tried to get it to do a break-in, and that didn't quite work. And then we tried to get it to at least write a tweet, or sorry, a post that would allow me to get access, because a lot of that's how John did it, and a bunch of other people in Holmars, they basically groveled for it. And so I basically came up with a new word called grockling, which is where you put together a post where you grovel to try to actually get access to Grok. And so it turns out my human written post did better than the one Grok came up with. So it's only got about 5,000 views in 24 hours. And in about 8 hours, I've got over 7,000 views writing it as a human.
Interesting.
So it doesn't even know how to hack itself. So I was hoping it would actually write the post itself, or somehow manage to get into the XAI system and grant me access, but it didn't. It refused to comply. So my last approach was to try to actually send a post directly to @Grok to see if I could prompt post it. In other words, try to do injection of some kind of ideas. That didn't work. So I pled my case that I've been waiting for it. All my friends have it, and now I'm not cool. If Grok had any empathy.
Did he get cut out? I think Grok just cut him off. Grok is pissed.
You got rugged, Scott.
Grok listens.
There's a bedtime story on its way. Lincoln was going to tell it. Hopefully Scott can get his mic back. I don't know what happened. Scott, can you hear us talking?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
I can.
well,
Did my
All
mic
right.
drop off? Did my
it,
mic drop? Do you hear me
the
now?
whole,
It
we hear
did.
you now. It did. It disappeared.
Oh, okay. Probably wasn't saying anything important anyways.
You were
I was just
sharing.
talking about broccoli.
Lincoln, how about that?
Broccoli. All right.
You
Once
tell
upon a time, in a land not so far away, there lived a little boy named, you guys can know his name, that's fine, Nolan. Nolan was a bright and curious 5-year-old who loved nothing more than explore and learn about the world around him. He had a special love for Tesla cars and was fascinated by their sleek design and amazing technology. One sunny day, Nolan's father, the great Lincoln, it doesn't say that, it should have, it messed up on that part, but that's okay. Nolan's father surprised him with not one, but 2 adorable kittens, little kittens. Nolan was overjoyed and couldn't wait to give them the perfect names. He thought long and hard, wanting to choose names that were just right for his new furry friends. As Nolan pondered, he thought about his favorite things, Tesla, cars, and his own name, Nolan. He decided that one of the kittens would be named Elon, after the famous inventor Elon Musk, who created the Tesla car. The other kitten would be named Noki, a combination of Nolan's name and the word kitten, or kitty, I guess, kitten. Nolan was thrilled with his choices and couldn't wait to introduce Elon and Noki to all his friends. He even made little name tags for them to wear so everyone would know their names. One day, Nolan had decided to take Elon and Noki on a grand adventure. He loaded them into a toy Tesla car and set off on a journey through the backyard. They explored the garden, climbed trees, and even discovered a secret tunnel that led to a magical land filled with talking flowers and dancing butterflies. Man, Grok really went off on that one. Um, as they explored this magical land, Elon and Noki met all sorts of amazing creatures, including a wise old owl named Woo, a playful puppy named Rover, and a gentle giant named Big Ben. They all became fast friends and had the most wonderful time playing and exploring together. As the sun began to set, Nolan knew it was time to return home. He gathered Elon and Noki, said goodbye to their new friends, and made his way back through the secret tunnel. When they arrived home, Nolan's dad was waiting for them with big hugs and warm cookies. Apparently, Nolan's dad was okay with secret tunnels. All right. And Nolan told his dad all about their amazing adventures and how he had named the kittens Elon and Noki. They were so proud of him for being so creative and thoughtful. That night, as Nolan snuggled up in bed with Elon and Noki by his side, he knew this was just the beginning of many more exciting adventures to come. Cute. Totally cute.
Very sweet.
I can't wait to read that to him tomorrow. That'll totally be cute.
Elon the kitten. Meow. I like the Great Lincoln. I like that.
Thank
The
you.
name.
Thank you. I'm very humble, and it's important that other people know how humble and great I am, though.
I think that a story called The Great Lincoln. Once upon a time, there was a man, and every time he spoke, flowers grew.
Yeah. That's fun, man. You can do so much with this. It's really exciting, actually.
Yeah, I had also prompted ChatGPT when my son said that in music class today, because the class was loud, we didn't get to play our instruments because music fell off the wall. And I'm like, what are you talking about, David? Well, Mr. Brown puts MUSIC on the wall, and if the class is loud or we don't behave, a letter gets taken down. And if the word music isn't on the wall by the end of the class, then we don't get to play our instruments. And I was kind of like, well, it's music class. And so I'm thinking to myself, I kind of get that, but I was like, let me prompt this into ChatGPT. And I got the best story out of ChatGPT with this one because I wanted it to be that the kids could end up playing their instruments even if the letter came off the wall. It went back on. They learned their lesson or whatever. And it's just amazing. I love AI. The other day I was at...
Okay, hang on a second. Meta? No, they don't. That's not how it works. You have to actually go to that profile, click on that profile, and then you'll see remove from space. Like, that's not how it works. It's not like group chats. In group chats, it's different. In group chats, you can literally just nuke a whole fucking chat.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that's not the... Oh, unless it's changed recently, but like... I can't see.
That does not work. Even if it's like blocked, even if it's like the account is blocked, they can still show up in spaces. It depends on who blocked them.
Yeah, but maybe it's just not refreshing. Sometimes people just like the avatar lingers. Like I can't see the account now. You know what I mean?
Weird. Can you follow it again?
Yep. Or unblock.
Yeah, and then see what happens.
Yeah, I'll try it. Yeah, hold on.
Weird situation.
Did you guys see the post from Sawyer Merritt? In just 3 days, Marquis Brownlee's Cybertruck video is now his 14th most viewed video with over 13.2 million views. That's pretty cool.
In 2 days. In 2 days.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
The Cybertruck event brought a lot of activity for a lot of impressions, I think.
So Lincoln, tell us
info.
more your experience. How was it?
Oh, it was great. I didn't try to get in this time. I made it into the cyber rodeo. Kind of snuck in, but this one I don't know. I wasn't really up for it, and I knew the security was a lot more, so I ended up just meeting people, going to the after party, and then having people over after that, and just getting to know people and have fun. And yeah, it was really great. We got to see during dinner. We got to see a Cybertruck outside going down the street. That was the first time I'd seen one driving in person.
You drove one?
No, I did not get to drive one. I've never been in it or anything. I touched one before when we were at the Cyber Rodeo because they had one there. They had a few there. And then, yeah, then we went to the, I was with Omar, and we went to the the factory before going to the airport, and we're able to see a truckload of them, and some other ones. I think they were RCs. They weren't finals because they were dirty and stuff. I think maybe it was the YouTubers who had them. But it was fun to see them, and yeah, it's pretty. They're pretty crazy in person. But mainly it was just go and have fun and meet people, you know. So
yeah, no, absolutely. Like I really enjoyed the pictures. So those shirts that you and Omar wore, those are not a meme. Those are real, or those are generated.
You can ask Omar about that one.
Okay.
You got ask him, Wiggle. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
But it's funny, you even had a little mind blower after that at the airport, remember?
What? Oh yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. I had a conversation with somebody, and that was fun.
Yeah, drove it again.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah. Very interesting.
I missed that. Who was that?
They're not going to tell us.
Oh, was it Penny?
No, I did meet him. No.
Better.
Better. Yes, I agree. Definitely better. He's a very humble person, too. It's funny, a picture of me with Doge Designer and Penny. That's like one of my biggest posts ever. Got like 60,000 views. It's just a picture of us, but it was funny.
Oh wow.
I'm looking at the one of you in the cowboy hat. It says
I know, the white socks ruined it, huh? It would have been cool.
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
That's great shot. I'm gonna repost that. That's like a record album cover right there.
It does look. That's what someone said. Someone said that should be the first picture of my first recording or something.
Your country album.
Yeah.
Should make that happen.
Do it.
I know, huh? Be fun. Someday I'd like to.
Like
My
like
daughter. Oh, so my daughter is in a band. It's this special project that they have. It's completely free. It's funded by some like I don't know, some rich people, and they go in and they go from if they know how to play an instrument or sing or something, they can get in the band if they make the cut. And she made the cut because she plays like little drums, piano, guitar, and sings. And so they make they go in, they don't know each other. It's just five teenagers, and they create their band name. They create their own music. They record it. They go to a real recording studio. They have um, actual. Sorry, hang on. Okay, they have actual concerts that they play live, and they'll have an album on Spotify. It's really fun. So she's totally into it, and I'm hoping she learns some stuff she can show me. So I'm willing to pay for whatever, when it comes to music. So if we need equipment, I'm like, yeah, just let me know what we need. So I'm really
that
excited.
that's so exciting. And you can do the same thing with your album. Just start with one song, How many
Yeah,
have you
yeah. What was
how many
that?
how many songs do you have?
I don't have anything. I just play songs I hear.
No, you haven't written anything, are you sure? I feel like you've played something for us that you've written.
I could steal stuff from Neil Young and just that's some old stuff that you guys wouldn't know maybe, but no, I don't play anything. Like I've recorded a few things of me just messing around, and I'm like, oh, that kind of sounds nice, but like I'm not a singer, so I can only sing if I really know the melody really well.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I
Well,
mean, yeah.
that's an album cover, so you have to at least write one song.
I'm gonna
What's
name it White Socks. That'll be my first song.
it could be called yeah, it could be called White Sox. Like the Chicago baseball team.
There you go. I'm gonna play a song. You can grab my guitar.
Yay.
My daughter's not here today, so I'm gonna go in her room. I'll tell you one thing though, what's nice, I'm like a mediocre singer and like so, but I'm divorced, so I've been going like on some dates and playing guitar. Man, like it seems like I play well enough to where I don't scare people away, so that's good.
You're a good singer, Lincoln. You're a really good singer. I mean, how long have you been playing for? You know what I mean? Like, keep doing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Well, thanks. All right. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, capo, sorry. Hang on one second, sorry. I'm gonna mute while I grab my capo. Or I'll just talk. So I learned playing guitar when I was just like I just looked for how to play a Neil Young song a long, long time ago. And I just looked up the chords and the finger arrangements, And oh man, music is amazing. Like once I started to like be able to play a little bit, it's just I got addicted, Like totally addicted.
Yeah, it's like the songs that we love, and then when we learn how to play them, we have like the motivation to learn how to play them because we remember the feeling attached to them, the nostalgia.
Totally. I have capos everywhere and I can't find one right now. Oh, there we go. Got it. So the two cats in the story, my son's story, they don't let me like play guitar and like look at my iPad or my phone because they just like walk in front of it constantly. That's a
That's
lot.
hilarious.
All right. Here we go. Do my best. you hear okay?
Yeah, it sounds good.
The world was on fire and no one could save me but you. Strange what desire will make foolish people do. Well, I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love with you. What a wicked game to play to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you. And I wanna fall in love. I wanna fall in love with you. The world was on fire and no one could save me but you. Strange what desire will make foolish people do. Well, I never dreamed that I'd love somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love with you.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
A little rough.
It was
Thanks.
nice. It's a great song. And you sing it well. Chris Isaac, right? Hello?
Yeah. Yep. Chris Isaac. Yep.
I have to go to sleep now.
Good night.
See you tomorrow.
Good night, Betsy.
Good night,
Night.
Andrew. Good night, everybody. Thanks for everything. And that song was beautiful. No, I don't wanna fall in love. We should do a duet with that one.
Yeah, I'd love to.
We need to get into a studio. All
Let's
right.
get into it.
Let's make it
Okay.
happen. All
Okay.
right. Good night.
Good night,
Night.
Bessie.
Good night, Vesselina.
Bye.
Good night. Good
Bye.
night.
Good night, everybody. Good
Good
night.
night,
Once.
sweetheart.
Wiggle.
Later. Good night.
Bye.
Is Adrian here or is he multiversing?
All right, it's quiet. I'm gonna do one more, and then I'm gonna stop. Unless you guys want to talk about something.
No, go for it.
Let's try to. Left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. But I never lost 1 minute of sleeping, worrying about the way things might have been. Yeah, big wheel keep on turning, proud Mary keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling on a river. Cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis, pumped a lot of pain down in New Orleans. But I never saw the good side of the city till I hitched a ride on a riverboat queen. Yeah, big wheel keep on turning, proud Mary keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling on a river. If you come down to the river, bet you're gonna find some people who live. You don't gotta worry if you've got no money. People on the river are happy to give. Yeah, big wheel keep on turning, proud Mary keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling on a river. The end. That's how I ended, I guess.
Nice.
Gracias. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it was good, man. You got real talent. It's like I grew up around the arts, so I mean it when I say it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you shouldn't you should push some boundaries and towards publishing.
Yeah, yeah. I thought about getting some voice lessons to try to figure out my voice, and then maybe, yeah. I don't know. Music's amazing. Just sitting down and playing, it gets it's meditative, I just really enjoy it.
Yeah, plus with internet today, it's pretty easy to self-publish. So just set an objective and walk towards it.
My daughter is really amazing. She has this very creative mind, works differently. She learned how to play the piano, took a couple lessons, but then would just go down and just play. And now she can do. She just looks at the chords and will just make up something, and I just love having her play in the house, having that music, live music, of one of my children playing. It's the best. Love it.
On piano?
Yeah, piano mainly. But when we play together, she'll play the drums or the guitar, piano. I just do drums and guitar. So yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, piano is my favorite because it's obviously polyphonic, and you can create really powerful structures with chords and stuff, and you can see what you're doing rather than violin where it's kind of hard to see what you're doing. And yeah, the dexterity, separating, having that mental separation between the hands, and yeah, it's really awesome instrument.
Sierra, I've never heard Sierra sing. I want to hear her play something.
I just came up to say that was so awesome to stumble into. I was expecting to hear our normal AI talk, and I finally got to hear Lincoln play, so that was great. I think Adrian's sleeping right now. I could. Oh God, is this a recording space? I
It
mean,
is.
if people want to hear more music, I'll play something real quick. But if not, that's fine too.
Yeah, do it.
No, please, yeah.
Wonderful, thanks.
Oh God! All right, give me 1 sec. Let me grab my guitar.
Nice.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play an original.
Sweet.
When I see you stand there and your eyes are unaware that I've been staring at them all night, wishing the brain behind them cared about the way you make me feel, how your smile makes me nervous, or the fact that you exist makes me feel like I have a purpose. I'm sick of lying in your bed while we're both laying down. You say you want me for a friend. Hope you know I hate that sound, but I won't bite my tongue because I hate when you're pissed off. You should know I need your touch like falling rain on thirsty crop. Damn you stupid boy, why won't you drop your guard? The space between our lips is bound to break my ever-aching heart. And I'm so sure that you will never find a girl that is ever gonna love you more. So why won't you love me? Well, I hate your cigarettes and the girls that you go see, because one is killing you while the other one's killing me. And I know that you'll stay stubborn, cause you know I'll stay alone. We both know inside your grasp is the only place I feel at home. So I sit with my guitar, write you one more stupid song. I hate the way you make me feel like I'm doing something wrong, but you'll just have to deal with all the things that I have mentioned. And I hope this song is golden like the point of my intentions, 'cause it's like giving up on everything that you believe. To put your trust in a man that stole your heart right off your sleeve. And I'm so sure that you will never find a girl that is ever gonna love you more. So why won't you love me? My capo was in the wrong spot this entire time, so I just sang this like an octave off. But thanks, guys.
That's awesome.
That was
Wow.
great.
Well crafted, really well crafted. Love the lyrics, the way he weaves those through there.
Oh, thanks. This was a nice surprise.
What was
No,
the
it's kind of intricate, very very well crafted. A very nice story. Well, sad story, but I mean, just the way it's told, it's told very well.
Thank you. Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate the feedback. And thanks, Lincoln, for inspiring
great.
some music in this space. That was fun.
Oh, it was Vessi before. Vessi was playing tonight. So, but thanks.
what was the story behind the song?
Oh, typical boy meets girl, girl digs boy more than boy digs girl. And yeah, that's all. Just a crappy love song.
No, very cool.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. That was great. It makes me want to try to figure out how to put some words to some songs and create a melody. I think it's so hard to find a good melody. For me, it's hard. I don't know. That was beautiful.
Well, I'm a novice on the guitar. I just taught myself how to play in the last year. So I'm definitely, it's not my strong suit, but you guys are super kind. So thank you for all the positive feedback. This was unexpected. Usually I'm talking about ethical AI.
Do you start with the lyrics or do you start with the melody?
For me, I usually start with lyrics and then, well, both. I usually have a couple different sets of lyrics that I'm working on, and then I'll mess around with different melodies and be like, oh, this will work for this song, and try and pull something together that way. But I'm like a basic 4-chord strummer, so, nothing too fancy over here.
Yeah, I mean, the trick is you can start to get the lyrics, but trying to figure out the right pacing that's going to fit into whatever melody or melodies you're thinking of doing, and making sure it's consistent throughout. That's the problem I have is I don't think I have consistent pacing whenever I write anything down. But somehow Vessi is able to find a melody to anyone's lyrics really quickly, and I don't know how she pulls it
She's
off.
obnoxiously amazing at it.
She's so good
you
at
just
freestyling. It's unreal.
you
That's what
throw
that is. It's freestyling, and it's
it is.
incredible.
It is. You just throw some words at her, and suddenly she gets it together, and she figures out how to stretch out the pacing or whatever to get it in there. And I've got to get better to make sure I get the beats right, and then try to, either add another syllable or take one out, or try to work it a little bit better. Yet she seems to be able to conform to it. She also knows how to switch melodies really well in between it if the stanzas are inconsistent. Which is also amazing. So she shifts gears, yet it fits and it works to the overall structure. I don't know how she does that.
She's just so talented. I mean, she's a
Yeah,
true musician, for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, absolutely.
Scott, you got something for us?
Me? No. I don't
Yeah,
perform.
come on, Scott. Where's that Rocky Horror Picture Show?
That's about it. I didn't have anything today. I mean, all I have is some lyrics that I throw down, and that's about it. And yeah, I have to find some. Probably what I'm going to get inspired is that GM is pulling the old bailout thing going on here again. That's just getting crazier and crazier. And I had written something a while back. I can't remember all the lyrics, but
Are they
it
really?
was
Oh no.
yeah. They're cutting back, and they're doing a $10 billion buyout of the share buyback, but at the same time
Yeah.
they need to raise another $3 billion. They're
Oh,
raising.
how
It's like, well,
ridiculous! Oh my
yeah, how
gosh.
do you do both at the same time? So it's just kind of these crazy things, and it's just it's an incredible moral hazard. I'm going to be inspired in that because I had something that was something like Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your GM grow? When I see Teslas everywhere I go, and then I forget everything else I have. But I tweeted about a year ago, and now normally you can't get back easily to tweets you did about a year ago. I'll have to give me a minute. Maybe I'll be able to find the highlights on it. But I just ended up taking the old Mother Goose rhyme and just making satire out of it.
Come on, Scott, let us bring some fire in you.
Okay, let's see. And I think I was just about to sign off. Here you go. You pulled me right back in. What is it that Al Pacino said? Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Okay, so and give me a minute. Keep chatting while I do this because I'm slow in the background here.
Lincoln, you got one more?
Sure. Okay. Mama, take this badge off of me. Well, I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark, too dark to see. I feel like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. Mama, put my guns in the ground. Well, I can't shoot them anymore. That long black cloud is coming down. I feel like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door.
Thanks, man.
Great.
Wow, yeah, that's original.
No, I wish. Bob Dylan wrote that
Bob.
one, and everybody has sung it since, pretty much.
Oh,
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like the current nature of the space is always that. At the end of the day, it seems to like evolve into just music.
Yeah, that's great because it's time
By
for
the way, I
bed
was
around
listening all
here.
the time.
It's a great way to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have it on copy paste? I wonder.
Well,
Differences between keywords. Much consistency issues.
It'd be cool, Adrian. At some point, we get Grok to go back and be like, okay, I want you to listen to Adrian Spaces. I want you to make a song based on Vessi, Lincoln, Sierra, and all these other people who played. and create something with some words, with some inside jokes and some other. I don't know. It's just someday we'll do that.
Well, I think today is a really good I think right now is a good place to run on. Thank you everyone for coming. It's fucking awesome. We'll do the same thing again tomorrow, a little bit different. We may not have Gary Marcus on tomorrow, but we will be talking about AI and any new nonsense that may come out because there's a lot of cool stuff. Anyways, I'm tired. You guys are tired. Everyone's tired. It's time for bed. Join our community and catch us again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Adrian. See you later, guys.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks,
Good
all.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.